I can recap. Frank is a Texas Nazi. Just kidding, Frank. Hank, sorry.
Yeah, well, that's.
Oh,
I mean, you say it in that way, but it's actually quite funny because people now they very much conflate nationalism with being like a Hitler supporter now, and that's deliberate because the people who rule us want to rule over all of the nations. They want to be international rulers, and you can't be an international ruler if nations are aware of their own individuality. You know, it's like they're all about promoting the atomized individual, but they're not about promoting individual. They don't want us to be separate identities collectively, which, if that makes sense.
yeah, you're exactly right. They want collectivism, right? Which means ultimately that the society as a whole is more important than each individual. So they want collectivism as a whole. They preach anti-Nazism or anti-national socialism or anti-fascism while they continue to strengthen their fascist control over the people under the guise of democracy.
But at an international level.
Correct. Even I'm in the United States, it's at the level of just this country as well.
Well, it depends how you want to see it. I mean, you could see that the US is one nation, or you could see it as 50 nations. I mean, Hank very much sees himself as a Texan first. Is there anything wrong with that? I don't think so. I think it's just how people choose to identify. You know, it's funny how we're all about your identity. If you're transgender, right? Yeah, now we've got to talk about your identity all day long. And I don't know if you're an ethnic minority, even though literally everyone is an ethnic minority. We've got to talk about your identity all day long. But you can't talk about your identity as like a Texan because now you're a nationalist, and that's bad. It's really funny how that's happened.
Yeah, the federal government in the states has slowly been increasing its control over the states themselves and has convinced people that the most important uh, governing body that we have in this country is at the national level, which is why most people pay only attention to national politics and pay very little attention to their local and or state county politics.
Elevator music only works on a level stationary plane.
Well, put it this way: if you're a ball Earth, then the elevator's two directions would be out and in. You wouldn't like have an up and down.
You'd be going nowhere really fast and really drunkly. Eh.
But like, I'd like to go out three stops, please.
Yeah, I'll get right on that. Let me just get my abacus and a team of physicists to figure it out.
I was doing that something earlier when someone else was talking. You know that they talk about, oh, you've got to go to space to do X or Y. Well, theoretically, we are in space. That's the point, isn't it? According to them, the Earth is in space. When they say you have to go to space, well, here I am. What now?
Okay, I'm back because I just found this. I posted it in the live stream. Noam Chomsky says, you know whated, unsubscribed subscribers to the subscription ought to be isolated and treated like prisoners. So obviously, this dude's a fucktard, right? That doesn't make his manufacturing consent any less relevant. So I'm going to go ahead and give everybody a chance to click on that if they want to. But I'm just going to delete it. Going once. Am I still coming in like crap?
No, if someone's deleted it, I think you might have to maybe post it to DM people with it. I think I can understand why it's been deleted.
No, I deleted it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, maybe you can just DM if you.
Yeah, you want it? Okay. I've never sent you a message before. Is that a new account? Did you change the name or is that your same old account?
I got showered about 2 months ago.
Oh.
Yeah, you're not allowed to speak the truth, otherwise you get your account banned.
Right. Well, I guess I'm going to go search the YouTubes. Peace.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
Thank you, Eddie Murphy. Good to hear from you. Well, while it's quiet, let's do a station check. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Anyone listening to the sound of my voice is welcome to come in here and discuss the matter at hand, which is the shape of the Earth. Do we live on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing? If you think we do, feel free to come in here and inform us of where we went wrong. Now back to silence till the next person talks. Thank you.
Hey, I just came across some more blacklisted stuff, some stuff we're not supposed to talk about. Would anybody like a link?
Do it, do it, do it.
We can't talk about it. I don't want to know about it, man. Don't DM it to me. Do not.
I can't tell if you're trolling me.
I definitely don't want to talk about anything that the government doesn't want me to talk about. I'm a good
Okay.
U.S. citizen, right? Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Yeah, I felt this one to be special, right? Because they're saying, please, government, don't put out any more facts.
Wow, man, they got a package deal for everybody, don't they, Hank?
The newspaper's asking the government to shut their fucking mouth.
Got responsible fact checkers on the job, making sure everybody's got their facts checked and they're checked correctly. So don't worry about it, Hank. It's all good.
Oh, man. Government, you better check your stuff before you wreck yourself.
Hi everyone.
Hello, whoever said that.
I said hi.
Who is it?
It is coming in real low. Who was that?
My microphones.
Hey, can you string a sentence together longer than 2 seconds so we can see who you are?
It's Ademoglu. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. How do you pronounce that?
Yeah, Adamoglu translate English, son of Adam.
Oh, hey, son of Adam, brother. Good to see you. How you doing?
Things fine. And you?
Good. We met before, haven't we? I remember you.
My question is about the water above in the firmament.
So, the water above the firmament. There would be no way I could answer any questions about that. It would all be speculation.
No way to verify any of that unless you can clue us in on a way to verify it.
Can I
So,
one link I
if
will
you think,
send you
hey, you want to send me a link? I'll post it for you.
for YouTube video, the firmament.
All right, so I'll just say this: if you can imagine the world like that has layers, but not like an onion, more like lasagna, right? And this world that has layers, if you think about heaven and it were to be made, earth was similarly made like heaven. Well, earth has deep places that are filled with water and high places where you can go stand on the rocks. And it would make sense that there would be water above the firmament. And this is all speculation. And on top of that water, there would be mountainous regions or maybe a throne or, similar structures to plants and animal life like we might see here on Earth. So that's a speculation. I don't know if it's a good one. Could be not a good one. Who knows?
Yeah, I sent it to Lobby the video link. Maybe you looking video.
I didn't hear you, bro. Also, guys, did you hear that CNN doubled down or tripled down on the Joe Rogan thing? I found that to be fascinating, right? Because after their head doctor said, you know what, we were wrong about that, and then they go back on, like that never happened. So it looks like, you know, Joe is squaring off against the Communist News Network. So that should be interesting. Who has
Yeah,
more followers?
you said who has more followers, Joe or CNN?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Probably Rogan. That's probably why they're attacking it so hard, right? I didn't realize they tripled down. I saw the double down. I'll have to look into the triple down. That's hilarious.
Yeah, apparently they said it again, right? And what it boils down to is that these news organizations, they're not who they say they are. I mean, is it possible that they're actually affiliated with the same people that they advertise for? Is that a conspiracy theory? It's almost like they're on the same team.
Are you insinuating they're paid propaganda agents? How dare you?
I'm insinuating that, there's a lot of fake news out there, and it's easy to tell who's fake and who's not. But when you got, the Times of London telling the government to shut their mouth, that's hilarious. Stop putting out facts. Uh, that's rich. Because, the newspaper is supposed to want information out from the government so it can provide it to the people. I mean, isn't that how news works? North, east, south, west, or west, south, sorry. News. They take the information, they spread it to the four corners of the region. What do I know, though? I didn't graduate high school, so I'm probably not worthy. Don't get your news from old Hank.
You're
Go
talking
get it
about
from the London Times.
the fifth estate, and like they taught us in school, they're out there being the watchdogs on corruption and stuff, and they're all for the people. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a good thing the algorithms haven't sussed out sarcasm. Then again, neither has Hank.
Not sarcastic. I would say real journalism died sometime in the early 1900s, if it even existed.
Yeah, my guess is about that time too. Every time I search Library of Congress, I set my parameter. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should be more limited. But like after World War One, they had to have like get everybody on hush. The Balfour Declaration. They pretty much had to hush everybody up over that one. So
Yeah, for anybody listening that may care, all this silence you're hearing could be being filled full of globe proofs, but people don't seem to have those. I don't know. Could be just me. I'll shut up.
Impossible. Perhaps the archives are incomplete.
It's still quiet in here. What's up? Where'd we go?
We're just waiting for you. It's your time. Your turn to bring the topic today. So what is it?
If I had a choice, it would be something we can't talk about. So you might not want to ask me that.
Yeah, Hank's got that list of things we can't talk about. One disease. Got
You're roboting a little bit at the end there.
always robot. I'll shut up now.
No, you don't got to shut up. Just, I'm just letting you know. I could hear most of what you said.
Yep, just patiently waiting for direct movement of Earth's curvature of the alleged Earth ball. Movement detects the movement of the Earth and the existence of said ball Earth in the vacuum of space with a gas pressure system right now. We need some demonstrations of these things, please. Thank you.
I don't know if you accept him, but I sent your friend request, by the way. Dave.
Oh, why is someone talking?
Yeah, sorry, I was just using an angle grinder, so I was on mute. What would you like? What would you like to discuss?
Just you can tell that the ball because of how flat it is.
Do you remember the old Saturday Night Live character? I think it was, I can't remember the character's name, but she would always be like, I'm getting a little verklempt. Talk
You know
amongst
what?
yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Earth is neither a ball nor is it spinning. Discuss.
I like the New York accent. Very nice. But city accents, you get accents within cities as well. Most of America has kind of got this fairly homogenous accent, I would say, and then you get like New York and Boston, which sounds totally different. And then you've got like the I don't know, maybe like there's a couple of other. There's like a southern accent, but I wouldn't say it's that different to the northern accent, really. But you get kind of like city accents, and they'll be really different to the kind of general accent.
Yeah, I would say the same is fairly true for the UK as well, right? You've got different British accents, but to most Americans, they all sound very similar, fairly homogenous.
Those fucking Americans, they all sound the same. Like NASA, sci-fi, whale holes, and la 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 la.
Their well holes and their shadows. Yeah, but you talk to people from other parts of the country, and then they say that they can pick out your accents, even though some people claim to not have much of an accent at all. So, I mean, shit. There's people from parts of like Virginia that I can't even understand.
I think it's funny that we have different accents in America, but like UK, a little tiny spot, has how many different accents? Crypto, like 20.
We have
like
all the accents.
Yeah.
No, way more than 20. We've got ridiculous. I mean, I can think of about 10 accents that are just from London that are pretty different from each other. I can name them if you want.
You gonna name all 20? I bet you can.
I can name all of the kind of distinct accents that you get in London. So you kind of got, so first of all, you got like the East London, which is kind of similar to the Essex accent. And then that's very different to the Southeast London accent, or the more generally South London accent, which is kind of a bit more influenced by African kind of South. And then you've got the very posh Central London accent, which is your BBC sounding people. And then there's like a posh Southwest accent, which is a bit different. It's a little bit more, I would say, friendly, a little bit less, how do I put it? The Central London accent is business posh, whereas like Southwest London, I would say, is kind of like relaxed posh. And then you've got like the ghetto North London accent, which is fairly similar to the South London accent, but it's got more, say, like North African kind of sound to it. And they're the kind of regional London accents. And then on top of that, like if someone's like Muslim, they'll have like a Muslim twang. There's like a Muslim London accent, which is then kind of layered into where they are in London, right? So you add those two together, and then that's how they sound. And like there's all these different kind of features of these people, but when you put them together, they sound similar together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. I feel like New York is very similar in that respect. Like a Brooklyn accent's different than like a straight downtown Manhattan accent. And a lot of it also has to do with, you know, most people in the US came from other parts of the world, right? So you have your New York Italian accent versus a like people of Puerto Rican heritage that are in New York, right? That's a very distinct accent as well.
Yeah, Elisha, you know a bit about South London, don't you? What do you?
Mate, what's with these kind of accusations? What's going on here? I'm busy.
I just heard you pipe up. I thought I'd.
Look, I can simplify it. London is like the world compressed into however many square miles.
Yeah, that's actually. Yeah, I suppose that's kind of true. We've got like little Italian sections in like central London, and we've got like French sections where everyone's French. Heathrow is basically Indians. We do have these like kind of ghettoized areas in London, don't we?
Yeah, you're gonna
Don't we
have
have an
straight up
American
region. No, they kind of just find themselves in weird positions. It's like, where did you come from, bro? What are you talking about? Yeah, they're a funny lot. They might as well just be considered permanent tourists, and they always seem to be, I don't know, extra or loud. Not in a bad way, just kind of
Yeah,
they always stand out like a sore thumb once they open their mouth.
yeah. Especially in England, where everyone's really like, "Oh no, I couldn't possibly say anything loudly," because then people will look at me. And then a bunch of Americans turn up and they're just whooping and hollering and it's like, "Yep, they're Americans. Everyone can tell." But yeah, so there's a lot of Americans in the banking sector here actually. So there's probably a lot in kind of
Right.
like Canary Wharf.
But see those guys. Oh, sorry for speaking.
No, go on.
Yeah, you're just not likely to hear them unless you rock on those lines, right? And if they're likely to open their mouth and they're not looking at the Economist paper or whatever. And those kind of guys have a better English accent than your average American because they're international, right? They speak a bit. They speak, I don't know, more eloquently, perhaps.
Possibly, yeah. I don't know really. But yeah, the city of many accents. I don't know if they all maintain themselves, but they could somehow do.
But the big question is, are all the English accents slightly pretentious or just some?
No, only the South one.
I'm just messing.
The south of only like half of the south of England is like that. There's no way the north can ever be pretentious unless they're a northerner pretending to be something other than they are.
Yeah, exactly. I know someone from Northampton, which is fairly not so north. Is it Northampton? That's quite far to the north, near Scotland. Northumbria. I'm thinking of Northumbria. It's Northumbria, but you wouldn't know it because he's worked on his accent for a while. Well, he went to like some point college school and all the rest of it. And he sounds like he's from the south. And I think it's deliberate. Like they know that their accents kind of suck. They try to sound more like us.
And people from the north are probably leery of people when they sense the southern or the accent from London, right? And vice versa.
They what?
Are they somewhat like leery of those people, like a little more
I don't know what leery means.
Suspicious? Untrusting?
suspicious? Yeah.
No,
But
I don't
what
think
was
so.
your statement again? Make your statement again, because I missed half of it.
He wants to know if the Northerners have got beef with the Southerners.
Oh, by definition, of course.
Right. So,
But it's
somebody from the
it's all
south,
in good nature. Like, we
right?
don't actually hate each other. Well,
Maybe.
the Scots hate everyone, and especially the English. But when it's like the Welsh or the Northern Irish or the English, and then you've got like the different towns in England, we don't really hate each other. It's kind of all a bit of a
Yeah,
joke.
I suppose the context and how many drinks have been shared. If it's not a football game and you're not drunk, then it's usually just tongue in cheek.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of that way here in the States.
Depending on which neighborhood you're walking through, of course.
Right. I was just trying to say, kind of like the more rural parts of the United States, when you have people come into those towns with a kind of city type accent, they're usually a little more apprehensive or cautious of those people, right? Because it's like, oh, who's this city slicker coming out here trying to tell me this or that, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah, what we have in the Netherlands is Amsterdam is the capital, right? So people from Amsterdam, they think they're pretty important because every tourist visits Amsterdam, so they like to think they're pretty important. But meanwhile, all the money is being made in Rotterdam, where the harbor is. So
Yeah, we have kind of that sentiment here in the States, right? A lot of people who come from New York and move elsewhere have this kind of chip on their shoulder, like they're from the big city and they're super important, and it can put off a lot of people who could care less about New York, right? Which is 99.9% of the country, unless you're from there.
And New Yorkers see themselves kind of the unofficial capital of the United States.
Try that again, Crypto. Crypto, try that again. You were muffled from the beginning.
What? All right. I was just like, the impression I get from some New Yorkers, not all, but some, is that they feel like they're the capital of the United States, and like they're the most important city. And it might be that the sort of attitude that a lot of people kind of get wound up by.
Yeah, that's a very good perception, because it's 100% correct. People typically from New York carry themselves as if they're in some way, shape, or form better than other people because they are from New York City.
Well, I only recognise it because I recognise it in Londoners too. The difference being that London actually is the capital of the UK, but or of England at least specifically. But like that doesn't make you better than someone from outside of London. But a lot of Londoners think that they are, and it's just what's so funny is that those people who have got that opinion of being better than everyone are the same people that push radical egalitarianism, and they don't understand their own bigotry.
Yeah, and who probably haven't done much more than travel for a few weeks here and there. But what's funny with New York is that, for all intents and purposes, it is actually the capital because that's where the financial capital is.
Yeah,
So,
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
it's you got to give them a bit of the benefit of the doubt because you got London and New York. That's how the rest of the world is run. And then you got what, Tokyo after that? So financially speaking, they hold a lot of sway. But the majority of people who come from there, they don't even understand what that means. So they should just shut their mouth.
and they're actually just getting fucked over by the same financial system everyone else is. Just because you live closer to
Right?
it.
Yeah, they get abused more. No guns, 9-month abortion. Like what the hell? I don't understand why they didn't just shoot everyone in office at that point. But hey,
Well,
maybe I should watch my language. It's just yeah. Like okay, what do they have? Their subway system, is it really worth it? Like you can't go on your own in that thing, but
yeah, I've
yeah,
heard
it's
that
a
the
point of
subway in New York's really rough. I've heard it's like really rough and really dirty and smelly as well.
yeah. Apparently,
Well,
I've
yeah,
only ever watched movies, never been there, so I can't speak from experience.
yeah, it can be, but a lot of New York is just more a lot of talk and intimidation. Just recall
Right.
recall distinctly being in a situation. I'm originally from St. Louis, which is always kind of dubbed or deemed the most dangerous city in the United States based on crime rates and shootings and stuff like that, right? Robbery rates. So I recall a situation where I was at the University of Missouri and we were at a diner waiting to get inside in like a little vestibule, waiting to get inside, and some guy didn't like, I don't know if it was something I was in or doing, and said, "I'm from fucking New York City." And I'm like, "That's cool. I'm from St. Louis. We can step outside and we can figure out who's better." And immediately
Ding ding ding.
gets shut
Round
down,
one.
right? And there's like, "Oh no, man, it's cool." And I'm like, "Oh, so from being from New York City doesn't mean fucking jack shit, does it?" Well, I'm
Hey,
just saying.
You know what it is? It's because of the theater. They like to perform, right? What's the thing over here? We have what's it called in London? So,
The West End.
yeah, so got West End and then whatever the equivalent is in New York. Just a
Broadway.
bunch of
Broadway.
yeah, there we go. Bunch of Nancy boys. Fag.
It's a lot of talk and intimidation, is what it is. It's a lot of mouth moving, more so than anything, when it comes to some of the New York attitude.
Yeah, same in it's same in London. Like all the stuff is the same in London. There's these people who think they're better than you because they live in a specific area of London. Oh, I'm from this part of London and you're that part of London, so you're bad. Like they won't say that you're bad, but they're thinking it. And you're like, okay, doesn't really work like that. Yeah, people, for instance, who live in Chelsea. If you live in Chelsea, then you're fantastic and you're the dog's bollocks, and everyone else is kind of shit compared to you.
You just overpay for rent, that's all.
Yeah, and
that's the way I see it. It's like you just pay $2,500 a month for rent. That doesn't make you better than me. Like you now just have less money.
Yeah, congratulations, you played yourself.
And the funny part about those situations is usually those people think they're better than maybe somebody that's from a rougher part of town. But I guarantee you, the friend you want to have and the one that's going to be loyal to you is going to be that friend that's from the little bit rougher part of town, as opposed to the pretentious part of town. Those are the friends that are going to stab you in the back and they're going to leave you the minute you freaking need them.
Maybe it depends on who the person is. Yeah.
Yeah, so I live in Florida, which is where a lot of people from New York tend to migrate is down to Florida. And ever since I moved here, I've said the worst part about Florida is the New Yorkers. That's the only thing I dislike about Florida. Not saying I dislike New Yorkers altogether, but for the most part, they're the ones that tend to rub me the wrong way.
I think the problem or the mistake you made there is letting anyone rob you anyway, right? Surely.
Not physically.
The silence was gold.
That's my wife's job to rub me the right way. But yeah, it's like even just in my little neighborhood here, we get together and hang out. A lot of the neighbors, we're all pretty close friends, and the one neighbor that, or the neighbors that people have an issue with or never seem to, the people we don't even talk to, and the ones that won't even look at us are the neighbors from Brooklyn. Everybody else gets along, and we're all from kind of different parts of the country.
What do you think is the major issue about the the behavior of the people? It's the general. If you're a woman or a man, is it from you came from? What is it?
So yeah, I think with a lot of people, at least what I've noticed with a lot of people from, say, like New York City, is there's just so many people in that city, right? You're dealing with so many people walking along the sidewalks and on a day-to-day basis that you always kind of have your guard up. You're never really very cordial to people. It's kind of like everybody for themselves. And I guess that might be a survival mechanism in such a large city with so many people. But when you get to other parts of the country, people are generally very courteous, open the door for you, wave as they're driving down the street. Whereas people who don't do that, because there's just so many people, right? And you generally have to be a little bit abrasive to get your foot in the door, to work your way down the sidewalk. It just doesn't translate well in a different environment. So it can come off as very abrasive and not very concerning for your fellow human beings or your neighbors.
Yeah,
I
there is a
understand, but I
balance
think.
required.
I'm sorry.
Pardon me. Go ahead, my dude. No, go.
I think that if someone needs, if someone's have a bad experience about the people, like I do, because I'm talking for myself, you need, I think, many hours or time to think about it, to experience if he's manipulating you, if he tries only to get under your skin, to open you up only, and after that, the the how can I say it? The result is the same. Understand? Someone comes up and says, "Give me your money," or "You're a fool, you're garbage." Someone comes up and says, "Hello, how are you?" You say, "Fine." You talk about yourself, and he does the same. So I think it's all about experience. If you're new or you're a student, it's easier to open up and be a kind of man you want. Or the environment makes you one of them. If your environment friendly, you become friendly. But now I'm in an age, let's say over 30, I cannot change. Whatever I see, I'm like a sponge. I take it, I take it, I take it. After that, it's over. You cannot change. You will always be suspicious. You will always be, uh, from your experience, some things are like tagged over you. You cannot change. So don't judge these people. I feel sorry about them. This is the way I see it because they can have another life with new people, with new experience, and delete all the other things. But I think they're just too hurt from the other experience they had. This is my point of view. Thank you that listen to me.
Yeah, that's a pretty good assessment, right? So I feel like people that maybe move away from someplace like New York City and go to a place that maybe have a may have just a more general nice approach or more welcoming type people around them. I think it's hard for them to adjust because I feel like the city itself kind of makes people a little more standoffish, a little more closed in, and less likely to be courteous to a random stranger. So that doesn't always translate well when you move out of that environment, right? Because it kind of walls you off from people who are generally willing to listen to you and have a deep, meaningful relationship with you. But they still have kind of a standoffish attitude in an environment where they might not necessarily need that as was maybe previously a survival type mechanism.
Exactly, and I think that the issue is that the community you're living in, they build you up, and if you're built up, it's over. It's very very strange and very very difficult to make yourself again from zero to something. I see it by myself. I cannot change.
Yeah, and I
I
can tell
want,
you,
but I cannot. I cannot. Every time I try, I see the experience, and after that, I say I was right. And many times I get away from bad things that would happen to me from my experience. But also, I cannot have new experience from zero, understand? Without thinking my experience.
yeah, no, I get you. And we have a lot of people. So we have apps on our phones that allow us to communicate with people in our neighborhood or close surrounding neighborhoods. Whether you want to post that your dog got out of the house, and if anybody sees it, to bring it back to you, things along those lines, to generally have conversation about what's going on in the neighborhoods around where you live. And lots of times you'll get people on there that have just moved here from a place like New York City, and they'll get on there and just talk about, oh, there's no good restaurants around here. All the food sucks. I can't find any good pizza or this or that. And it's just a complete rant about how shit everything is where they're now living. But then they expect people to be courteous to them, right? It's just this, oh, well, I'm from New York and everything up there was so much better and this and that. And everything around here is just complete shit. And they love to just go tell everybody how great New York City is and how shit this place is.
Yes, it's
I,
not good. I think if you don't like somewhere, you can move away. You don't have to tell your opinion about the place you are now and you hurt people. The most kindly thing is not to hurt people. If you don't want to talk to them, okay, just don't tell things bad about them, even if it's true. Even if it's true, you don't have the right to make people sad because maybe he's not a good pizza man, but maybe he tried. It's the best he can make. Okay, if you don't like it, move along, or don't talk to people. Okay, I think whatever you have in the life is what you're worth about, what you deserve, let's say. If you deserve more, try for more. If you don't deserve more, it's what you get. Don't make don't complain about your faults, or don't see everywhere, um, let's say, problem. He doesn't like me. He's bad. He's judge yourself first. And I think you have, not you. I think we have a lot of things to fix about ourselves every day. Every day is a lesson. And if you don't take the lesson seriously, the next day you have to take the same lesson until you learn it very good. At first, I think you have to get along with yourself, not try to get along with the others to feel good. At first, you must have, let's say, how can I say it? You have to, to be okay, even if you're alone. It's not good, but you have to feel good and you take care about yourself and everything. And even if you have friends, then you feel better. But it's not bad to be alone also. You have to take time, you have to relax, read a book, see a movie. You don't have to have friends all the time or companion.
Yeah, we have a saying here in the States that is misery loves company. And it kind of, the meaning behind that is, if you have a miserable outlook on everything, you're going to attract more miserable people around you and more miserable situations around you, right? So
Exactly, yes.
the saying is misery loves company, and it's very true because, you know, just just your attitude and your approach towards everything can give back to you exactly what you're putting into it. Two different people can walk into the same situation, and one can be perfectly content and happy with the way things are, and another person can walk into that situation and try to point out every bad thing or certain little problem that may be taking place within that situation. And those same two people can walk away from that situation, one having a horrible experience because of how they walked into it, and the other having a great experience because of how they walked into it and how they perceived it.
I understand. I think that every situation must give you a lesson. And at first you must say, you must see what you have done wrong, not what other have done wrong. Okay? If you go for a woman or for a friend and your choice is wrong, it's not his fault that you have chosen a wrong person to be together or to be your friend. He is what it is. It's your wrong choice. So you must make the next time better choices, not to complain about what they done to you. He is what it is, and she is what she is. She will be continuing to be like this to other people also, your friend also. You must find what you want. If you don't want to be obsessed or be uh, very mad, you have to make the correct choices to the correct, um, let's say, choices of what you want. Most people want something but don't want the other things that comes with it. Okay? If you want, let's say, a girl that is very beautiful, is very attractive, he, she has a little small skirt, she laughs very much, she is very open, but you want it only for yourself. From the time she's with you, you want to change her. It doesn't work like that. She will be like she is. If you don't know, want to be with a girl like this, be with another girl. But you cannot change people. Understand what I mean? You must accept what you see and don't want to change it because nothing will be changed.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with what you just said. And I'm starting to learn more and more in life actions I have with people and the relationships that I have with people and the people that are put into my life. Um, the negative things that I see from people or the positive things that I see from people that are in my life, I'm starting to see more and more that these are also characteristics that I may have myself. And it's giving me an opportunity to see whether I like or dislike this specific character I have within my life. Right. So it kind of opens up a mirror into, okay, I really don't like the way this person is going about this specific situation, but maybe I do this in my life, and maybe I can learn that if this is something I don't like, somebody that possibly I have some of that I am doing in my life that I need to think about more deeply and either change that behavior or something along those lines. Like, I feel like most of the situations that I get put into in life are also a way for me to learn an aspect of myself I may not consciously think of all the time.
Exactly. And then, I want to tell you something. It's like you go to the shop, to the market, okay, and you buy everything you don't like. Everything. Cheese, hamburgers, and all the things you don't like, you buy it. The shittiest things, maybe the most expensive things, you buy it. And you go home and you say then, okay, I don't want to eat anything because I don't like these things. Okay, don't buy it. Understand? You will buy things that you want to eat. You will have friends that you want to go out. Don't make wrong choices. It's your fault. It's nobody's fault. It's your fault. If you don't have good friends, if you don't have a good girl, it's your fault. It's your choices. Nobody else. At first, you must accept this, and after that, you go to the next step, and you open up, and you get married, you make children, but not with the wrong people. You cannot have a woman that you fight all the day and make a child with her. It's obvious that you will not last, and the child will be confused and very sad because you will break up. You will not have a long relationship with this people, with this kind of person. So it's your fault. It's not her fault, and either the children. So you create a paradise around you or a hell. It's your fault. You create your world. This is what I mean. Nobody else. And another thing is that you must not listen your surroundings. Or say, okay, you want to open a shop. Everybody will say, okay, don't open a shop. You will fail. You will do this and you will do the other thing. Do what you want. You will have the earnings. You will, let's say, have some money in the side, or you will go broke. It's your decision. Understand? Because most people are like I don't know how to say, like crabs. Crabs. It's in a bucket. If you go up, they draw you down. If you're down, they don't hurt you. They don't care about you. Every time you go a bucket up, the other crabs will draw you down altogether because don't want you to go away from them. They feel insecure. I don't know why. It's what I think. People are also like this. If you're like them, dress like them, talk like them, they feel comfortable. But if you say your opinion, you get tagged and called names. No one will experience positive things if you're telling your way. Because I will borrow a phrase from Everett, I think, the X-Men. People, it says, people afraid of the different thing. And if they're afraid of the different thing, they want to destroy it. I don't know if you know what I mean.
What was the last part that you said there?
They say in X-Men, the movie X-Men,
Uh-huh.
I think the last movie, it was a scene and she tells a monologue and she tells people are afraid of the different people, let's say. What's different? And what's different, they are scared of it. They are scared of it. And if they're scared of it, they want to destroy it.
They want to
So
destroy it. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, they don't accept the difference. Maybe it's I don't know why. I don't understand why. Why people don't say, okay, I accept this. They want to mock you. They want to point at you. Okay, let's say I'm Buddhism. Okay, you're a
Yeah, yeah,
Christian.
yeah.
Why must we have something to solve? It's your belief. It's my belief. If we are good persons, we can have a
The answer
coffee.
is ignorance. The answer is ignorance because Christianity and Buddhism are so alike that they're almost teaching
No,
the
no,
same
no.
thing.
All
I,
Like
I
religions are
understand.
alike.
I
no,
don't
no,
talk about
hold on,
religion.
hold on, bro.
I have an example. Okay.
Okay, you go ahead, but don't quote
No,
me
no.
on that because that was only half of what I was going to say.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Talk. I'm waiting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if Christians and Buddhists were to get together and talk about the fundamental tenets of the religion, right, or the way of life, right, they would see how similar they are and that they could easily be neighbors without any kind of controversy. The difference is belief is so small. And the same thing with Muslims and, Jews. But people want to focus on that which they agree on or disagree on, and they don't know how to say, okay, me and you are never going to talk about this conversation again because we disagree on it. We're going to agree to disagree and never bring this up again. And that's the only reason why there's problems between people with different belief systems.
Yes. The thing I said
Yeah,
is
yeah.
like an example. Okay. Maybe you're smoking. Okay. I'm not smoking. Maybe you want to race with the cars. Maybe I want to enjoy the nature. Okay. We can find something we are similar. Okay. It's not always to be enemies with someone because he will not do what we do. This is what I mean. If you don't go with the people, with the mass, with everything the most people do, they will say, okay, don't talk to him because he's different. Understand what I mean? This is why I told also for the X-Men, the part. But you cannot change anything. Either you accept it or you move along, like I said. Nobody can change the mass, the people. Only the media. If the media say tomorrow, okay, eat fish all the day, the most people will eat fish because the media told them. So, do you agree or disagree? Can you hear me? Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
I was just wondering if anyone would like to come into a smaller like chat because it's very hard to speak when just wondering if anyone would like to come into a smaller like voice chat, like not as many people.
Smaller.
Yeah, just like join a new one, like the FE Beginners VC or something.
Yeah, I'd do that.
Yeah, alright. Well, if you want to come and join us, then yeah, I'm gonna join the Beginners one.
Okay.
Is anyone here?
Maybe if you would have looked to see that only a few people are talking, you wouldn't have that problem, huh?
Yeah, I'm here, bro, but I'm at work, so I can't really answer you every time you ask something.
Okay. I'm just asking. I'm just telling my opinion. Okay. Nothing rough.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. It's just an opinion.
You cannot force someone to accept your opinion.
Right. That's
Sorry?
why I told you. That's why I told you about conditional acceptance. You say, "Oh well, you don't believe in the resurrection, right? So we agree to disagree. We're not going to talk about this no more unless you have questions, right? Then I'd be happy to answer." But instead, everybody focuses on the thing they disagree with. Like, I want to talk about the thing that we're going to fight over again. That's the wrong mentality. We should be saying, we're not going to talk about this because in order for us to be neighbors, we have to have peace, right? In order for us to have peace, we have to let each other have our individual beliefs. So in Christianity, it says, love your neighbor. There's no caveat, right? It doesn't say unless he's a Buddhist, unless he's a Muslim, unless he's a transgender. It just says to love your neighbor. No caveat.
It says also something else. Love your enemy. Not only your friend. Love your enemy. It says also that.
Yeah, that's what I mean by neighbor. Everybody. Everybody. You love everybody.
The life's too short to are mad for a man or a woman. Just enjoy life. Life is a trip. Okay, enjoy your trip. After the trip is over, there's no go back. There's no I'm sorry. There's no forgive me. There's no nothing. It's over. That's over. Most people are doing things in their lives they don't want it. They have jobs they don't want. They have wives they don't want. And after a certain time, when they're old, they say, I've done everything wrong. Now it's too late. Live with it or not. And after that, before they go away, they will say, will you forgive me? For what? It was your choice. To forgive me for what? Understand what I mean? No one has to forgive you something that you wanted. If you want to change it immediately. Not the last time you will be before you're dead and say, forgive me. No one has to forgive you for anything. You live with your choices, good, bad, I don't judge this, and all's good. You cannot have everything. You cannot have money and to buy something to eat. You spend money, so you have something to eat. You cannot have both. But it is what it is. I will tell now a phrase I saw on the TV show Lost. It was two people and says the one people said, it comes both. You bring him in here. You brought them here. The other person says yes. The first person says you want to let's say you want to make me feel that I'm wrong. The second person says you are wrong. Everything happens once, and the second person says it's the same. They come here, they corrupt, they destroy, and they die. It only ends the same. And the first person says it only ends once. Whatever happens before that, it's just progress. It's good, man.
Yeah, I don't think progress means what they think it means. I think in a lot of ways it's regression. Everything's backwards. It's clown world. Right. So the way that we've, you know, the way that we've done things for like thousands of years, like some of it really works really good. It's like undeniable how good it works. And then some of it, needs a little work still, right? But when people talk about like we need to do away with free speech because hate speech is, violence, it's like that's in the opposite direction, right? That's not progression at all.
I think you have to let the people speak whatever they want. Okay, they will create automatically some groups. Okay, if you don't like to hear it, don't hear it. If someone wants to be like that, they will find a way to be like that. And I think it's all good. But to speak, not to get silent and say, no, you will not speak. It's against the law. You cannot go out this time. It's against the law. No, you can not do this because it's against the law. This is not good. I think you will make people to do that if you say don't do that. It's like children. If you tell children don't do that, he wants to do it. Just be yourself. This is what I mean. Be yourself. Have fun. Have good friends. Have a girl if you want. Be alone if you want. Spend time with you. Read a book. Listen music. See a movie. Enjoy life. Life is life is experience. If you don't have an experience, you're already dead. Just you don't know it about. You just don't know it. If you're sitting in a room, if you don't do anything, and if you every time complain about things and don't like this, don't like the other things, I think you're dead. Walking dead. A man without dreams, without purpose, and without the meaning of life, it's dead. He's dead. In one way in another, all people must do something. Close the television. Close the TV. Not for movies, but for educating, or do the opposite what the TV set tells you. If they tell you don't eat fish. If they tell you don't go out, go out. I think it's a magic way to do every time the correct thing. Don't do what I tell you, and you will be always right. From my experience, I tell this.
Mic check.
There might be somebody here named Mike, but I don't know. I don't think so. Why do you
Damn it.
want to check? Why do you want to check Mike for?
Just see if I was connected still. Couldn't hear anyone talk.
You're talking now. What's up?
Not much. Trying to find that curve. You got some?
No, the elusive curve does not exist. The globe is non-existent thing. It exists only in men's minds, in my opinion, and women's, I guess.
Yeah. The lack of curve.
If we've got a ball with no curvature or that's in motion in 4 different directions, but we can't feel any of it, it's in the space that we can't prove. But other than that, it's obviously a globe. So there you go.
Yeah.
So you're one of those crazy globe deniers, huh? I've heard about people like you.
Yeah. Crazy.
If I was talking to you 7 years ago, I would legitimately call you crazy. But since
Yeah.
the last 6 years, since I actually honestly investigated it, this globe is bullshit, man. That's just my opinion. Others may differ.
I would probably do the same, bro.
Shit. So
But I'm
new to
happy.
the server, or you've been here before?
I've been here for a while.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome. Bro.
Thank you, bro.
Feel free to spark conversation amongst all these people here. There's plenty of knowledgeable people here. You happen to get one that's not real knowledgeable.
I usually just come and sit and listen, do other stuff. Meanwhile,
Fair enough.
I enjoy the conversations in here. It's like the best place to get some sanity.
I hear you, man. It's a little like a little oasis of sanity in a sea of madness, right?
Word.
Anybody else on the call, feel free to strike up a topic or play some music, whatever you want to do. We still need the curvature measurement of the Earth ball that everybody thinks they live on, the detection of Earth ball motion, and the existence of the Earth ball in the vacuum of space next to the gas pressure system with no barrier. Simple. Somebody come in and provide that, please. Thank you. We'll shut down the server.
I think it would be easy to prove the globe.
Yeah, if it existed, it would be real easy, wouldn't it? Just for example, go to any random 20-mile stretch of ocean and just show the 200-foot drop, where it curves away. Places like this wouldn't even exist if people could do that, which they can't do. So the globe doesn't exist. Prove me wrong.
I live by the ocean. I have about 20 kilometers to my neighboring country, which I can see every day. It's kind of in my face every day when I walk outside.
Well, see, the globular enthusiast would tell you that what you're seeing there is a mirage. Hello. Yes, ma'am. I see how everybody's going to be. You're going to get on the Discord and just sit there and not say nothing, aren't you? Haha. I didn't mean to cut off our convo there, SV, but I'm working at the same time. I got to mute sometime.
No worries, bro. No worries. I hear you. I've heard you talk a lot, Dave. Yeah, I've changed my name to I used to call myself Ganja Rambo.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember you.
Yeah,
Hopefully some of the things you've heard me say made some sense, I hope.
everything you say makes sense, bro. I never heard you say nothing nonsensical at all.
That's one thing I try to do is not make any claims that I can't back up. So you'll hardly ever hear me make any claims about anything. Except the globe being bullshit, so I back that one up.
I wish everyone could do that, man. Just stop making false claims.
Yeah, I mean,
Stop trying to prove their beliefs and religion. That would be really great.
yeah, if we all kind of stuck to what we can prove to each other, it'd be a lot easier place to live in, sure.
There's so much. I mean, the majority of people think they can get away, but without proofs, they think that saying something is proof. Saying NASA is proof. But NASA, but gravity. That's like proof to them.
Yeah, there's so many people, like you said, that just one word, gravity or attraction, that's proof to them. That's all they know.
Yeah, refraction. Of course, refraction. Forgot about that one. The Earth is a
How
ball.
does gravity work?
How does gravity work? Good question. What is gravity?
How does gravity work on a flat Earth, on a flat plane?
Which gravity are you talking about?
The one you go off the flat plane, it's just like.
I'm just gonna leave this unmuted.
Is it that funny? Which gravity are you talking about? Which fairy tale that they made up bullshit are you going with? Newton or Einstein?
Probably Einsteinian.
That's the new hotness, so that would be a good choice.
I would just say that it doesn't work on a flat Earth. There's no need for it. Gravity is kind of an idea that you need to keep things on a spinning ball, right? Because in reality, if you have a circular motion, then things will tend to move away from the center of rotation. So if you have the Earth as a spinning ball, then you need something like gravity to keep it all together.
Isn't gravity like an explanation for an observation, a cause?
It's kind of like a post hoc shit, yeah.
Yeah. So what's gravity, man? Callum.
No. Oh no. Can I ask you guys to upload something for me?
No.
I've got a model that I would like one of you to proofread for me. It shows the curvature of the Earth using mathematics and formula with exact measurements. I would quite like for you to upload it and for some people to have a look, if that would be all right. I work quite hard on it. It's even got a Microsoft Paint image in it as well.
Is it just a cartoon or is it direct measurement?
Direct measurement.
Is it still based on Eratosthenes?
Nope, not at all.
Interesting.
I guess you could DM it to somebody. I'm driving. It can't be me.
Yeah, that's fair enough. You're driving. Anybody else I could DM it to?
And then they'll decide if it's worth posting or not.
Yep. Yeah. Who can I upload it to?
Can anybody take his DM for a curvature measurement right now? This could be the end of the search.
Go
Finally
on
found the
then.
person.
I'll bite.
Old dude's
Send
gonna,
it to my DMs, Callum. I'll bite. Go on.
old dude's gonna take.
Well, is that the old look a new toy guy, right?
Yes, mate. Yeah. Send it to me. I'll bite. Go on then. Is it a direct measurement that is built? This calculation is built upon.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Give
Okay.
me 10 minutes. I'm on 4G. I'll message it to you when I get home. I'll be back in a minute.
And we've only been waiting
Yeah, okay.
6 or 7 years. Another 10 minutes, no big deal.
That is going to be an excellent proof. He said he even spent some time in Paint.
Oh, Microsoft Paint. It's got to be real. Can't wait for that one, can y'all?
Those are the best ones, to be fair, like the little MS Paint thingies they try to make. It's hilarious.
So he described it as a calculation of a direct measurement. So I'm just curious what he thinks he has. I'm sure it's not anything. But I could be wrong.
Sounded trollish. His mates were laughing in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nerves. That's just nerves. They're only young. And if he's put a night's work into this and he's used MS Paint or whatever, well, he's given it a bit of a crack. In actual fact, a way more than an awful lot of others that come in here and just say stuff. I'm thinking this kid's had a real try at it. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. Good on him
Yeah, that's
in a sense.
a good
But
way
yeah,
to look at it all
it's
day. At
nerves.
least he made an effort, right? At least he put in some time.
Yeah, and hey, if he's drawn as a picture of Rick Astley, guys, I'm still going to post it. I don't care. Good on
Never
him for
gonna give
effort, like.
you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around. Such you. Y'all just got Rick rolled by somebody that can't sing. That's the ultimate Rick roll right there.
Sounded okay from here, big fella.
Anybody else new on here? I can't look at the list right now. Feel free to speak up.
The glob is dead.
And it was Copernicus who killed him.
Just sent it to you, my guy. You can read through it and then post it for me. That would be great.
Yep, no problem. Thanks for the work, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for putting in for some effort, Callum. Good job.
It's gotta be good.
At long last, we finally have an Earth curvature measurement. I can't wait.
We're shutting down the server today, guys.
How did I do that? I just sent it to myself, didn't I? How on earth did I do that? Hang on.
Don't be mishandling those legitimate Earth curvature measurements now all day. Be careful now.
Yay, finally. Thank God for old age. That's a lot of work, young man. Well done. I don't know if it's right or not, but well done. Commendable on the work, sir. Very well done to you and your friends.
So it's legit. We can shut the server down now.
Well, I don't know, bro. It's actually a PDF. There's a lot of work in here. We're going to have to go through this.
Oh my God.
I'm a little bit skeptic of downloading stuff, especially from unidentified globers.
Yeah.
Can't you
Can't say
like
I've been all the way through it. Yeah.
post?
I can't guarantee your safety. Put it like that. But hey, I've been through it. I haven't seen anything yet.
Well, I just got done reading it. Pretty hilarious. It's literally, giving the curvature math. Let's assume the radius, let's assume the sphere, and then this is like the tangent, blah blah blah, horizon, radius, generic horizon formula, distance to horizon, and then he says, well, this clearly shows that when Earth is observed 2 meters above its surface, then the farthest possible point that the horizon can be seen is about 5 kilometers away, which, is correct. That's the globe math. Cool. And then it says, therefore, scientific observations perfectly match up with the Earth being spherical. But where's the observation? There isn't one. There's no observation. It's literally just the math for the curvature, right? And then we have observations of 2 meters where the horizon's further. That's the problem. It's like, dude, get in here.
He ran away again.
You're up to scratch, Callum. You're up to scratch with where we are. That's where the geometric horizon of the globe Earth, according to the math, should be. But our observations, like the Black Swan and other ones, have shown it past that. Perhaps you haven't realised that. We've actually done the math side of it. Well done for confirming it's correct in that regard, but it doesn't stand as correct when applied to the reality.
Yeah, sorry, did I just cut you off mid-sentence? Sorry about that, buddy.
At least you're up to speed on what the globe claims where it should be. Good job.
Yeah, no, that's my workings. That's my personal, my mate's personal workings. Sorry, I work through it with him.
I kind of responded to it a minute ago, but let me just go through it again. Like, this is basically the math to calculate what the horizon distance should be for the radius of the Earth, right?
Yes. So
but but hold on. I wasn't finished yet. So we have the math for that. We already knew that, right? That's basically what you find when you Google Earth curvature calculator. You'll find this exact math. The problem is that when you say that therefore this math proves that the observations perfectly match up, because we have observations where we're 2 meters above the surface or no less or whatever height, where the horizon's not at that location or much further in that location, right?
See,
So
I don't think
the problem is where is the observation that supports this?
So I gave you the observations earlier.
No, it's not an no. Hold on. There's literally no observation here. This is all math, dude.
Yeah, I was told to bring in the maths. I gave them the observations.
Well, we
earlier.
already know the math. We
No,
would have to find the observation that goes along with that, right? That shows you that from 2 meters the horizon is at that 5 kilometers.
Yes, so
you have that observation, or do you just have the math that tells us it should be there?
What happened was earlier, I gave them the observations. They asked me for the maths, so I gave them the maths and the proof behind the maths.
So what was the observation?
The observation was that at sea level, if I stand at sea level, 2 meters above it, with where my eyes are because I'm 6 foot, I can see exactly pretty much 5 kilometers. Yeah.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because I saw a ship that went out 5 kilometers. Yes, I got a message from said ship when it reached 5 kilometers from shore. And it passed that point and I no longer was able to see it. I then got out a very good pair of binoculars, looked through them, and there was still no ship in the exact same spot. He said he was 8 kilometers out. So there's your proof, there's your observation. Good.
So you made one observation. Oh my god, he left again.
Was anything documented, or like where was it? What was the distance? Where? Location?
I don't know if he dropped out, but he left again.
All he did was tell a story. He doesn't have any video or anything, does he? Nice story, Callum. He left again. Surprise, surprise.
I have a hit and run now, dude.
I need to thank him for highlighting one of the main points we make here. That's where the globe horizon should be if it existed. Now give us the observations where it's consistently there. Good luck with that.
It's also the problem, like he only has that one observation from the sound of it. You'd have to do it on like different days.
Exactly.
Then you should get the same result. Like this is the whole point that they make with the black swan, right? Oh, look, on a different day the horizon is. That's the point, right?
Yeah, it's optical horizon. It's not a physical horizon like it should be on their globe, right?
Is there any new people in here? Anybody with any questions pertaining to the shape of the Earth?
And the numpties are spiraling in the lobby right now.
Can they come in and play?
I wanted to say the lobby is so active.
The numpties are spiraling in the lobby.
Yeah.
I don't suppose we could let one out to play, put them back when we're done, right?
I don't know what these people are on, but
They're
I
on
need some of that
cartoon.
stuff too. I need some of that stuff too. Like, it's like they can't understand two words in a phrase.
The mass hypnosis leads to mass psychosis. Better unsubscribe or you get mass thrombosis. So get me get. I heard you in a second ago. I'll send you something.
What did you hear?
I heard your voice, so I'm gonna send you something. The New York Times telling the the UK Times telling the government to shut up. Check that out. That's funny.
I'll check.
I don't care who you are.
Ouchie. Ouchie, ouchie.
Too much data. Can you imagine a news agency telling the government, shh, it's supposed to be secrets? The irony of how that works, right?
Yeah. The UK government is providing material for conspiracy theorists around the world. It knows.
I mean, in the newspaper company is supposed to be like, tell me more, right? But they're like, shh, big finger on the lips, cover one eye.
Man, I saw a video with a woman. She was a laboratory doctor, scientist, researcher into these jabs or, ouchie, ouchie. And she said she put that stuff on the microscope and she saw, like, when the solution was cooling down, there was forming all sorts of particles and changing colors. She said she never saw anything like that, but it looks like nanotechnology for her, you know? Yeah. But yeah, let's change the subject because this is, yeah.
Can you imagine if, flat earthers were like, don't talk about it, right? Like, let's not talk about it. Like, you'd be
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, I see what's going on. They got nothing, right? They got nothing, But flat earthers are like, the opposite. We're like, show us what you got. Give me your best evidence. Please take our platform and provide evidence for the globe.
Yeah. Man, my parents took it, and yeah, they're advising me, and I'm like, no, I don't need anything like that. All I need is my job, my peace of mind, I wake up, I go to shopping, I go to work, I come home, I shower, I enjoy some time in here, in Discord. Yeah. I don't
I
need
just think everybody
anything
needs to mind
special.
their own business,
Yeah.
Like, back in the day, it would be weird if, someone talked about, like, what they do with their partner, right, when they're alone. And nowadays, it's like Facebook material. It's like, people don't understand. Public and private don't mix, right?
Yeah.
So, if I talk about something that I'm doing in my private life, right? Like, okay, I've talked about that I got skills with masseuse skills, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's like really nobody's business, right? It doesn't really pertain to the conversation. Who gives a
Yeah.
fuck that I can rub backs and feet and hands and pop joints and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really
What are
matter.
we talking about? Sorry, I just joined. Are we talking about like fetishes and stuff? What are we talking
No,
about?
bro. No, absolutely
No,
not. No.
Oh, sorry,
why
We're
sorry.
talking
would
about
I
public and private.
why do
Sorry.
I have to stab my arm if it doesn't hurt me?
Oh, wait. We're talking about how. Sorry, can you explain? Sorry, I literally just joined. I just want to know
Okay,
what topic we're on.
public and private. Do you know the difference between public and private?
Yeah, so a private means like when you're at home in your room, and in public
Exactly.
means where you're walking around in public with all other races and other people.
Exactly. And they don't mix. Like, you can get dressed in your room, in your bathroom, right? You can get undressed. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But in public, you can't do that, right?
No.
Yeah.
Sadly not.
So public and private don't mix, right?
Yeah. True, yeah. A lot of that's right.
Unless
And
the other people accept also these things, because there are also beads from nudism. They're all naked. They're all together. They just agree together for one thing.
sorry, Scylla, what were you saying? I heard like naked and that's about it from what you just said, mate. Sorry.
I mean, if you go to the nudism beads, they're all naked. They're public, but it's all arranged because they also
Those are
agree.
private beaches.
It's called private if you go with 100 people or 1,000 people.
I'm confused.
So
Why?
So I don't know about your countries, right? I don't know anything about it, but in my country, Texas, If you have a nude beach, it
What,
has to be
Texas
a
is a
private
country?
beach. Yeah, you
Okay,
never
if you
heard of the
say
Republic of
Wait.
Texas? The state of
Oh,
if you
Texas?
say it's a
It's kind of a
private
lot like the
town
state of
also,
Israel, but it's a little different.
I love
you can
Israel,
say
bro.
private town also. If you name it a private town, everybody can walks naked there or have something. I think it's like something do you agree with other people.
Why nudist speech? Why are they even a thing? Like, I don't understand them at all.
Nude beaches?
Yeah, why are they
Why
even
are
a
they a
thing?
thing?
Yeah.
Because people know that they need to get sunlight to parts of their body that you normally can't. It's actually probably healthy. I wouldn't say that it should be done in a community fashion, but you should find ways to get sunlight to your nether region.
Yeah, they recommend getting sunlight on your parts of your body. It makes vitamin D and stuff, you know. So
Wait, so if you expose like your balls to the sun, you'll get the vitamin D.
yeah, they say
Look,
that.
look, bro.
The doctors.
Vitamin D is responsible for 300 processes in your body.
Oh, that's pretty cool, man. I'm gonna start doing that. Thank you.
But it's not much, actually. Yeah.
Hey, if you go
So,
to jail, bro, you didn't get no legal advice from me.
So, Bo Quinn, I
Yeah.
would assume you're a globe earther, yeah?
no, why? I had literally about a 2-hour conversation with Silo and so many with the truth flat Earth. So why are you suddenly pulling that out?
Oh, it was just
My
it was
friend?
just a question. It was an innocent question.
Well, you're assuming something which you don't even know a single thing about me. So it's just a bit,
You don't
like,
have to get offended, bro. I was just asking.
all right.
Just
Well,
just real quickly, he had a conversation with Golden Lemur and myself,
yeah.
and he's a bit condescending and a bit trolly. He's a kid, 17 years old, and we're still
No,
not sure about him. Just FYI.
Yeah,
sorry.
bro. You
I'm
don't have to
sorry.
get feelings hurt over
Yeah, I mean, it's because I mean, I was talking to Lima when Truth wasn't in the call, and he said apparently I said something which was offensive. I just misunderstood something, but he wasn't offended. It's only Truth which is offended for some reason. Yes,
Okay,
just to point that out.
we can go over that, but can you seriously talk about
Yeah. So,
this? I mean, you're not a flat earther because I don't think you know the arguments, correct?
well, okay. So there's different levels to being a flat earther, right? There's people who
Yeah.
know loads about flat Earth, and there's other people who believe in the idea of it. Now, I'd say I believe in the idea of the flat Earth because I don't think I'm in the position to like have like a full-on
Well, you see,
debate with a globe
this
earther.
is how we actually get it when we talk to people because they say it's a belief, you know. And for us, it's not a belief system. It
Yeah,
is actually what we can empirically measure and know for a fact.
yeah,
Yeah. Um, when you say like the sun is 93 million miles away, can you
yeah.
point me to the person that walked and measured with a ruler all that distance?
No, I couldn't give you that. Sorry.
You can't. Yeah. So, but because everybody else believes that when NASA is telling them, it's a general consensus. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, do I have to believe that story by default blindly?
yeah.
Yeah.
There's no. You
That's
only
what we are
believe which
doing.
has
We are questioning.
facts.
And
You know what I mean?
we are okay, we are okay to have questions which we don't have an answer for them,
Yeah,
but we are not okay to have answers to some questions which you cannot question those answers, you know?
Because science is never settled, right?
Yeah,
it's always changing. Yeah,
yeah. And to be science, something to be scientific, It has to go by the scientific method. You
Yeah.
know? So, and for example, we're talking about the shape of the world. They tell us it's a globe. It has a radius.
Yeah.
And the globe, sphere, is a shape. Some come up and say it's not a perfect sphere, it's ellipsoid or oblate or whatever, but it's still a ball-like.
Yeah.
And you have a radius. It's not equal everywhere, but
Yeah.
it does have a radius. Some places it's smaller, some places it's bigger. Okay, but where it's bigger, we have lower our curvature. Where it's smaller, we have a much
Higher arc curvature.
higher
Yeah.
arc
Yeah.
curvature.
Yeah.
So the curvature drop rate would be uh, increasing exponentially or decreasing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But these things we should be able to measure
Yeah. We sure.
geometrically, and we can't. I mean, the radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles, tells us that we should have a 8-inch per mile square drop rate.
Yeah.
And according to the sphere, this drop rate increases exponentially with distance. It doesn't just double, like every mile you go, you add another 8 inches. No, it
Yeah.
increases exponentially.
Yeah.
So
Just a
this
quick
means that
question. Get
yeah, go ahead,
What is your
ask.
name? What is your name? Just so. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is here Get Beget, Jet Beget, or Alex. How do you prefer?
I'll call you Alex.
Okay.
My name's just my username is Boquin. It's the same as in real life.
Okay, cool. Bokin. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Alex.
Yeah.
So
Was
where was
this
we?
the question or yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
that was just a question. Sorry.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, I got a question for you. So we told you that they tell you how far the sun away, right? And you can also Google the mass of the sun. But what about the Earth? A lot of people don't want to talk about the Earth. How about the radius? Can you Google the radius for me or search it on your favorite search engine?
Yeah, it's like 6 point something thousand kilograms or something.
Okay, so you've been in here before.
Kilometers.
Kilometers, sorry.
59.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, so you've been in here before. So have you ever went to an Earth curve calculator?
Yeah.
So you know that if you type in 1 foot observer height, you get 1.225
0.2.
miles
Yeah. Yep.
to the horizon.
Yes.
So it's definitely measurable then, right?
I guess so.
The Earth is definitely measurable if the horizon should be 1.2 miles away.
Well, the horizon is
So
measurable.
1.25 mile away, yeah, at 1 foot observer height, the horizon is 1.25 miles away, right? And you can manipulate the observer height to get further distances, right? But that
Yeah,
should be very measurable.
I've seen the example of oil rigs being 9 miles out, and you can still be able to see them,
Right,
even though it's meant
exactly.
to. The horizon is meant to go down by like 1.2 miles. Yeah, I've seen the examples. Yeah.
Right. So my question to you is, why do people always come in here with Eratosthenes telling people to measure the shadow of a stick, and they claim that somehow that correlates to the size and shape of the Earth? Does that make sense to you?
No.
So if you go to a shoe store, do they measure your forehead?
No, I don't think they do. It's only if you're buying a
What
bandana or something like that.
Right. What do they measure in a shoe store?
Like your feet.
Now, why do they
Yeah.
measure your feet directly?
What? Sorry, what did you say?
Why do they measure your feet directly?
Because they want to find some shoes which fit you good and not tiny ones or really big ones.
Exactly. They want precise measurements. Now, why
Yeah.
is it that if you go to Gem Panda server or another Globe server, they'll tell you to look at the stars, look at the southern star trails. They'll tell you to look at the lunar eclipse.
I got one word for that.
Right? They'll tell you to.
Because they have
What's
a bone
that?
in the brain. They're not real. Fake.
Well, I
They're
call
not
it
real.
obfuscation.
Yeah. This is the only true flat Earth server. Many other ones are just run by people who have a slight bone in their brain, and they're not true. And this one is run by very factual people. And I've heard that there's some some scientists coming to here, like real, like apparently supposed real scientists coming here.
Yeah.
Did you manage to like convert them?
No, we don't convert people here.
No,
All,
we
all
don't
we do
try
is
to
offer
convert
people
them.
the ability to think for themselves.
Yeah, instead of listening to the government and NASA and all the other idiots.
Yeah, you see, we are civilians, ordinary people, vast majority of us, and we are not paid to do this, and we don't have an agenda. We don't follow any narrative or agenda. What we put an accent on is being empirically correct. Facts,
Yeah,
truth,
facts only.
yeah, and science. Yeah,
We can always,
we love science.
yeah,
Vast majority of us, well, everybody here, all
we
the
can
flat earthers.
we can always look at conspiracy theories, but we can always think about those. But the thing
Yeah,
which you need to be telling people is actual facts.
yeah. Heliocentrism actually is a religion based on blind belief. It's a belief system.
Yeah.
They make outrageous claims about. They look at the sky and they make all these wild claims and
Yeah.
speculations. But nobody has
What do they
been
believe it as
there,
facts as well?
measured. Sorry?
Do the people who make these wild claims believe it as facts? Like they think.
Well, there is, for example, a famous astrophysicist called Mikio Kaku, if you
Yeah.
know him. Yeah.
I haven't heard. I've heard of the
Yeah.
usuals, but not him.
Michio Kaku. And he is saying he's a famous astrophysicist. He's been on Discovery Channel, National Geographic, all these famous mainstream channels,
Yeah.
And he said that in his field of study, astrophysics,
Yeah.
they like he's saying in science, when you are off by a factor of 1, 2, or 3,
Yeah.
It's a very big problem.
Yeah.
Like,
Very big.
yeah, they start quickly questioning where are they wrong, what are they don't understanding, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But he says that in astrophysics, they are off by a factor of 10 to the 120. And that is,
We're off by a
yeah,
factor of 10 to the 120.
Oh, yeah. That's a very
that
big
is a
number.
huge mismatch.
Theory and
Yeah,
experiment in the history of
Unbelievable.
science.
yeah. So, what he's saying is actually that these people, they are looking at the stars and they are making fortune telling. It's just like these witches that you show them your hand and they do your future. They do a palm reading, and they foretell your future.
What
That's
witches?
what they are doing.
What witches?
Yeah.
Palm readers.
Yeah.
You never heard of a palm reader?
Yeah.
Sorry?
You never
Jehovah's
heard of
Witness people, Jehovah's Witnesses.
I don't know if Jehovah's Witnesses read palms, but you never seen a palm reader.
Is it the people who can like read your mind and stuff like that?
No, they read your palm.
What's your palm like?
They look at the lines on your palm.
Psychic.
Yeah. And
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
they say that they can read your future based on the
How is that even
lines
possible? You
on
can't
your
do that
hand.
from someone's hand.
That's very crazy. Yeah, indeed.
Are they real people, or are they just like crazy people who are looking to
Yeah,
just
look it
scam
up.
people?
There's palm
Yeah.
readers, there's face readers, there's all sorts of people who think
What?
they can
What?
do all sorts
Wait,
of
hold on.
things.
What do the face readers like
Now
forehead wrinkles? Do they read them?
face readers might be a little more scientific than the palm readers. Because think about it. If you
Dude,
make
the face reading stuff.
yeah, it's pretty
Go
legit.
on, Hank.
I can read someone's face if they're in a bad mood or in the sad. Is that kind of the thing?
No, it's kind of like this. If you make a microaggression of grief because you lost your oldest child at childbirth for 20 years,
I'm only
not
17.
microaggression. I meant to say micro expression. So you make that grief thing over and over and over again, you're going to have lines on your face after 20 years.
Also wrinkles, like forehead wrinkle.
Yeah, each line has a different meaning.
What about my forehead wrinkle? What does that mean?
Between your eyebrows.
I don't
Yes,
know,
that's true. In
I'm
between
not
your
a face
eyebrows,
reader.
though, if you, like you said, if you have
Like
pent
a
up
unibrow.
grief side, I've read a book on it, and no, that the unibrow means that you think all the time. Like you don't stop thinking. Your brain is always racing. Some people pluck their unibrow, and it helps them sleep at night.
What? I don't have no unibrow, and I don't understand.
Look up a book on it.
Do you have a unibrow?
Anyone just see the lobby?
Well,
Yeah,
what's
can we get
happening?
back to
What's
topic?
happening? What's happening at the
I
lobby?
missed it. So there was at least 20 accounts, okay? And they all spammed the same damn thing over
what?
and over and over again.
Oh.
So I just banned every single one. You can see a couple of them in
What
there.
absolute idiots? What?
It's
Actually
just retarded that they think they can get away with it, but it's stupid. That we
You just
just
have
ban them and they're
retardation.
done.
Thank
Have
you,
retardation,
MJ.
man.
It's amazing. Come back, please, trolls. Come back. I want to ban some more. Please come back. You've not done enough to show how much you control flat Earth. You've
Yeah.
not done enough. Fucking morons.
So, honestly, people who come here just to troll other people and like try and get a little laugh, you know what I mean? It's just so stupid and sad.
Is that a projection or?
Intellectually dishonest. Yeah.
What does projection mean? Like, what do you mean?
So when Neil deGrasse Tyson said that humans are just vials of fecal matter, obviously he was wrong. He was projecting. So he's really full of shit, and everyone else has actually got stomach
What is this guy
acid.
saying I'm
and
full
they're-
of shit?
Who just
Well,
said
no.
that we
bro.
are projecting?
Why do you think
You guys are
that?
misunderstanding.
You think flat earthers are projecting?
No, this person, I don't know
Okay,
about.
I was just like twisted.
No, Jeff, I said that. I'm talking about him. He's like, well, isn't it odd how these people come in and troll while he's in here trolling? Like, dude, come on.
It's like you don't understand something always. It's something like you're new here in the world.
Yeah.
Why is that?
So, Joaquin,
I don't want to. Yeah, sorry.
an
Go on.
advice. You are new. Obviously,
Yeah.
you are quite new to the flat Earth knowledge.
Well, I've been in it for a year. It's just I'm very new to talking to people about it, so I'm just very curious and asking questions and
Yeah.
trying to understand.
Okay.
better.
Then this means you already saw some videos about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some like short clips and like
Yeah.
all from
Yeah,
all different types of
cool.
stuff. Yeah.
And you see, there are many arguments and stuff,
Yeah.
and the best stuff you can find it all in here in this server.
Yeah, I've
And
realized that. I've tried
you
joining many
will
other ones, but
find,
a lot of them are just
yeah,
full of
you
shit,
will
basically.
find the trained people here
Yeah.
capable to guide you into arming yourself with knowledge.
Yeah.
Like logical fallacies, all sorts of
Biases.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm very grateful for it all.
So
Fuck's sake.
take your
Sorry.
time, and yeah, I'm okay for you to get a role like something as a beginner,
I don't think
intellectually
he's.
honest. Yeah.
I don't know if he's ready for a role. There's people in here that still think he's a troll.
Hey.
He looks like he'd stand anything.
I like
It's every-
to. I'm sorry. I like to talk to these people, and where are they saying all this?
Yeah.
Who's saying I'm a troll? Who's saying that?
Okay, I'll ask you the three questions, right? What's your best evidence, or what was it that did it for you that made you go, huh, like that's really good evidence for the Earth being flat?
Well, so I was talking to this woman earlier today, and we're just talking about different stuff, and she can back me up, right? And I was just talking about how on the so-called the ISS, how just weird like stuff happening. So on the live streams, a lot of like you can kind of see like a green screen in the background on some of it, and I was talking to I think he isn't here anymore, Lima. How they have fresh food, like fresh fruit and stuff, on this space station when it takes, well, from NASA's knowledge and what they put out, it takes days for stuff to get up there. Obviously, it takes a lot of resources, and also just when they like just playing around with random stuff on the live streams, sometimes you can literally just see it just like that in one place. So it's mostly stemmed from the fact that the NASA lying, and eventually from there I just went to go and look at like stuff about the flat Earth and stuff. So it's mostly just from lying, and I also looked into stuff outside of the flat Earth, like the government lying about other stuff. And if you really think about it, why would the it's like people ask the question, why would they lie? Like, why would they not lie about it? They're earning so much money and from lying, and it's so much more cost efficient than actually doing it. If you get me, like it's so easy to fake stuff about the Earth. Like I think I've seen this example of like these flat earthers having a discussion, and it's just so easy. You can literally do it yourself. Like make a fake version of it. You don't even need to use CGI anymore. It's so simple to fake like a video from space. You know what I mean? And think about how much budget they have. Like they have millions, and if you can do it from home by faking it, then they can easily do it 100 times better from how much money they've got.
Well, that's true. I mean, there's so many YouTubers nowadays which use a green screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, in their videos, and you can see that they are using fake backgrounds, but in the live stream he's making, it looks like he's
Yo, can
behind this
someone explain
fancy
to
stuff.
me Elon Musk's live stream?
Which
I'm
one?
just curious.
Which one?
What about Elon Musk live stream?
The car from orbit.
Okay, what about it?
Why is it fake?
Real because it looks so fake.
Why is it fake? Well, let's put it to a test. They say that car is in the vacuum of space, right? It's literally in space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. NASA's vacuum of space, they say it's a pressure of 10 to the minus 17 torr. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, the air we breathe is about 14 psi. Do you know the magnitude differential between 14 psi and 10 to the minus 17 torr?
Yeah, but you're mistaking absolute pressure and differential pressure.
No,
I think
one
you think they're
moment,
the
one
same thing.
moment,
Oh,
one moment.
is this
Yeah,
a globe
one
earther or
moment.
something?
You see, that car, they said, it came out from the factory line. It's a standard car, and it has car tires on it, inflated.
Yeah. But dude, so
Yeah.
the burst
If
pressure
it's
of
standard, if
Which material is that
if it's a
tire?
standard car tire, then it has to be inflated with about 2.5 bar air pressure.
yeah, but you don't know how pressure works.
Well,
And
tell
you
us, how
have
does it
that,
work?
and you
Yeah,
have that
I will.
next
So
to 10 to the minus
if you
17.
if you let me speak for a little bit,
Okay, go ahead.
absolute pressure is pressure relative to a total vacuum, and differential pressure is a measurement of the difference between 2 points. And I think what you're doing is conflating absolute pressure and differential pressure.
No.
So when an item is designed to hold pressure,
Okay,
it is
do you have to
designed
have
based on.
a container for pressure? Do you have to have a container for pressure?
So you know how I said, can you
Do
let me
you
speak?
have to have? It's a yes or no question. Do you have to have a
Answer him.
container? Then there
I
is a
didn't say
container of Earth that you cannot get out of. Sorry.
Yeah, but that's
Exactly.
because of gravity,
Mic
my
drop.
guy.
Mic drop. Mic drop.
No, gravity holds the
You are
atmosphere.
retarded.
No, I'm trying to
You
talk.
are retarded.
Changing the topic because
No,
you
I'm
can't.
not going to let you talk because we're talking right now. You
We're
just want to
talking.
tell us your little story, okay?
Yeah.
But I want to make sure that you understand. What you're saying is that a container can open up and be free with gas pressure. You moron.
The
What
Earth
a
is a
moron.
closed
This guy.
system.
No,
This guy, honestly, at the bottom of
Okay,
the
let me
brain.
tell you about how. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me tell you how reality actually works. If you have a
Can
propane
I
tank,
finish my
hold on,
explanation
bro.
of pressure?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. If you have a propane tank at 250 psi and you open the nozzle, it's going to spew out till it reaches equilibrium on the
Exactly.
surface of the Earth,
Exactly.
defying gravity, right? Because the pressure doesn't give a shit about your theories of the bending and warping of space time.
Gravity is so weak, remember?
The pressure is going to press out until
Okay,
it reaches
dude.
equilibrium at the
Gravity is
surface
so
of the
weak,
Earth where the gravity is the strongest.
This is not what we're talking about. This is what I said earlier.
You said
Stop your
gravity.
bullshit, man.
Wait a minute. Stop. Answer this
Holy
question.
shit, don't get.
Did you say gravity, sir?
He did.
Did you say gravity?
This is what I said earlier. As soon as the
I'm
discussion.
not going to let you talk unless you answer our questions. Okay?
Exactly.
We're
Answer
not
our
going to let you
questions, you
speak
silly
in here and
Did you
teach
say
us
gravity?
your bullshit. Okay?
Did
We're not going to
you
let it
invoke-
stop. We're not going to let it. We're not going to let it, guys.
Nope.
We cannot let them have an inch.
Nope.
Okay?
Did you invoke gravity, sir, and then say we're not talking about gravity?
An inch.
Oh, wait, I got sub muted. I thought.
Yeah, you were
answer
server
the
muted because
question.
we're not going to listen to you talk about your bullshit.
Isn't that?
Did you
Isn't
invoke
that
gravity?
indicating that you're like a little bit scared of.
No, we're not scared. You're just scared to answer
Right,
our
listen,
questions.
can I just say this guy's just waffling. He keeps saying how we're so scared, but doesn't
Amazing.
actually say anything.
It's
apart
amazing
from
that they think that they can just do this to us, but we have all the questions for them.
Yeah.
So, sir, I'm going to ask you again. Did you invoke gravity and then the very next sentence say we're not talking about gravity?
We're not talking about gravity, though. I talked about
Why did
something
you bring it up?
that wasn't gravity, and you guys didn't know how to answer, so you're like, well,
You
gravity.
just said the
Like,
gas
I'm not
pressure
talking. You guys were
is
saying
in
that
our
the Tesla
Earth
live stream
because
was
of
impossible because the
gravity.
tires would
That's
explode.
what
I'm just
you
explaining.
said.
I'm just
No,
explaining for the specific.
I'm not going to listen
No,
to your
no.
explanation. Server muted. You can't be talking. Sorry. We are here and we understand the whole logic that you are stating. Okay? Because we were there in your shoes saying the same fucking shit. So guess what? We're not going to let you have an inch. Okay?
Nope.
You're going to answer our questions. not us answering yours. Okay? Your server muted
You
until
come to our
you can
territory
actually
over here.
make sense with us.
Yes, but
Hear me
Mod
out.
Justin, sorry, please. I started this talk with him
I know,
about
but once he invokes
Tesla's car
gravity and
tires.
then says it's not
Yeah,
gravity,
I know,
that is
I know.
100% end of story muted.
Listen,
But I wanted to ask him a question, though, in regards to this
I'm
subject. I
just
was
not going to let him
talking
have
to
an
him.
inch today, dude. No inches. Okay,
Okay,
it's bullshit
okay,
that they can't see what they're doing.
no
the
problem.
thing is, he keeps going on about like, "Oh, I was so wrong," and then he keeps saying the exact same thing though. You not actually explain why we're wrong. He just keeps, "Oh, you're so wrong," and he has no evidence to back up what he's saying.
Yeah. What I wanted to tell him is actually
Hear me out. Hear
that
me out. What do you guys think is holding us to the ground? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you
Nothing's
think is
keeping
holding
you
us to the
down.
ground?
Nothing's holding you, bro.
you don't know what is holding us down to the
There is no
ground,
space.
and you don't get to learn that.
What is holding
even
you
Why do
down?
in
you,
MIT
My
University.
legs?
You don't
why
get
do
to
you need
learn
to be
that.
held down?
Legs? Yeah, I know.
Legs? Is it legs enough?
Yeah. My legs
So,
keeping me on my ground.
so if
Is that okay?
Exactly.
Yeah, I just want to point out to all the new debaters, right? If you don't want to talk about dark gravity, dark matter, or gravity,
God.
don't bring it up, right? Because if you bring it up, I'm going to say, what's that? Right?
We
And we're
don't
going to
even
have a
want to talk
conversation.
about it after they bring it up, Hank. All the time.
And then they accuse us of weaseling. That's not what I'm talking about. I didn't say gravity. Like, who else said it? You think a flat earther brought it up?
Yeah, no,
We ain't
we don't
invoking no
bring up
fucking
gravity
gravity.
here. Gravity's not a thing here because we have a container of Earth. Yeah.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Closed system. We cannot
Guys,
leave
Yes,
the Earth.
all them gravity heads. What happens when you drop a helium balloon?
you can't drop it. You release it and it will rise.
You release a helium balloon.
That's a loaded question fallacy. My bad. What happens when you release a hydrogen balloon?
It will rise.
Oh shit.
No. It rises, but if you turn around, that means that it's falling down.
Okay, so for all the Globers, this one's important. What happens when you release an anvil made of steel?
Oh, it will fall down.
Into a pool of mercury. What happens when it falls into a pool of mercury, globetards?
It
Hey,
will
wait, I can
float
show you that picture
on
too.
the mercury.
That picture's the best
It'll
one.
float? What about
Here's that
gravity?
picture. Here's that anvil right there floating.
What about gravity, guys?
Well,
Gravity is so
has
powerful.
no
It's just going to
requirement.
take it
Forget about
down.
gravity. If it's not floating.
Hold on.
What just
I'm
happened?
still stuck on the question.
I'm not the coward. You're just not answering our questions.
Wait, hold on. Hey, Justin. What is holding us down, though? I can't get over that.
I'm actually
Who
interested
is
to see what he
holding
has to
me
say.
down?
No,
His
you
body
are
is holding
scared to
us
answer
down.
our questions. Thanks.
Should we
His
give him
body-
one more chance to answer the question? If he doesn't, we just
If
mute
he
him.
starts going off, okay. If he starts going off, that's it.
I would like to answer the question that was asked by the guy that was talking to me earlier
You're
about
nice.
tire pressure.
Great.
Regardless of anything else,
Go ahead.
that's what
Go
I
ahead.
was answering.
That's great.
What I
But
was
if you
saying
invoke
is because
gravity one more time, you have to tell us about it. Okay?
what I was saying was absolute pressure
Yeah, I can laugh too.
Come on.
is different to differential pressure.
You are using gravity.
So when an item is designed to hold pressure, it's designed based on the differential pressure. So for tires used on Earth, if you put the tire inside a pressure,
Wait a second. Breathe now. Which one of these pressure, what you're saying, it's without container?
Guys, I want to address what he's got to say, but I got to hear it first.
Yeah, guys.
So
I was willing to finish my question to him.
A tire has a burst pressure of 200 psi, and the burst, like the atmospheric pressure,
He won't
not the
answer anything.
differential
He won't
pressure
listen. He'll
of
just talk over us.
60
That's
psi.
all he
Can we
wants
get
to
some
do.
moderation in the room? Literal chaos, guys. One at a time, please.
We can convert between differential pressure and atmospheric
He won't listen
pressure.
at all. He doesn't listen at all, guys. Nothing.
You guys aren't listening to me.
We don't need to listen to you, you idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
You're in
Yeah.
here.
You're an
You're a fucking moron.
This guy.
We have learned everything that you have learned, you motherfucking moron. You are challenged. You have not listened to anything we say. You don't even know what we fucking know. You just think we're dumb. You're a fucking moron. That's why you think we're dumb.
So you have this absolute pressure, right, which is probably going to be about 35 psi, right? And that's plus 14.7 if it was done near the ocean, right? So I get what you mean by relative pressure. So it's not actually 35. It's probably a little closer to 60, right? So 60 psi in this tire, and then it gets launched into a near perfect vacuum. Now, all that pressure on Earth that was pressing down on the tire is no longer there. So the tire is going to blow up like a balloon, even though there's no more added volume inside. But it's the lack of pressure from the outside which causes the volume to increase. Now, tires are made of. Hold on,
what
bro.
if the
Hold
tire
on.
wasn't actually
Hold on, bro.
enclosed?
Hold on, bro.
Oh, stop. Hey,
on,
listen. Let me speak, man. Let me speak.
Yeah. So the tire is full of all sorts of metal and things, right? And as that metal starts to stretch out, it's going to release its tension, and then that rubber is going to start acting like a balloon instead of a tire, because when those little cables inside pop, right, those things are going to explode. The tires would actually explode. It's like if you pump up, and relative, pressure is important here. I completely agree, right? So if you were to pump it up at, let's say, 60 psi in space, it would explode, but 60 psi here on the Earth, it wouldn't explode, because there's a countermeasure of pressure from the Earth's atmosphere pressing down on the tire to keep it from expanding to a volume that's completely irregular for a tire. So the problem is, hold on just a second. I'm almost done.
Yeah.
So the problem is that how is it that those tires are still inflated and not blown out in space?
So think about it like this: what if they're not inflated? What if they have a cut in them? They just maintain their shape.
That's a cool story, bro.
All right, so
I believe he said it. I
and
believe
they
he said
say
that.
it's a cool story.
Listen, bro. I believe he said it was a regular car, like it wasn't conditioned for space. He didn't make it for space.
Yeah.
So do they just take like regular cars and put them on the showroom with no gas pressure inside?
I mean, you would have to say then, Martin, that they
it
were
was
lying.
his car, right? It was his car, right?
Okay.
Was it his car? Okay, so he puts it on a stand, right, at an angle, right? So there's modifications to it. Do you think they would, forget
what modifications
that
do they
there's
make to the car?
no pressure in space?
Wait, what modifications?
They don't care. They
Space isn't real. That's why.
ignorant.
Liz, like what I said before was, as soon as you hear something that departs,
bro, stop.
Your rehearsed
We
script of
heard
what to say.
gravity.
You have no idea what to do. You're like,
let me tell you.
I'm trying to
We
explain
heard
atmospheric pressure
gravity.
and how tires work to you, and you guys are like,
We
can you
heard
explain gravity? Like, I'm not talking about that. I didn't say gravity.
You did.
Hear
I can
me out.
You
rewind
did.
No,
It's
I
been
didn't.
recorded. It's live stream recorded. You fucking
I didn't
dumbass.
say gravity. In my explanation of
this guy's
absolute
blowing
and
the brain.
differential
I will
pressure,
go back
I
to
did
the
not
live
mention
stream
gravity
and let
once.
you see it. Hold
Shut
on.
up, mate.
Listen. If the car's not held up by the tires, right, and it's open to the atmosphere, the pressure in the tire is going to be the same as the atmosphere, right? So there's going to be like no pressure difference, right?
No, actually, the air pressure in a car tire
sorry,
is like
wrong.
a lot more than the air that you breathe.
Sorry, if the tire is
Jacob,
slashed,
please look.
okay,
You don't want us.
the
You don't want
pressure
people to be
outside
afraid to
and
do whatever.
inside
Just
is the
stop
exact
interrupting.
same.
The floor is
I mean,
yours,
even
bro.
even if the tire wasn't slashed, it would still hold because we can convert from absolute to differential pressure, and the conversion leaves a
I want to know,
differential
Jacob,
pressure of
where is
60
no,
psi.
listen,
The tire's
listen,
burst pressure is
listen.
200 psi.
One
It's well
moment,
within
one
the
moment.
fucking.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
one moment. Let me make clear this, because I brought this up, and now you inflate in your room. You inflate a balloon, and you inflate it until it's a certain size. Yeah. That means you will have a air pressure inside that balloon. Now, if you put this balloon in a vacuum chamber, yeah, and you start vacuum pumping out the air from that vacuum chamber, what will happen to the balloon while the air pressure in the vacuum chamber begins to fall, decrease?
The volume of the balloon will increase.
Will
because
expand, yes.
of the counter pressure not countering it as much as the
Yes.
vacuum decreases
Okay.
the volume. The
Right,
mass
but
instead.
hear me out here. Hear me out. If you can't prove that the Elon Musk space live stream is false, then like the Earth is a globe.
Why do we need to prove
It's
it
true.
false? It's your claim. You got to prove it true.
Because if it's true, if it's true,
You
then the
understand
Earth's
what I'm
round.
saying? Like, wait a minute, bro. Hold on.
You're
Let me
stupid,
let me
idiot. You
illustrate.
absolutely
Relax,
free. You
everybody,
absolute
relax.
idiot.
Everybody, relax.
Elon
Relax,
Musk,
relax. Deep breath.
even
Okay, so
Elon Musk
let me
said
illustrate what you
it's
just
not
did.
real.
Okay, I think that there's green grass on the dark side of the moon, and if you can't prove it wrong, therefore the Earth is flat. Does that make any sense?
Yeah,
to you?
but there's
Does that
like
make
a
any
4-hour
sense?
live stream
Jacob,
of
Does that make
of a
any
car
sense?
like rotating around a globe.
Does that make
That can
any
be
sense
saved
to you?
so easily.
There's
Elon Musk,
evidence
listen,
for it.
listen. Elon Musk said
I'll
it
make you some
right in your
cartoons.
face.
I'll make you some cartoons tomorrow of a 4-hour video of green grass on the dark side of the moon. That's why the Earth is flat.
Jacob,
Those
I
things
have
aren't
some
even
Video
correlated.
evidence.
Those things aren't
Elon
even
Musk,
correlated.
yeah. Elon Musk said they have better CGI than this live stream that they showed you.
Jacob,
Yeah.
What?
can I ask a question? Jacob.
So if they had better CGI, why didn't they use it, you fucking morons?
Well, I think it's close to impossible.
For fuck's
Well, you're just a default ignorant clown.
You
Can I
absolute
ask
stupid
Sorry?
idiot.
Yeah.
Or I think he's
You
autistic.
clown.
You can tell it's real because it looks so
Elon
fake.
Musk,
Quote is
listen,
referring
Elon
to
Musk is
why the
saying
camera
he's
quality
giving
looks so
you,
good
don't
because
talk over me.
You can tell it's
there's
real.
no
Dude,
interference from
when
the
you spoke, I
atmosphere.
didn't speak over
Jacob,
you.
Jacob, are you retarded? Like, who's taking the photo of the car itself,
The
or is
there's
there a
boom
spaceman
there's
walking next to
booms
it?
attached to the car.
Jacob, there's booms. There's
It's
booms.
literally in
Did you
the
not?
Tesla car evidence channel. You can see photos of the car before it left Earth, and there's cameras attached to
Jacob,
it.
you
You
actually
understand we're living in a
here.
closed system. You can't have gas pressure without a container. So all of this is just debunked. There's no cars in space, bro.
But okay, that's irrelevant if the
No,
live
no, it
stream
is
is
relevant.
like
It's
not
It's
fake.
relevant.
not irrelevant.
Show us how.
How do you know that
Because
it's
When you are
when you
the
talk
moron,
about
that's
gravity, right?
Oh, you brought
prove
up
gravity, then talk about it.
But if the Earth is round, then it proves gravity.
Talk about gravity now.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
It doesn't
does
prove
because it has
gravity.
to have an atmosphere, and the atmosphere is attached by
Are you
gravity.
breathing right now, Jacob?
How come the atmosphere inside my propane tank isn't held inside when I open the nozzle? Where's gravity?
Because Earth is such a massive object that the distortion
Well,
in
Sweating right now.
space-time it
Jakob's sweating.
causes
Jakob's
causes
sweating.
particles to be drawn to it, which is gravity. That's
Okay.
how
Okay,
shit
listen.
forms in space.
Listen. The
Listen, everybody.
propane in my propane tank is deep inside the Earth's gravity well. deep inside its clutches.
Mm-hmm.
How come when I open the propane tank, it says, fuck your gravity well, I'm going outside, it's a bit crowded in here?
Because everything is held within the greater, like, hold of the gravity.
greater
Things can
what?
still act within. Things can still act within the, like, system of gravity.
Why does the anvil float in Mercury? Where's the gravity?
What?
Why does anvils float in Mercury?
Because Mercury is more dense than an anvil.
Oh, now we get it. So it's not about gravity, it's about relative density.
But
I thought it
if
was
you're
about
talking
gravity,
about relative density doesn't matter if there's no gravity. Gravity acts on something
it.
as
Prove that.
it's
Okay,
like
Prove that.
gravity
Back
acts
that up
on
with
something
your
according to its weight.
You're a
Gravity
stupid
is
idiot.
the
That's
only
not how you
mechanism
stop
by which
talking.
relative
Give him a
density
chance.
could be
He's
used
gonna
as
back it
a
up.
mechanism
Shut up,
of
Jacob.
explaining things falling.
He's going to back
shut
it up.
up.
Show me in a scientific experiment how I need gravity in order to do the experiment with specific gravity, aka relative density. Show me.
Because if you have no gravity, then there is no mechanism by which things can fall, regardless of their relative density. There's no
Can you
force
remove?
on the object.
Hold on. Can you remove gravity to prove that, or is that something you can't manipulate?
If gravity is
Can you
removed, there's
manipulate
no
gravity?
force to act on the object.
Can you manipulate gravity?
What?
Can you turn gravity on and off?
This puzzle got a lot to say now.
Can you turn
No,
gravity
you
on
can't
and off?
turn gravity on and off.
Then how do you know it's the cause?
Because there's no other cause.
Wow, you're
that is a
mentally
logical
stunted.
fallacy. Right, what you did just now. It's a logical fallacy. It's
whatever
affirming the
causes what.
Excuse
It
me,
doesn't
sir.
matter
I'm
what it's
talking.
called.
Excuse
Sorry,
me,
go
sir.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's called the affirming the consequent formological fallacy. So you walk in and your lamp is turned off, and your mother said, "Oh, it must be the bulb again," and then you check the bulb. Oh, it wasn't the bulb.
Facts.
What?
Right. So your mom said it has to be the bulb, right? It couldn't be anything else. And then you replace the bulb and it wasn't the bulb because the bulb worked. Right? And then you check and the puppy chewed the cord. Right? That's what you just did. You said it has to be gravity. It can't be anything else.
All right. So have you done an experiment without gravity?
Jacob.
Gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah. What?
But Martin, you understand that's a burden of proof reversal, right? The
Jacob.
positive claim.
Yes. Yes. Hello.
Needs to be
Okay.
backed up.
Let's say we're in a Globe Earth Discord server right now. The burden of proof is now on you. What about that?
No, it's not. That's a burden of proof.
No, but you're in a live Discord server, you idiot. So let's not go there. Let's not go there.
What would you say?
Let's not go there.
It does,
Let's not go
the
there.
burden
This
of
is our
proof
Discord server.
doesn't work like that. The
something-
burden
if we
of
flip something,
proof
all
is
of a
always
sudden,
with the
you guys are
positive
right.
claim. The
Jacob,
positive
if you-
Jacob, you're an
claim
idiot. I
carries
hate
the
you.
burden of proof.
No one asked, bro.
Hey, new guy, you're just going to hang out for a little bit and let us have this conversation, bro. Try not to interrupt.
Yeah.
Not you, sir.
What I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that whatever the force is called, like whether it's called gravity or something else or however you choose to define it, without any mechanism that acts in a manner similar to gravity, there's no way in which relative density or whatever other mechanism you propose would work.
How do you know
because
this?
there's no
How do
force.
you know
There's no
this?
force to act.
How do you know this?
It just makes sense, dude. If there's no force to act on something, it doesn't move.
That's the formological affirming the consequent fallacy. The car won't start. Well, it has to be the battery. Well, maybe the key's not in it, right?
Can I ask a question?
Maybe the starter came undone. You're saying it
that your
has to be gravity.
Is that
That's
your
the
proof?
same fallacy you just did a few seconds ago. You didn't learn after the first time you use it, so this time you're doing sophistry, right? And we don't appreciate sophistry around here. So if you make a fallacy on accident, right, we'll correct you. And then you say, okay, I will reformulate my argument and I will make a better argument. You can't just go to the same old thing over and over again, right? You can't say it has to be this. Show me why it has to be this, or don't say that again.
Because there has to be force acting on something to move it.
Okay, Jacob, can I ask a question?
That's a logical
Can I
statement.
ask
Yeah,
a
go ahead,
question,
go ahead.
please?
Okay. What will happen if you drop more dense thing in the the medium in the air?
Sorry?
What will happen if you drop more dense thing than air?
It falls.
More dense thing.
More dense.
Yeah, than air. What will happen? It falls. Why is falling?
Because of
why
gravity.
falling?
Because of
It's not true though.
Gravity.
because of gravity. You said okay. Let's drop less dense thing in air. What will happen?
It rises.
Why?
Well, it only rises to the extent that it's
Why is it rising? Why is it rising?
because it's less dense.
So not gravity.
Listen this now. I ask you very, very precisely. Why less dense things when you left them are going up? Because of density, you said. Because they're
in the atmosphere.
Yeah, but listen. Yeah, of course. But listen this. When I ask, listen this. When I ask, what's happened with more dense things? They are not falling down because of density now. They are falling down because of gravity. Listen this. Less dense things, more dense things. You know, less dense things, density. More dense things, gravity. More dense things, density. Less dense things, density. No. Less dense things, density. More dense things, gravity.
Yeah. Let me test this science acumen, okay?
Gravity,
let me ask you a
still
question.
acts on less dense things.
Hey, bud, hold
I've
on.
just been
Let me ask
asked
you a
two
question.
questions in a row. Can I respond to the first one?
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
So for gases, which is what we're talking about, like it's not really helpful to compare a solid object falling and a gas like rising, because how it works in the atmosphere is things respond. They're held within the influence of gravity, but things spread through like a density gradient. So if you have a helium balloon and you set it off and it rises, they only rise to a certain point. And that's the point at which the air is the same density as the balloon. But the air is the same density as the balloon because the
explode. But listen this point. This is the best point. All what you are saying now, it's mass attracts mass. Is that true?
Huh?
All what you are saying now, this gravity is that mass attracting mass? Is that one? And look at this now. You are behind 160 years. That's debunked with Einstein. We are not. We don't have force, man. They are saying that.
So
that
force is not
space of time bending.
Force acts on objects like relative to how much it weighs.
No, gravity is not a force. Gravity is not a force.
Then what is it? Force is just something that acts upon an object. It's by definition a force.
Listen this.
To establish a force.
Listen this quotation. George Musa, astrophysicist. You know that means not Sasha, not me, not you, Jacob. Not that means some famous guy. You know. Listen this quotation. Gravity is not a force.
But you can think of it as a force.
That's an appeal to authority, my guy. That's a logical fallacy.
Oh, really?
That's what you do.
If he's a specialist in his field, it's not an appeal to authority. If you go
So
to...
now you trust specialists? What's up with that?
Hold on, bro. Yeah, you trust specialists in their field. You don't trust everything he says because
you trust
he's a man.
Specialists that match what you believe?
Listen, bro. Listen. If you go
Sounds pretty
to
selective, not gonna
Jordan
lie.
B. Peterson, right? He's a famous psychoanalyst. If you talk to him
He's also a fucking
about
idiot.
something...
Oh, you.
Have you read his books?
Jacob,
Yep.
what is your Jacob? What is your
Hold on. Have you read his books?
I've read 12 Rules for Life, and I've watched several of his lectures.
Okay, so you don't like making your bed, you fucking nasty motherfucker?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you make your bed when you get up in the
It's
morning?
not. You don't need a degree to know that making your bed is like a good thing to do.
What are you on about?
Okay, so here's the deal, right? You're crazy. You can't even let me explain. If you ask him about psychology, that's within his field, right? Whatever he said, he's probably going to cite some sources right? He's probably going to back it up. But if you ask him about baking, that would be an appeal to authority. Well, Jordan Peterson's a doctor, so when I ask him about baking, he's going to know how much baking soda to put in my muffins. That would be an appeal to authority. Do you
So
get it
if
now?
I ask an astrophysicist if gravity exists and they say yes, then gravity exists, or what?
No.
But
That's
not
not
in
what I'm saying.
not in your form, man.
Oh,
Not
so
what you.
if
not
they
what I'm
agree with the
saying.
globe, then it doesn't exist.
Astrophysics
No,
actually
you missed the
is not
point.
a
I'll try
science.
again. Okay, listen,
Yeah.
sir. I'll try again. If you ask someone who's a specialist in their field and they answer you about something that's related to their field, right? That's not a logical fallacy. If you ask someone who's in a separate field, right? Like if you ask an astrophysicist about quantum
Biology.
mechanics, they're probably not going to know what they're talking about, right? So I
Yeah.
posted something for you, right? It's just for you, right? In the live stream voice text. Can you see it?
But you're like cherry picking 3 dudes that disagree amongst the vast majority of astrophysicists and astronomers
Sorry,
that do.
sir. Can you
Appeal to
define cherry
authority
picking?
fallacy.
Can you
Sorry?
define cherry picking? Can you
Well,
define cherry
picking
picking?
stuff that favors what you believe.
No,
In
no,
opposition
no,
of
not true.
vast,
So that's not what
Actually,
cherry
you're cherry
picking
picking. You're
is.
cherry picking. You're cherry picking,
That's
idiot.
not what cherry picking is. Cherry
So you're
picking
saying the
is when you
majority of
hold
astronomers
on,
would
bro.
say the Earth
Hold
is
on,
flat?
bro.
Or
Hold on, bro. Cherry picking is when you take a little piece out of a quote and you remove some of it, and then you present half of it. I've presented the
no,
whole
it's not.
thing here.
That's not what cherry picking is.
Yes, it is. It's when you remove something
Yes,
from
it
its context. Now, listen to what I'm saying. I've provided the whole damn thing here. So you're more than welcome to go look at the whole thing and show me where something contradicts in the context, right? In the context, within 2 or 3 sentences, and show me where I've cherry picked. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Cherry picking. Noun. The action or practice of choosing and taking only the most beneficial or profitable items, opportunities from what is available. That refers
Well,
to.
out of that,
Show me where I've done that out of this text.
In regard to evidence, you're only choosing and taking the most beneficial evidence for your argument against the vast majority of the scientific field, which would agree that the Earth is a globe. You're selecting the very few specialists in the field that would agree with you guys. That's what cherry
doesn't
picking
prove
is.
anything.
Incorrect. They're actually globers. He's citing globers. He's citing your side. You just don't realize that yet.
Yeah, can
Okay,
you
so
get
what's
me?
their
Sorry,
argument?
do me a favor. Go to Oxford Dictionary or Cambridge and read what it actually says, and not wherever you got that source from.
I mean, that was like
Doesn't
the
matter,
first
speak English.
definition on Google.
Yeah, can you
you
dig
don't
a
know
little
English.
deeper, sunshine?
Yeah,
You don't know English.
Cherry pick. What you want like an Oxford dictionary?
Yeah, because they
definition?
speak English, right?
Okay. Cherry picking.
They're the ones who give it.
This is
Okay.
Oxford Learner's Dictionary. The act of choosing the best people or things from a group and leaving those that are not so good. And the example is there can be no cherry picking of statistics that happen to support your case. Funny, that's exactly what I said it was.
Okay, so show me where in the text, right? Because I cited the whole thing. You can click on the links and you can go and see the whole thing, right? So show me where I've left out the important part where I want to tell you how great Newtonian physics is. It's the best because we like Newton rather than Einstein. So show me something like that. Show me something that's going against what I'm saying here, because I'm not saying anything, right? This is, professor of physics, the chair of physics at Yale, bro.
I mean, I'm saying something there. I'm saying that for something to move, a force has to act upon it, right?
You're going to have to find
do you
him.
agree with that?
You're going to find him contradicting himself in the links that I provided. Because hold on, guys. He accused me of cherry picking. Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Show me where I've cherry picked. Show me something to the contrary in the links that I just sent you.
Being very pedantic. I asked a question.
You made a claim that I was cherry picking. I'm asking you to back up your claim. Is that
kind
so
of avoiding
hard to
my
figure
question.
out?
No,
Sir, you made a claim. Did you make a claim that I was cherry picking? Are you the
I'm
same
sorry.
person?
I take it all back. You didn't
Okay,
cherry pick,
now
buddy.
address the argument. So what is Professor Shankar saying here? This is the end of Newtonian physics. Is he promoting mass attracts mass here?
Yeah.
What?
Jacob, you promoting
This is
mass
the
attract mass.
nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. Professor of physics at Yale. Today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. Shoot it down.
What
nail in the
specific
coffin.
aspect are they attacking?
It's a similar thing with
The
Newtonian gravity.
Newtonian
Can and do
physics.
Yeah.
He doesn't
So tell
mention
me.
gravity one time in that entire transcript.
What?
It's a similar
Right here,
He's not talking about gravity.
And what
He's
does
just
this
saying that
mean?
Newton didn't account for like
This is the
relativity
end
and
of
shit.
Newtonian mechanics.
Does Isaac Newton
Newton,
mention gravity?
No,
Newton
bro.
didn't know that light can be a wave and a
Okay,
particle.
can you
Like
cite your source?
obviously,
That's what he's talking about.
I
Can you cite your
literally
source?
just
That's what
looked
he's
at the
talking about?
thing. I just looked at the fucking transcript. That's the source.
Okay, so what is he saying in this?
He's just, obviously a theory that that is like invented in the 17th century or something is going to have flaws in it, and he's saying flaws such as not accounting for modern day physics, like relativity and shit like that. That's come about recently. Newtonian physics is not a complete model. He's not saying gravity doesn't exist.
One moment. You mentioned
Well,
relativity.
wait a minute. I just want to point out you were the one talking about mass attracting mass. Sorry, I'll be quick.
I
You
never
were the
said
one
that.
talking about. Oh, so you
You
never mentioned
definitely did.
gravity, and you never said anything about mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
I mentioned gravity. He didn't.
And mass attracting mass.
You mentioned mass attracting mass, or I wouldn't have brought that up, bro. I don't just
No, you
pull
guys
that
were
out
like,
because I like to show it on.
do you endorse mass attracts mass? Do you endorse mass attracts mass? And I was like,
No,
I guess.
I'm showing you
If
where it's
that's what-
shot down, bro.
No, he doesn't
Nail in the
talk about
coffin.
gravity
This is
in
the
that
end of
lecture.
Newtonian mechanics, bro. You got to be kidding
First
me.
of all,
what is
this
Newtonian mechanics?
isn't a peer-reviewed paper. It's a lecture transcript, which makes it an unreliable source. First of all,
Really?
second of all,
Says who?
doesn't mention gravity at all.
It's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity. We can and do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. We work at the
Newtonian
really is
gravity.
level over here, right? And you said that you need a force in order to make things move. You're talking about Newtonian mass attracts mass, the force, right?
Yeah.
What else were you
Gravity is
talking about? Were you
the
talking about
force.
Star Wars? Were you talking about the Star Wars force, or were you talking about Newtonian?
It's still accurate to some degree.
You talking about the workforce? What are you talking about, bro?
Just because part of a theory isn't correct and has flaws
This
doesn't
is
mean
the
that other
end
parts
of
of the theory.
Newtonian
But
mechanics.
it's not even a
This is the nail in the
theory.
coffin.
Cherry picking,
not-
literally. You're reading out the
it's
lecture
not even
title
a
and
No, we're not
theory.
cherry picking.
and
Please
acting.
go back. Please go back
You're
and show
reading
me.
out the title of the
Show me where
lecture
I've cherry
and
picked.
acting like that means gravity is wrong. Like
Show me
it
where I
looks
cherry
like
picked,
you
bro.
haven't read what you're saying. You just saw the title and you're
Show
like,
me where I
"Oh, this
cherry
is
picked.
funky."
No.
Okay,
Show me.
you cherry picked.
We'll wait.
You cherry. I am.
Stop.
Let
Yeah,
me speak.
show me where he's
You're cherry-
promoting it.
Martin.
You're
Martin.
cherry picking because the
No,
title
he
says
didn't.
the end of
Martin.
Newtonian physics, and you're taking that to mean gravity doesn't exist.
Martin,
He doesn't
stop.
mention
You're
I've
going
never said
nowhere.
in
No,
the
you're
lecture
not.
Martin.
I've never
gravity.
said gravity doesn't exist.
Everybody-
You'll hear me on here day and night talking about specific gravity,
Martin.
right?
So you
I
believe
said
in gravity?
No, you just don't know
specific
what you're
gravity.
talking
Yeah, I talk about it all the time in here.
So wait,
So,
gravity exists.
If you're saying
Breakthrough.
yes, specific gravity exists, yeah, you can run it through the scientific method and prove it.
Okay. Go explain specific gravity.
Okay, so when
This
you
is the first time I've heard one of you guys say gravity exists in any capacity.
Okay. Yeah, pay attention. So when you release a helium balloon, it rises up because of its relative density, aka specific gravity.
Oh, so wait, it's not actually gravity. It's just your relative
It
density.
is actually
you think.
gravity. You can Google the
Wow.
term specific gravity.
But you're you like don't realize that relative density needs something to make it like go.
Jacob, listen. Do you even know what the word gravity means?
Would you like a specific definition?
Show me a definition of gravity.
Yeah, what is? I would like the scientific definition, but even give me your definition.
The definition of gravity is a force that attracts a body towards the center of the earth or towards any other physical body having mass.
Gravity. That's Newtonian, which was debunked by the double slit experiment.
But your like specific, I'm not defining your specific gravity concept. You just said it's relative density. I was asked to define gravity.
How the world works.
Okay. So now the question is gravity. That's what it means. It's a Latin word for density.
Yeah.
And
that's what it means. Weight, density. Weight. It's got nothing to do with no magical unicorn farts or anything like that. It means how dense or heavy the object is.
But are we
What is
speaking
hard to
Latin?
comprehend? Well, you don't know
Yes,
what you're speaking. You're
Latin
just,
when you say
yes.
gravity.
Like the Latin roots of English words are pretty fucking irrelevant when you're talking about what they actually mean. Like, sure, there can be some relation.
It's a scientific term. It is specific. Just like law, science is specific.
Yeah, the definition of gravity in English is a specific definition.
Well, it depends on what
just
kind of
say?
gravity. If you're talking about Newtonian gravity, that's different than Einsteinian gravity, and that's different than dark gravity.
Explain the difference.
That's different. No, bro. No. Did you say same difference? What does that mean?
Explain the difference between Newtonian and Einstein. Dude, you're just pulling words out of your fucking ass.
Be quiet. I thought you said something.
Explain the difference between all those types of gravity that you just so carelessly mentioned.
Let me help you out a little bit here. First of all, Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity have different geometries, so they're not in the same geometry. Secondly, they don't have the same inertial reference frames, so they're completely antithetical to each other.
Explain the difference. So with Newtonian,
Hank, you're roboting, bro.
It's spooky action at
You're roboting, Hank.
Right, which doesn't exist. Oh, I'll be quiet.
I think Hank's not coming through. All right, listen. You're going to invoke this gravity, and you don't even know what gravity is. You don't.
I do know what gravity
the
is.
different- listen, Shush. I'm
In
speaking.
regards to
Shush.
this argument,
Shush. I'm speaking,
Okay.
dude. There's like 5 different types of gravity. 5 different imaginary fucking conceptions and abstract fucking
Can you name
bullshit
all
of
5
gravity.
of them, please?
Yeah, name them.
Yeah.
No, I want you to name them because
He was
you're,
asking you.
you're the. Nah, listen to me.
You made a claim.
gonna
The
help
burden
you
of proof is on you.
Oi, fuckface. Listen and shut the fuck up.
Jacob, you don't have to
You're
share
the
your pain
one-
with the rest of the room.
You're
Sorry?
the one that wants to invoke this special retardation. You learn about it. I've already learned about it. I'm telling you. Go research it.
Okay, if you've already learned about it, then I humbly request that you educate me.
Jacob, you didn't know what gravity was, right? We schooled you on it.
When?
Then you asked. What's the difference between the two, right?
I'm interested.
So when did they ever proven this magical thing you
That's
call
what I said.
gravity? When
Okay,
is it ever been
here's a
proven?
simple experiment you can do. All right.
Mm.
Are you guys like you're sitting at your desk, right?
No.
Yeah, you pick up a pen, right, and you drop it.
So you picked
Is
up
that-
the
is
pen
that
and
it?
you opened your hand.
For something
Nothing
to
doesn't happen by
move, a
itself.
force needs to act on it.
Nothing doesn't happen by itself. Who did that, Jacob? Which force was used? Which energy was used to pick up that pen?
Sorry, take
the energy generated by the mass of the Earth.
Which energy was that, or something else was happening? taking that pen. It was your
you
leadership
did it.
or something happened.
You picked it up, you put it on the side, and you dropped it. You
Guys, let me
fucking
tell
idiot.
Okay. I just said. You said something about the 5 types of gravity. I want to
Can
hear
you
it.
hear me better now?
Hank, you're
Yeah,
roboting a little bit, bro.
Can
If
you hear me
can
better now?
come back,
Why is
Hank.
IQ not telling me about the 5 types of gravity?
Martin, can you shut up, please, and let Hank speak?
What?
Jacob.
I just want to hear the 5 types
All right,
of gravity.
so Newtonian, right? Spooky action at a distance, right? The spooky action at a distance, it's simultaneous, right? All over the universe. So the gravity moves faster than the speed of light. That's against Einstein. In Einstein, nothing moves faster than the speed of light, right? So that doesn't work out. Einstein is for space. You've heard of space-time. You've heard of space-time, I'm sure. Sorry, bro, can you not interrupt me while I'm explaining that you asked me to explain?
You just stated something that's not right.
What's that?
What is not right?
A mass,
You don't have to talk over anyone
something
else.
with mass can't move faster than the speed of light. Does gravity have a mass?
Gravity.
Yeah, no.
Gravity is a force, therefore you can't measure its speed. It's like everywhere.
Gravity's not a
don't make
force. We just
stuff up,
demonstrated
Jacob.
that to you, Jacob.
Don't
So
make stuff up.
gravity
Hank was
gravity is not a
correctly.
solid object, therefore you can't measure
Yeah,
its
don't make
its
stuff
its
up.
speed.
It's also not
Yeah,
a force.
you're making stuff up now, right? According to your model, Hank was correct. Okay, don't make stuff up. Learn
That's
your
okay.
model and then come back.
Specifically, what was he
Instantaneous
correct about?
action. Hey, bro, shh, be quiet. Stanford at addiction. Let's see. Action at a distance in quantum mechanics. I'm looking for it in Newtonian physics. Let's see. Modern physics.
You said before, you can't. It's not
So
physical, so you can't measure it.
Instantaneous, right? Sorry, just real fast. Instantaneous. Is that faster than the speed of light? Look what I posted here. And it's Wikipedia, right? But this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
It doesn't matter if it's
What do you mean it
faster
doesn't
than the
matter?
speed
You
of
asked
light
me
because gravity is not like an object. It's not a thing.
So it
It's a
doesn't matter.
force.
It doesn't matter in Einsteinian
not a
that
force.
something moves faster than the speed of light. Is that
No,
what you just
objects can't move faster than the speed of light, but like forces aren't objects.
Gravity is not a force.
So the speed of light is irrelevant.
No,
but
it's not.
All right. Let's say let's
Hank,
Newton shit.
Hank.
All right. Gravity is a
One moment,
change in
guys.
space-time, right?
Martin, you
Yeah,
can go
guys.
next, dude. Just chill out.
Yeah, I want to say that he mentioned so many times gravity is a force that I got tired of it, and I really want to go into this. Do you know the main construct of a field, sir?
And what like reference, like a football field? Because that's some white painted lines.
No. Magnetic field, electric field, electrostatic field.
Okay, what's the question?
What is
the
the
definition of
basic
field?
construct of a field? Of this kind of field in which a force manifests and exists.
Stand by while we get a Google.
What? What are you trying to
don't mind
ask?
it,
Stand by while Jacob Googles.
Yeah, I am asking you specific questions, scientific.
What is the basic
what
construct
is the
of a
basic
field?
construct, yes, of a field? Like
can you
a
describe it?
magnetic field, electric field, electrostatic
They all have
field,
field lines.
in which you
Martin,
need a
chill out.
field to have a force, yeah? You need to have a field in which this force manifests and exists. And the field requires a certain construct.
Like the vectors in which it acts?
No.
Okay, what is it?
The vectors do exist in a field, but
oh, okay, thank you.
Tell me what causes the vectors.
What do you mean? That's like saying what caused the universe. Like they just exist.
No. So
That's a dumb question. In the concept of a field, vectors have to exist. You can't have a field without the without vectors being involved.
No,
you can't ask me what
before you
causes
have
vectors.
Yeah, the charge dictates the vector. You can't have the vector without the charge in an electric field. Am I wrong?
Yeah, but the vector's the basic construct in the sense that it's the
Do you
way
have
in
any
which the charge
vector
acts.
without the charge?
Do you have
Without
any
a
charge without vector?
Can you have a vector? Yes.
It's certainly not quantifiable. You asked me the basic construct. Like, that's a very subjective question. I answered
Yes,
that
of
in the
course,
sense
very
that
basic.
I answered
Very
that in
basic,
this.
I'm
I
asking
answered
you.
that.
You didn't.
Can I
didn't.
speak? Can I speak?
Let him finish.
Can I
So,
speak?
once again,
Can I
what is the
speak?
construct?
Jacob.
Go ahead.
So I answered the question, what is the basic construct of a field, in that the basic construct is like something that you can't measure or the thing can't do anything without. Like, if a field doesn't have vectors involved, then like you have no way in which to quantify how it acts. Therefore, it is the basic construct. Everything in a field acts around the construction of vectors.
Yeah, what gives you the vectors?
Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying. But what's your point?
You don't understand either.
No, I get your point. The vectors in a field arise from charge, but you can't measure a field without vectors. Therefore, without any method to quantify it, you couldn't
What causes the
do
vector?
anything.
What causes the vector? That is the question.
I fail to see how this relates to the point.
Remember how you said
Answer the question. Do you know the answer? Yes or no?
I
And then
did
he can
answer the
continue.
question. You've clearly not listened to me.
My original question, what was my original question to you?
What is the basic construct of vectors? I mean, of fields?
Not vectors, of a field. Yeah?
Okay.
Because the vectors, they exist in a field.
But if you wanted me to say charge, then you should say what causes fields, not what is the basic construct.
Well, it's the same. Yeah. Construct.
No, it's not.
What causes the field?
Answer that.
It
Answer
is.
that.
No, it's not. No.
What causes fields is charge. What causes fields is charge.
That's
the
all
basic
I'm
construct
hearing.
is vectors.
Okay.
And then you're not listening.
Yes, we are. It's recorded.
Try listen better, dude. If that's all you're hearing.
You keep saying you don't understand anything that we are saying. You stupid
It's so
idiot.
emotional.
So the field has a
We're not giving you an inch here,
construct.
okay? Because you are not saying one thing that's relative to the subject.
Dude, we were having a decent conversation until you spoke. Just like...
Actually, no, we're not.
Bro, actually, we were having a decent conversation till you came in here, because when someone cites their source, that's
You're having a
generally
decent
accepted in
conversation
academia.
until someone
Excuse me,
challenged
sir.
what
You
you're
Do not
thinking.
talk
interrupt
over me.
everyone.
Do not overtalk me, sir. What I was saying was that when you're in academia and you cite your source, that's not a logical fallacy. You're supposed to cite your source when you quote someone, because you have to give them the credit, right? You can't just go around stealing their credit like Einstein. That's not how academia works, sir.
Yeah, but your source was the title of this non-peer-reviewed lecture that he gave. There was nothing within the lecture that proved your argument.
Oh, back to my question.
That's not true. That's
Let's
not
go
true.
back to that.
The title just happens to be the whole fucking argument in the paper and what he's talking about.
But it's not relevant to gravity.
Really? This is the
He
end
just
of
can say
Newtonian
whatever he wants,
mechanics.
guys.
He doesn't mention gravity
makes
one
no
time
sense
in the
that we're
entire
What is
lecture.
Newtonian? What is Newton known for? Is he known for his work in the Book of Revelation?
I'd say he's known for his 3 laws.
Newton is known for
his laws of
plagiarism.
gravitation, right?
Those laws of physics.
His laws of physics. Is that what Newton's known for? His laws of physics.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have anything to do with gravity?
It could.
It could.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
He's a
It
relative
could.
truther, guys.
Oh my god!
But just
it could.
because
Oh my God.
some aspects
Oh my God!
of a
It
400-year-old
could.
theory.
Going back to
Hey,
gravity.
so you guys complain whenever
Jacob,
I like
I
mildly
cited
interrupt.
something else that was directly
We
responding
complain
to what
because
you're
you don't
saying,
listen
and
to
you just
anything we have to say.
you ignored it, Jacob. So we cited you something, then we gave you George Mooser on a Fight the Flat Earth channel, your team, and you ignored that as well. So what do you want, buddy? We're trying to give you everything you need. You're just ignoring stuff at this point.
What have you cited, sir? Did you make any claims and back anything up? You've accused us of doing several things over and over again. Have you actually validated any of the claims that you've made in here? No, you can't, right? Because if you did, you would call it cherry picking. I can't validate my claims because I've already accused them. When they do that, it's cherry picking. So if I do it, then it's cherry picking. So I'm just gonna bloviate a whole bunch of hot air into the microphone until they kick me
Would
out.
you say that the minority of physicists or astrophysicists or astronomers, the minority of Earthers?
Consensus doesn't prove anything, Jacob.
Is that an appeal to consensus? That's a logical fallacy, bro.
Yeah, appeal to majority.
Look.
Okay, hold on. Listen. Why do you keep on talking about astrophysicists and all this dumb shit when it's a pseudoscience? When you're talking about the place that you live on, stop
Because you
looking
guys
up at
cited
the
astrophysicists.
Jacob,
You fucking moron.
finish, Jacob.
Listen, Dipstick. So we are talking about the Earth, the place that you live on.
Mm-hmm.
You are invoking all these mystical forces. If you cannot do an experiment to show your mystical force, then it doesn't exist.
That's not an experiment. Okay, sir, we're going to have to test your science acumen. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment? What are the three things that you need to conduct a hypothesis test?
Independent variable, dependent variable, and I mean, isn't there usually 6 parts? A question, hypothesis, experiment, observation,
Okay,
analysis,
a question.
and conclusion.
Okay, a question. Why are boobs good? So we're going with your
question.
science.
Kind of weird.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with science, does it? So in natural science, we observe a natural phenomenon, right? So what is your naturally observed phenomenon in this pin dropping
Would you like
experiment
me
of
to
yours?
frame it in
No,
the
don't frame it. Just give me
language
the
of an
naturally
experiment?
observed phenomenon. Just tell me what's your naturally observed phenomenon.
Things falling.
Okay, so you observe things falling. And what's the cause of that? What's the cause?
Gravity.
Okay, so how do you turn off gravity to test and see if it's the cause? Because you have to manipulate your independent variable.
The fact that you can't turn it off kind of proves it exists, no?
No. According to Karl Popper, if you have something that's truly science, it has to be falsifiable. Now, you may have heard of Karl Popper, right? He's not just your average rank and file scientist. So let me post something for you, right, from Karl Popper. It's going to help you understand. You can't just say, well, maybe it's the green grass on the dark side of the moon, and the fact that you can't disprove it, that's the reversal of burden of proof fallacy, what you just did just now. So according to Karl Popper, he believed that the criteria of the scientific status of a theory is its falsifiability, or its refutability, or its testability. A theory or idea shouldn't be in scientific unless it could be, in principle, proven false.
Okay. So he said
how do we?
testability. You can test it by dropping something. It can be proven
we're
false by
talking
saying
about.
if you drop something, it doesn't
Hold on,
fall.
Jacob. We're trying to walk through the science.
pens fall, therefore we proved invisible unicorns are making the pens fall. It's not logical. It's not a proof of anything. It's certainly not scientific.
But
Nor is dropping
like you
anything
could
an
you could
experiment.
call gravity invisible unicorns and it would still act in the same way. Like, it doesn't matter what you call it; it has to exist for things to fall.
Or you could call it specific gravity, right? And you could actually do a scientific experiment on this. Okay, so let's say
I'm going fucking insane. Holy
yeah,
shit!
because I'm about to destroy
You
your premise.
you
Okay,
realize that
listen to
Be
the
quiet.
words that are coming out of Hank's mouth, please.
Yeah, try not to spiral on air, okay? So let's say you have an apple, right? And you see it drop from the tree. The atmosphere wasn't dense enough to hold it up, but it fell in a pail of water, which is, right? And so it doesn't sink to the bottom of the pail, right? So then if you were to manipulate the independent variable, which is the medium that causes things to rise or sink, and you take the water out, it'll go to the bottom of the pail. And then you add water, and then guess what? It rises to the top. You take the water away, it falls again. It sinks, right? So what causes the apple to rise and fall? Is it gravity? Well, we can't manipulate that. But what we can do is manipulate its relative density. So we can't manipulate the mass attracting mass because the Earth's mass is too big and we can't do that. Well, how about the bending and warping of space-time? That's a concept. We can't move that either. It's metaphysical. It's non-physical. We can't manipulate non-physical things, like you can't manipulate my idea of liberty, right? Or justice, right? Those are concepts. You can't manipulate those. But you can manipulate the medium that something is in. And when you do, you manipulate the relative density, right? Because as the medium changes, so does the relativity. Like earlier when you were talking about the relative gas pressure. It's the very same thing that you started off the conversation with. So what did we prove just now? Things sink and they rise due to the medium that they are in and the relative density, also known as specific gravity. Thank you.
He rage quit.
Oh, how sad for him. His feelings are exposed.
The picture I posted while you were talking, it was too much.
It was too much for him, huh? Let me go check.
Good job, guys.
He'll be back. He's just saying we're living rent free. That's obviously a projection. He's over there spiraling.
My bad, Hank. I posted it in the wrong place. It's in the right place now.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not there, bro.
Well, never mind. It was all you, Hank.
I saw it now. I would like that you spoke with him, Elijah. I don't know why. We just need to calm down. There was too much people talking, but this guy was just off tap. He's just gravity.
Oh, but I didn't say gravity. You guys said gravity.
But then later he explained what it is. He's dropping stuff from the table.
Did anyone
Right,
listen to
exactly.
the recording that I did?
Yeah.
It was brilliant.
He goes, you can't test it because it's a non-physical thing. So then how do you attribute a physical thing to a non-physical thing, you idiot?
I hope he comes and brings science with him because we're open to a different experiment that might prove something different. Yeah, but you can't just drop something and call that science.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how natural science works. You have to manipulate independent variable, and I probably should cite my source for that, just so we're all clear.
Well, no, these balls are just laying on top of the flat thing, like a bed, and then they seep down like memory foam. That's it.
Yep.
That's all it is.
Yep.
It's memory foam
Yep.
in space.
Yep. And the vacuum expands, which is it's oxymoronic.
Yes.
I know you guys doing this for years now, because I'm doing it with you here also. But yeah, you have to put your seatbelts on because
Please.
we still have 6 billion of them to go through, or 7 billion, whatever.
I need
how
a
many
helmet.
people there are. Yeah.
And maybe a pacifier so I can shove it in their mouth.
I need a hazmat suit for all the verbal diarrhea I got to trudge through just to get like a point across without getting interrupted, because people just being here like blah 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 blah. It has to be. It has to be. There's no other reason. Why is it Photoshop? Because it has to be. Why would they lie? Because they have to. They can't tell the truth. The truth is not in them.
Force. But the gravity is the force.
The galaxy looks like a freaking flat disc. What the fuck?
Yeah, bro. That's what they say in the scientific papers. They say that the universe is flat.
Yeah.
How is there a flat universe?
I heard they've been changing it to now saying that it's not flat, bro. You know what experiment they did to come across this new knowledge?
Oh shit, who knows? Please.
Where's the crickets? Hey, can I get a crickets? There's no experiment. They just change their mind based on philosophical stuff.
Damn it.
There we go.
Got my hopes up.
Because if the flat spacers are correct, then the flat earthers might also be correct. So they just changed it based on their philosophy. That's why I say this is it's a religiosophy. It's part religion, part philosophy.
And why aren't the galaxies spherical? That's a good point.
Yeah, because all that gravity, you would expect that it would look like some sort of like the old atom models. Just a lot more.
Hank, you know
I
that
thought about
thing
that
I sent
too,
you?
actually, Drace. why isn't the galaxy spherical? And I think they portray them like a disk because of the polarity of magnetic fields. Like all these imaginary balls, they have a north and south. They have a magnetic field.
Yeah, I disagree with a lot of stuff.
They wanted people to believe in magical flying balls. So now, because you've got all this dark matter and dark gravity, whatever they want to name it, they can't prove it. So they're going to flip that in.
Oh, that's what you sent me in the book.
Yeah.
Well, if we're bringing Ether back, then we got to bring back Michelson Morley.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, it's hard to prove it because if you prove it, then it will be like having a Kalashnikov and
I did. Right? But here's the thing, if you drop those in the swamp and you drop them in the mud, they're not as reliable.
You're dead. You don't even get to think about being. You don't even get to think about being if it's reliable or not. You know, you're dead. Yeah. The U.S. soldiers were actually very careful with their machine guns in the Vietnam War.
And at 500 meters, the M13 much more reliable.
Yeah.
It does matter what you mean by reliable. I'll give you that. They're very accurate, and their reliability, as far as accuracy, is really high. I'll give you that. But in a place like Vietnam, I've heard firsthand experience that these soldiers were dropping their 14s and picking up AKs.
Yeah, when you go in a place like shooting polygon, like a special warehouse, big covered, there's concrete on the floor, epoxy floor and stuff like that. Yeah, they are very good at shooting targets and stuff. But if you go in the woods, that's it.
They shoot very, very far over a flat plane.
That's right. Yeah, I'm just trying to demonstrate that you can make claims and back them up. It is possible if what you're talking about is true.
So you guys got some trolls in here. No one wants to talk.
Well, we had many.
The one topic that all the trolls come out together for. It's Halloween every day here.
Yeah. Never ending. We have to go through all this 7 billion times.
$8 billion.
Yeah, maybe 8.
8 trillion.
And imagine 1 billion is Hindu, so we need to learn Indian language. Then another billion are Chinese.
Yeah, then you got like 5,000 dialects in India, and then the
Yeah.
other 5,000
Yeah.
in China. So you've got like 5 million fucking languages, and nobody understands anybody anymore. Doesn't matter if they're speaking the same language. It's just
yeah.
Bro. I just sent you something in the DMs, Get.
Oh, wait, I'll have a look.
Yeah, I've had that book for a while. It's from like the 1880s. So these guys knew what they were doing back then. But apparently now we don't know what we're doing.
Oh my god.
I should scan it and like send it to you if you want.
Of ammonia.
Yeah, they've got some awesome things in there, bro. Like when I read it like years and years ago, I was like, get the fuck out of here.
Whoa. This is very interesting. $1,065, $1,068. German Pharmacopoeia.
The scientific method says ask a question. Really? What's 2 plus 2? Is that science? Are we sciencing now? Are we science tards? Don't be a science tard, kids. Natural science deals with natural phenomenon. You have to make an observation. Right? What's the cause of that observation? You do ask questions, but you're going to need to make an observation first. You can't just go around like asking questions like, why did Leonardo da Vinci like paint his Caesar Borgia boyfriend and say that that was Jesus? Are we doing science yet? Right? Or why did Michelangelo put like hidden messages in his paintings? Is that science? Are we doing science now? Or why did Prince wear purple? Is it because he thought he was royalty? Is that science? No, you have to observe a natural phenomenon first. Stay on track. Right? After you observe a natural phenomenon, then you got to figure out what might the cause be. Then you can ask educated questions, right? Because that's the whole point. You can't just ask stupid questions like, why are boobs good? Why is the grass green? You have to observe something first. That's why your scientific method stinks.
Hey, ballers. Got a question for you. How many degrees of resolution do you need to see the curvature? 180? That's half a circle.
I would say 2 or 3 degrees tops.
Right?
Because if you're looking down a straight, narrow
at least 15 degrees
pathway, you could probably get, like less than the moon width and make an observation. That'd be a really high zoom. Yeah, it would be like 83 zoom at least, right? The P90 can zoom in on the moon and have the moon take up the full picture. So yeah.
But listen this
less than
experiment.
10, less than 5.
Okay, can experiment what the guy said. I have really now in my hand the pen. I drop the pen falling onto my table, gravity. Earth is a globe, man.
Oh, it all makes sense now. Because I can drop my pen. I can just say whatever I want to after that.
No, I prove it first gravity. If we have gravity, then it's globe. It's obviously connected.
Oh,
don't
I
see-
get it. It
you don't
bends
see
away
relation.
from you like a paper towel roll in all directions. I got it, but you can't see the actual art. Oh,
No,
now
what
I
he means
understand
is
it.
if you state something that's true, then whatever else you say after that automatically has to be true, right? So they killed Kenny, therefore Cartman's mom is a whore. That follows, right?
That's that logic, yeah.
They think a word is proof of something. It's like me saying, I'm going to give a unicorn example. So we made the word up unicorn. We've defined it. So a unicorn is a horse with a horn on its head and it's got wings.
I think it's not only a word. It's not only a word.
That's how these guys think. So therefore,
I
now
think it's
unicorns
more,
exist.
but it's more like it's even more than spiritual thing, man. They are believing so much in that it's more than spiritual. How to say? More than God.
It's bad, but they've latched onto something that you can't prove. Just because there is a word for, and it describes a unicorn doesn't mean that there is unicorns. You cannot find one, you cannot see one, there isn't any. It's the same with the gravity, whatever they perceive it to be. It's not science. It's got nothing to do with anything.
I like that we cited always what is pseudoscience, because there is written what is scientific method inside of that definition. That's good. Inside of pseudoscience definition, it's written scientific method. That I like. But it's written that it's opposite of. They're only saying pseudoscience. Nothing wrong with that. But it's not science.
Yeah, replace the science with morals, and then people still don't understand. You know, you have morals, and then you have pseudo morals, or morals that only suit your own needs. So it's like one of these things to where, you know, the pseudoscience only suits the needs of those that have made an assumption with no actual proof. So they have to come up with calculations to prove the curvature instead of, you know, just showing us the curvature.
So, does anybody else find it strange that that young man that was in here for the past hour, he perfectly explained the difference between absolute pressure and relative pressure, which I'm sure everybody in here knows what that means, right? You really don't have 33 psi in your tire, right? You got to add also the absolute pressure, which is it's going to be closer to 50. I think I said 60 last time. That's wrong. Anyway, 50 is the answer. That's the absolute pressure inside the tire. But the relative pressure is 33 to 35. So how could he understand that so well that he was educating us on that? Pretty good, might I add. He got it right. But he can't understand relative density because there has to be gravity involved. And when you say prove it, what has he got? Nothing. There's absolutely nothing to prove that you need gravity. And in this case, we're going to say one of the three of their gravities to prove our gravity, which you can do with a scientific experiment.
Well, Hank, you got to realize too that their gravity is the reason why that air pressure is inside that tire, not because of the rubber. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say the rubber is the reason why it's inside the tire, right? Because without the rubber, the tire, it would fuck off. You can air up a rim all day long. Yeah,
exactly.
I think I tried it for a few minutes after I popped my first bike tire. I kept on pumping and was like, man, this thing is filling up.
Or it's even worse when the rubber's intact, yet the shell is cracked, you know, the rim. So, you know, never mind. I'm not, Just think about it with the fucking plate tectonics, guys. It's a fucking theory.
I would like to see a model of some bowl tectonics. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that's the name of my pipes, man. Tectonic bowls.
Especially on that geoid that's not even perfectly spherical.
Yeah, that thing looks like a rotten potato.
But not from space.
Wait a minute, you talking about the potato Earth? Actually, that thing looks like a jawbreaker you used to get from the 25-cent machine. Stick it in your jaw and then go ride your bicycle to the skate park, and then you spit the damn thing out, and it's all like gnarled up looking. That's what it looks like.
No, everyone saw how it looks like. It's perfect ball. You can see now. It's 24/7 live stream from ISS. You cannot see any other shape. It's perfect ball.
You notice how they hate it when we reference their guys? Like they're like, wait a
Yeah.
minute, you can't do that. You can't use this guy as a hostile witness. I'm like, oh, really? We can't, huh? Why not?
You know what? I'm gonna.
Time for another round of Who's Going Under the Boat?
You know what I want to do? I want to prepare. Actually, I'll do it. Prepare a lawsuit. I want to take it into court, bro. This is getting out of hand. Like, it's ridiculous.
I think we need
supposition. Either prove the curvature or pay me.
Yeah.
For deceiving. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I'm dead serious. I'm gonna do because this is it's way out of whack. If people don't start doing this, it's gonna keep on going. Sorry, Dress. Go ahead, bro.
Plus, in
I
US,
just think we need to put these conversational maxims in front of these glopers before the conversation starts, just to like fix up the quality of the conversations, because they just go all off the handle. I can post them here real quick so I don't have to take up the airtime.
You know, I do realize that a lot of these Globers come here thinking that, you know, we're just misunderstanding on something and they just have to explain it about 25 times until we go, oh, that's what it is. How did I forget, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't even speak. We didn't speak with him with that Jacob about flat Earth. We spoke about gravity all 2 hours.
Yeah, because they can't keep their God's name out of their mouth, right?
Yeah,
How do you make Spaceballs? Right, gravity.
Right.
So he couldn't even.
Yeah,
Did you hear him?
They don't understand
Sorry,
that
I
the
was just gonna say.
heliocentric model is an esoteric teaching.
Yeah. He kept on spinning out. How do we stay on the ground? How am I on the ground? I'm like, bro, you're on the ground. You're on the ground. He's freaking out. Like
Something's keeping me down.
Yeah. Like
Well, do you
something's
have
gonna let go of
wings?
him, and he's
It's
gonna
the white
shoot him.
man trying to keep you down, bro.
Yeah,
That's why you're on
that's
the ground. It's that white man gravity. It has to be, right? It has to
yeah.
be. Because the white
Why are
man's
birds
stuff
on
are
the
keeping
ground?
a brother down, right? Come
Yeah, but
on,
why are
man.
birds on the ground? Because they're not flying.
It's that white man gravity.
Everything was good till that debunking Einstein stuff. We had that good gravity keeping us down. Now we have fucking keeping us down space time. How to understand that? At least we could understand something is falling down.
Yeah, it went from a force pulling us down to we're being pushed down.
Yeah.
Is
And
the Einsteinian.
And freedom is stretching, is not bending. That's it also. If you didn't, I calculated in last 100 years that freedom it's stretching. It's not bending like time.
Well, you know how they say space-time continuum or space-time fabric or whatever, space-time whatever mumbo jumbo smoke. Well, the thing is I know that time is money. So if they want to keep you down based on time, that's just a thing to program you to say, yeah, you need to just sit there and work your 40 hours a week.
Yeah, it's another concept. Time. There's a maxim. What is it for the scientific method? So the maxim is for you
all
to
this speed,
do an experiment.
Igor, with all this speed that we are going, where the fuck we are going? We'll never stop, you know.
Yeah, I get that, bro. The maxim is you have to be outside the whole of the system to know what the system is doing. So nobody can get out of the system to see the system. You can only do partial stuff in the system.
But if you cannot go out of system, can you say that system is closed?
That's what I'm saying. But this is it's a scientific maxim. So you have to be outside the system to know the system. So we can't get out of the system. So we can't talk about this fucking airy fairy,
And they're even saying that they can go out, but nobody listening.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
They're even saying
in the system we can boil water, we can pump up stuff, we can get gases, but we cannot speak anything out of the system because we cannot land on a sun, we cannot land on a moon, we cannot go anywhere.
And we can imagine that water is flat in this system.
Well,
because it's going, we can only imagine that it's flat. But that's the logic, man. You can only imagine that Earth is flat. That's what you're seeing. That is imagination. That because reality is something what you cannot perceive.
It's ridiculous, bro. Like
reality is refractive. That's the problem. Reality is optical, and then it's fucking up.
Yeah, then you just become a fucking sophist or a fucking, solipsist or something. It's when I hear these guys, they're worse than like these, preachers.
And he's laughing in background, like, look at these retards. I'm so intelligent, and they're so stupid. And showing them how they are stupid, and everybody, and I cannot understand, man, that kind of position, you know.
It's.
Well, they have to come from that angle. Where else are they going to get their confidence from?
Yeah, but we don't need to speak about gravity. Let's say, okay, that's all right. Okay, gravity exists. Okay, but where is fucking curvature?
Yeah, again, even if you were to admit the gravity, they still don't have a ball.
Yeah, because that gravity will conform the ball. Okay, great. It will protect us also. Great. Gases will not go out. Oh, great. But where is curvature then?
Where?
To be sphere, of course. Because sphere is sphere. Like, I show you the car and say, this is airplane, man. But where are the wings? Well, that's wings. You don't need wings for airplane, man. Look, it's written Boeing 777 on car. What do you want more than this? Is it written in every books? We have in every school. It's globe. What the fuck you want to see in nature globe? Are you kidding? That's the logic. And the best thing is that globe. What they are selling down. It's written. It's not for the educational things. All right, great.
Yeah, but they won't read that. They won't turn the thing and look at it upside down and read because they don't understand even English. They can't read. They'll look at the ball, but they won't turn it upside down and say, "This is not. It's not real. It's not a proper depiction."
You know, conspiracy theorists, blah blah blah. That somebody put that like an argument. You are conspiracy theorist. No, man, water cannot be conspiracy. Goodbye. This is not John Kennedy's story. This is water. Let's see what water is doing. If water is, how to say, want to deceive us, that means that water is have so power that we cannot know. But water is natural only state, nothing else. At least I know.
Yep.
You know what pisses me off the most? It's when they ask, why would they lie? So you're asking somebody that is not lying about something why somebody else is lying. So if just say Hank killed Sasha, and then I ask Drace why Hank killed Sasha. I don't ask Hank. I'm going to ask Drace. What the fuck are you asking me what other people like?
The guy is not dead. That's the point.
No, it's retarded.
We have the dead body. Why somebody killed him? We don't know why somebody killed him. That means guy is not dead.
Yeah, but the point is, you don't ask somebody else why somebody did something. Why? I'm going to ask, Hank, why did you do it?
Yeah, of course.
I'm not going to ask somebody else.
But
my answer's going to be obviously he made me do it. He broke into my house in the middle of the night and tried to steal my children.
Well, that's fair enough then. But No, but you get what I mean, though, bro. You know, if there's a killer there, you ask the killer why he did it. You don't ask some dude that is not there why somebody did something.
With this, with simple words, it's like the we go outside on the beach. We see so that water is flat. Are saying that it's curved. That's it, you know. No more discussion, you know. Water is there, and but you can speak about everything what you want. That's the dead body, that flat water, you know. No, let's see why would they lie about that flat water. Oh man, it's flat water there. That's
Yes, why would they lie? I asked, why would they not? Why would they lie when that's all that they got?
I hope you like games, because they're playing games with us.
Because guys was saying that's if we realize why they're lying, then we can maybe put the argument that Earth is flat, you know.
I always say why they lie. Liars lie because they know the truth. Otherwise, they wouldn't lie. Otherwise, it's not a lie. It's simple.
Yeah, it's not a lie. There is everybody's confused. Nobody knows what is true, and you know we still need to find out what is the truth. But you are not presenting anything, you know, because you don't know. Also, but you know that is fear. That's the problem. If it's fear, show me.
We could write a book on excuses Glover's make.
Ron Jeremy fallacy. Next, because you're not. Snoop Dogg fallacy. Next.
If Earth is sphere, how could be flat?
I heard that one actually.
Well, you see, it's all just a simulation, right? And I'm going to go with the middle of the road fallacy this time. It's both a sphere and it's flat.
If Earth is a flat, Earth is flat. If Earth is flat, then how come I can't see something far?
And if they're always going to accuse us of cherry picking, why do they always say stuff like, I'm going to drop this pencil and prove that the Earth is a globe? That's the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. You're taking the information and you're painting the target over it to prove what you're trying to prove. That's not how that shit works.
Or if Earth is flat, why is curving everywhere?
You can't paint the target on the data and be like, see?
Like, look, it's curving here, it's curving there, and you are saying that it's flat. Are you dumb? Are you retarded? Look, I show you there every inch. I show you with all data, and you don't believe still.
I know you globetards are listening. Why don't you guys come in here and provide evidence for your curve? Come on in. I know you're listening. You always listen. Like, what else would you be doing with your life? Like procreating? Come on. Get serious, guys.
You can't see
Get in
distant
here.
objects because they're behind the curve. So there.
I'm too weak. Oh, don't kill me, please.
What they scared of? They're scared of the flat Earth.
You know what? The flat Earth is very terrifying. I have to agree with that.
Do you know what will happen if flat earthers take the lead of the everything? It's done, man. It's over.
Oh man, the cities would dissolve, and everybody would have their own land, and everybody would produce their own stuff, And everybody
maybe
would trade with the barter system and use silver as a medium of exchange.
Maybe we will believe in one God. Can you imagine that? That will be so bad, man. In one, only one.
And we wouldn't need Fauci ouchies.
And listen, this we will not need anymore to spend money. This 60 million per day, every day.
That's just NASA.
Okay.
There's like 72
Yeah,
other fucking other corporations that are like NASA.
yeah,
72.
only. Let's do like this.
Imagine if they spent. Imagine if they spent
Imagine-
that 70 million a day feeding poor and homeless people.
No, imagine this. If they say like this, okay, let's do like this because we want to first to give this money to our country because we want to have our country rich and big and important, and we will stop for 20 or 30 years the all space things, and then when we grow up totally, when we are all satisfied like country, we'll use all this money for hospitals, everything, and then we will start again for the space program.
No, you can't have that. You need people to suffer. People need to ask what has any type of space bullshit contributed to us.
No, we go for humanity because for the
Yeah, that's
space,
what I'm saying.
30 years
That's what
is
I'm saying.
nothing. Let's sacrifice 30 years of our money for the good
bro.
for people,
That-
and then we will continue for the space program. Next 1,000 years.
The only thing I know of for sure, like that was something aimed to help humanity, was a hydroponics and the fuck did they call it? Shit. The growing of insulin crystals and low gravity fucking parabolic flight thing or whatever tends to cause larger crystals to form.
Yeah, but all of that research was all just funded by NASA, not actually NASA.
But nothing ever came from it. It's just we know that.
Let's now count accomplishments. All this money was spent in the last 50, 60 years, and now what we let's make conclusion.
Well, it's the Third Reich, right? Because the Third Reich is the extension of the Nazi rocket program, right? And we've been using that all over the world, right? Because we definitely benefited from World War II after we confiscated the Nazi scientists, right? And the Nazis won the war and the Germans lost the war. That may be a difficult thing to understand, but once you realize that not every German is a Nazi, that may be difficult to understand. But it is a true statement.
How long ago was I saying that?
Yeah, I got it from you.
Yeah.
I got it from you. I ain't gonna lie. But I understood it before you said it. But after you said it, it was like that makes sense. But yeah, it's very important to understand that we got not an American space program, but a Nazi missile program. And whatever we went to space or whatever, however unlikely that is, we definitely been dropping bombs on civilian targets, right? That's what the reality is. And everyone who's all for it, yeah, it's the blood of the innocents on your hands. I'm not all for it.
Yep. 100%, bro. That was my point. So, out of all this
And not
space
only,
bullshit, hold up,
this
bro. 1 second.
Hank said about bombing. That's good because I want to add only a little point, Igor. Sorry. And all that bombing, what was did? If people don't know, it damaged the land because there is radiation still 20, 30 years after. Not nuclear weapon, normal weapon. They call that. I don't know to say on English. Uranium, lucky uranium.
A dirty bomb. Dirty
Yeah,
bomb.
uranium. Yeah.
Fallout.
So it's got radiation. So the point was, for 70 years, all that money has not given any one of us anything to make our lives better.
No, nothing. We
Exactly.
can go to Mars.
Where's the little robot that'll walk my dog for me, man? Come on.
Yeah.
You know, I want to ask or I want to say a statement here of ask a question as well. Has anyone looked up the old photos that they have of like huge cities, and ever wondered why there's no people in walking around in those cities? Have you ever noticed that? I have. I just noticed a couple of pictures last night. Huge cities in the daytime, like noon, 1 o'clock, and no one is out on the streets. No one, no moving cars,
Are you
no
talking about
nothing.
in China?
All over, not just China. There was some in Europe. There was some in here in America. But the thing is, some of these places that have been taken pictures, there's no recollection of them. They've been destroyed.
Stay home with me. Don't go out there.
So they make this huge town and then just destroy it.
Yeah, that's what they do. There's people already living there. Then they told all the residents, be in fear, don't go out, be afraid of the sun or whatever it is, so they can go through and take a survey of the accomplishment of that previous society before that city is destroyed.
This is it's also
Like a
guys.
phoenix. Like a phoenix, man.
We're living in a society.
Well, why would they lie? Come on.
Well, think
Why
about
would they
that.
not? Wouldn't they tell the truth that that's all they got? But instead, they got lies.
And
now they got caught.
Why would anyone lie to you? Why did your parents lie to you about Santa Claus? Tell you to be a good boy so you get good
Manipulation.
presents.
He's watching
To
you.
control you.
If you're not good, you're not going to get a present this Christmas.
And they almost got away with it, but the flat earth smacks their head every day.
Look, the flat earth, we might as well just start calling this the scientific reformation, because we're trying to reform it away from the whole ask a question. Really? About what? About math? Should we ask a question about how soap is made? Or how about technology? Maybe we should ask, why is RAM increasing every year?
Yeah,
Why is the price of RAM falling? Go ahead.
I have a good question, Hank. How are you feeling today?
I was a little tired earlier, but I had taken some poison to amp me up a little bit. Don't worry, it's just Starbucks. I'll probably live.
No, he got one Newtonsteinian. That was a problem.
I was like, what kind of sorcery did Hank take? He's energetic.
I'm sorry, can you tell? It's obvious I'm on shit right now. I'll take a picture of the empty Starbucks cup if it helps.
Starbucks, man. That's some evil shit,
That triple
man.
shot. That triple shot's a real ring dinger, man.
Yeah, dude, but that's some straight evil shit. That's some straight evil doing shit. You ever seen the Starbucks maiden? The siren?
Yeah, I know. It was either that or, I don't know. Probably go home because I'm too tired to work. I take my driving seriously, and if I don't get enough sleep, like, I have to do something. I want to be like 100% aware when I'm driving.
No, you don't. Gravity will fix it, bro. When you're driving, just invoke gravity.
I'm not invoking any of these pagan gods.
Yeah, if you're traveling
Mars,
east,
Jupiter, gravity, Helios, none of them.
Hank, if you're traveling east, you just put it in neutral, man. The rotation will get you there.
It needs a force. It needs a force. Well, you picked up the pen, you moved it over to the side, you opened your hand, and you dropped it. You were the force.
Does 4 has unit? Unit,
Yeah, just
physical
by
unit.
the act of you holding the pen and then releasing it has imparted potential energy into the system.
Yeah.
It's very
You
simple.
move the pen from the pen. Listen, you move the pen from equilibrium. That's it.
Yep.
Pen was standing on the table, not moving. Nothing's happening. You move the pen.
And
Have
then
you guys
within
heard
an
of me saying
instant,
that we should add this? Sorry, Josh, I think you're breaking up. Have you guys heard me say that we should move this specific gravity thing onto the second law of thermodynamics? Because if it's seeking its equilibrium, isn't that what the gas pressure does? Or the high
yes,
energy?
yes,
It's just
everything
seeking its equilibrium.
Yes, Hank. Everything seeks equilibrium.
Yeah, correct.
So it's
Even
really
if-
not gravity; it's the second law.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
that's what
everything
that's
obeys
what
it.
entropy is
Yeah.
about.
All matter.
It's about the heat going into equilibrium with the surroundings. That's what it's all about. It's the breakdown
Or the electrical charge.
Breakdown of energy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is their argument? Like really?
And then the whole space-time thing, it like gets you like away from matter when that's what it's all about. It's all about material seeking equilibrium.
They have
or
an
energy.
inception of a con. It's called conception, but they don't understand that the conception is the con, that the things that they conceive are not truly their own thoughts. Because if they were thinking for themselves, they would not be thinking it's a ball, because Eratosthenes, a Greek poet and comic, made something up.
People, I'll ask a question and I'll say what answer we get. Why was science made? Why was the scientific method even made?
To better
Because of its cause and effect relationships.
Okay, so
it's rigorous testing. The manipulation of variables.
Yep. To be able to explain concisely how things in the material world work. Material world, not metaphysical, not imagination, material world. Otherwise, you cannot do science. Natural science or natural philosophy cannot be done. It's only done on the material world to explain the material world. I hope that makes sense.
That has sense. For me, I don't know.
But all these yahoos want to come in here and they want to talk about the bending and warping of space-time, which exists in the near perfect vacuum of space. And in the near perfect vacuum of space, there's no material there to speak of except for a few hydrogen and helium molecules, allegedly, or atoms, actually, atoms floating around, right? But this is where the space-time is. So the space-time is nothing because it exists in nothing. There is no material, therefore it's metaphysical. It's not physical.
But all
Yeah,
these stars and things inside, what's that?
Well, see, the thing they don't understand, right, is they are believing and going by the teaching of esotericism. What has become the hidden is now available for everyone to believe, and what was believed to be true is now hidden. See, it's the flipping, it's the upside down. It's been inverted 500 years ago, man.
Yeah.
Renaissance. Age of discovery, all that shit. And they say we live in the information age. Well, it's a weapon, right? All these ages are coined because of the technology, but the technology is always used as a weapon, right? So the age of discovery, so when Columbus discovered America, that act of calling it a discovery was actually a weapon because it nullified the inherent rights of the native inhabitants of the land. Right? It's their land. Right? Just like with like all the colonies, right? They say, "Oh, we discovered this and we claim this." You can't claim it. It's already owned by a family group.
Yeah, that's 100%.
So, like, it's
But
always used as a weapon. Like the space age, that was used as a weapon, right? The atomic age, that was used as a weapon. The computer age, it's used as a weapon. We can see that today. The information age, this information is used as a weapon. All these ages are used as weapons. So think about it. The golden age. What good is gold when it comes to a weapon? Not very good. Doesn't hold an edge, right? And we're in the Iron Age, right? We're still in the Iron Age. We're still in the Kali Age. And everything we have is made out of steel, iron, right? That's a strong material. Then we have a weak material of aluminium. So it's this, people don't understand that, you know, all these ages, all these technologies are actually weapons against humanity. Because the technology will only take off. Like, here's the thing. I was thinking about coming up with this little aromatherapy kit, this little box that would get plugged into, like, say, a special website where videos would be in there, and it would be programmed, you know, at this certain time when, you know, when we're going to show an image of cinnamon rolls, that there's going to be vanilla and cinnamon and the smell of fresh baked bread coming through the aromatherapy thing. So it's a smell-o-vision. Then somebody asked me, "Hey, could that be used as a weapon?" And I go, "You're right. I should not come up with it because it can and will be used as a weapon." So it's just one of these things to where, you know, the hell is paved with the best intentions. You know, the pathway to hell is paved with good intentions, that kind of a thing. The path to hell is a golden brick road. Because man will always use it as an evil for their own desires. But the basic thing is these guys think they have something down, but yet it's all clouded in mystery and maths, something that's not real. I mean, can you show me the square root of 3 apples? Not really, can you? You can show me the square root of 9 apples by handing me 3. But can you show me the square root of that answer, that square root of 3? No.
that this country is just a corporation, a police state that won't tolerate insubordination. Did you know your birth certificate is just a receipt? You were born on a tax farm, isn't it sweet? They brainwash you with the TV, then enslave you with debt. I see people oblivious and it makes me upset. So listen all, this is my call for an uprising. It's time to brawl because we've all had enough lying. Not done trying, but fuck crying, it's time to act. I see everyone waking up, but no one fighting back. We're in a state of emergency, how we live is absurd to me. Currently, they're about to crash US currency. Problem, reaction, solution, the oldest trick in the book. Been trying to tell you about it, no one would give it a look. Now the new world order is right around the corner. We're living in the last days, time is getting shorter. This is the land of the greedy and the home of the slaves. It's on the back of dollar bills getting thrown in your face. But most people are too stupid to even understand. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land. This is the land of the greedy and the home of the slaves. It's on the back of dollar bills getting thrown in your face. But most people are too stupid to even understand. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land.
You've been messing with some delicate minds, it's a deception. Everything that you've been fed was a lie. Be careful with the medicine that you have just been prescribed. It's the devil and he wants you if you're dead or alive. Look, suggestive thinking's got you a victim of this suicide. And you've been blinded by the invisible prison that you have been doing time in. You're entitled to the truth you think that you've acquired. And the conditioning's what makes you violent with the refusal bias. In zombie land, where we poison our water, we feed you lies about the wars and then reward you for slaughter. And boy, it gets darker, the FDA just pulls you in farther with poisoning toxins in food and even more from the doctors. You could either wake up and just think for yourself, beginning by questioning everything education and media tells you, or you can stay asleep, remain in critical health, and fend for yourself in the prison of the material realm. Let's get it.
This is the land of the greedy and the home of the slaves. It's on the back of dollar bills getting thrown in your face. But most people are too stupid to even understand. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land. This is the land of the greedy and the home of the slaves. It's on the back of dollar bills getting thrown in your face. But most people are too stupid to even understand. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land.
That shit was like fresh gold bars out the fire. What the fuck?
You haven't heard that before?
That's the first time I heard that. That was really good.
That's all that one.
That was new to me. First time I heard it.
Yeah, you want to check out ODD's back catalogue. He's got a ton of amazing songs. I'm not really into rap, but his stuff, he kind of combines like a rap sound and a rock sound quite nicely. But I think my favourite ODD song is probably New World Fuck You, something like that. It's a really good song. So check it out.
Sounds right up my alley.
Yeah. The chorus goes something like, I want to shove some money up Alan Greenspan's arse and light it, or something like that. It's like, I want to choke George Bush and then, like, you know, throw him over a bridge or something. Can't remember, but just basically a bunch of violent shit.
Okay. But it sounded good in the beginning when I judged about its cover.
Maybe someone can play it, actually. Does anyone have access to the bot in here?
What was that? I think Gribble's stepping on your signal again there, Hank.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Yep.
So am I talking too much? Is that why he said, "What am I on today?" How are you feeling today, Hank? I'm a little hyped up, to tell you the truth. Am I speaking too much? Maybe I should take a back seat.
No, dude, you've been on fire today in a good way.
Yeah, keep going, dude. You're on a rare form today.
Yeah, I usually avoid that stuff. And back in the day, I would be on keto. I haven't done keto in a while. I love my chips and salsa. That's the only
Keto,
thing that keeps me.
Is that like a
Yeah,
drug or
keto.
something?
No, the ketogenic diet, where you get to eat like steakin' for breakfast and eggs and cheese and steak and broccoli.
Yeah, fuck all those diet things, man. Those are not healthy for you.
Actually,
Instead,
I've dropped a lot of weight.
Think about how our forefathers ate. They didn't eat the same thing every day. They didn't have the stores. They were probably a lot healthier than we are. Just don't eat the same thing every day. Processed foods, that kind
Well,
of
I
thing.
can't just go outside with my 22 and feed myself. I suppose I
Well,
could
I
get a
know
fishing
that, but
license.
I'm saying, you know, like everybody knows pizza's delicious, but it's not really meant to be eaten. A lot of processing involved in that.
Yeah, I don't eat stuff like that. I mean, I say that, but I do eat, you know, like Mexican chips and salsa. So that's a lot like a pizza now that I think about it.
So, like the keto, there's no gluten, right? No grains, right?
No.
So, does that mean you can have corn because corn is a sacred wheat and it's
Nope.
just starch?
No, I don't eat corn or potatoes. I mostly stick to like asparagus, cabbage, cucumbers, pickles. You know, stuff with high fiber like celery.
Shit, then you would have liked what I had for dinner last night. I had mixed bitter greens with
Oh, that sounds good.
some baby spinach, and I did like a little vinaigrette with some sesame seeds ground up in it, and threw in some wonton strips and cut up some eggs, threw that in there. Ooh, pretty fucking good.
Yeah, but the thing about the keto diet is when you're only eating like bacon and steak and meat like that, like you get tired of eating. So like I'll just be like fasting for like 3 days and go, okay, I'm working around all this food. I'm kind of getting hungry now. It's like 3 days of fasting like resets your immune system, or should I say invigorates your immune system.
Well, see, I think fasting is a good practice because if you think about it, in back in the day, like our ancestors, our forefathers, the men who made our families what they are, you know, they didn't have the opportunity to eat every day, right? So they would stretch out the food so that, you know, it would last. Kind of like it reminds me of when the Israelites were wandering in the desert and they had manna one time a day. That was OMAD. They were on one meal a day and it was a small amount.
I actually grew up eating once a day, and I was very thin when I was young, very lean. So the
Yeah, it's
intermittent fasting and the keto diet back together, like those things are awesome.
Yeah, the problem is most people today are addicted to food in the Western world. They feel they have to have 3 meals a day. In fact, they're so addicted to food that they'll even eat between meals. Crazy, huh? And then they wonder why they have a problem with obesity.
Yeah, I gotta say it. I'm hooked on food. I don't really drink or smoke weed. I just like all the different flavors. Like I got like probably like 6 different types of hot sauce.
Dude, fermented peppers. Have you ever tried making your own hot sauce?
Oh yeah, I worked with Mexicans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take a
I
bunch
got
of
a
chilies.
recipe from each one of them.
So you take a bunch of chilies, wash them, cut them up, just like cut them in half or whatever. And then, or if you want, you can even puree it beforehand, like Tabasco does and Frank's does. And then you just puree the chilies with garlic and onion and whatnot, to your liking of flavor. If you want cilantro, you can put it in there. Personally, I think it tastes like soap. And then you bottle that in a container with about 6% brine solution, salt solution, just to be safe. But I think you can get away with 3, but just to be safe, 6%, right? That stops anything else from growing besides that lactobacillus. And keep it submerged with like a weight or something to where, all the particles are under the brine. And put it in a jar with the fermenting top with the water lock, or even a condom or whatever, and then put it in the fridge. But I wouldn't use a condom because you have to keep it fermenting for like 6 months. And then after the end of 6 months, you just take it out and you put it all in a blender and you put it through a sieve and you strain out all the pulp, and then you have a nice fermented pepper sauce. You can add vinegar if you want to thin it down.
Yeah, you have to send me a recipe. But yeah, I do like making my own sauce.
Well, I'll sell you.
Go ahead.
I'll sell you on the chili chump. Okay. And he's from New Zealand, and he makes his own pepper sauces, and he does the walkthrough on it.
Normally, what I do is I take tomatillas, brine them, get the skin off, grind them down, and then add grilled onions, jalapenos, garlic, lemon juice, salt and pepper, and then very last thing I add is like avocado chunks, and that makes like cilantro, yeah, cilantro. So grilled onions and fresh onions, and to me that's just like with a heavy garlic, heavy avocado flavor, and lime, and then maybe a little lemon juice. Yeah, I'll be back.
Yeah, Hank, if you're still there, I'm going to post this video. In this video, he goes through the difference between mash versus brine fermentation. Like the brine, the peppers are whole. The mash, they're mashed up, but they still use like a brine.
Oh, and the thing about my sauce is I don't blend it. I kind of grind it up, so it's like chunky, not everything all blend together. It's not pureed.
Yeah. Well, this guy, he's got a great channel. He goes through like a lot of steps on like many different recipes of pepper sauce. Like he has a couple of sweet ones. Like, see how this one's more of episode 11, right? So this is like looks like it was fermented and then squeezed and drained, right? And then I think he'll even, because the goodness is in the pulp, so he'll grind it up so he can put it as a thick pepper sauce. I don't know how he grinds it, but I think he uses a food ninja. So, yeah. Dude, look at the saliva on that fucking dragon.
Someone to give you the roll. So, oh shoot.
What's up, Creation Bear?
So if high temperature moves to cold, high pressure moves to low, and high charge moves to low until it seeks equilibrium, what makes you think that objects in relative density would act any different? Objects in a medium would act any different.
Especially when you consider that atoms and their newest model has an electron cloud, so there's charge in the matter, so they can't escape electrostatics.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have an equation for it.
Yep, they have the equation for it, and it's way stronger than gravity supposedly is, but they don't account for it when they're looking for gravity.
Well, like the guy said earlier, if he was cooking the books and his accounting was off by 96%, like they are with dark matter and dark energy, they're not doing a very good job of their accounting.
Well, think about it. They say their Messiah was born the same day as Newton. So they celebrate Christmas on Newton's birthday. Two people I know of in history that were born on December 25th, Isaac Newton and Nimrod.
Interesting. The one world government and the one world religion. All we need left is what? The one world money?
Yeah.
It would just be ridiculous if his birthday was in 1666, wouldn't it?
Oh, no. Is that his birthday?
Yeah.
Is that Newton's birthday?
I don't know. I don't know what year.
Well, he must be a prophet then. Let's worship him. Yeah, he must know it all.
No, I don't think his birthday was 16, because 1666 was the year of redemption through sin.
Wasn't 1666 the year
Yes,
he
yes.
postulated it? Gravitation.
I think it was
I'm not sure. I just know he was born on December 25th.
Yebediah Zebi, I think is his name. I might be wrong about the name. But yeah, that was the Jewish Messiah in 1666 who proposed redemption through sin. And that's a very interesting rabbit hole in case you ever went down it. Zebediah, maybe? I don't know. I got the name wrong, I think, but you should be able to find it. Redemption through sin. Zebediah Levy, maybe something like that.
It's Levy. Once a year, you get like, I don't know, bang your wife's your brother's wife and his children and all this dumb shit.
I mean, at this point, why don't we just get a Satan room so we can just have all these topics go to the right room?
Yeah, there should be enough.
I mean, you can't really bring up the year 1666 without triggering that one. I mean, I'll never forget that rabbit hole. I just forgot the guy's name.
Yeah, the claim about the guy also being the god. Yeah, that's might be an issue. Yeah. We got another one. We
Well,
got
I
Lord
never,
Stephen Crust.
yeah, I never claimed he was God. He said he was a Jewish Messiah. I think he had 1 million followers.
Oh my goodness. No, I don't know what you're talking. I'm just talking about the claim about the book and him. That's what they're claiming about this guy. Yeah, the Jewish Messiah. Yeah, that would be an antichrist. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a pretty disgusting dude.
Now we got Lord Stephen Crust though. The advanced.
I don't know what you mean by we. I certainly don't.
Well,
I
as an
could tolerate.
example, yeah.
Yeah, I could tolerate some of his followers. They're okay people. Just the stuff that they believe. Like if you look up and you see the Orient, like those are like cities in China. When you look up and you see the stars, they're
Absolute
cities.
insanity. Absolute mind-boggling insanity to think that you live inside of a magical cell. It is literally the weirdest group of people I've ever met. They're insane.
Well, it's no different than saying that the stars are actually, distant suns.
Yes,
It's no different.
but the issue with the concave Earth is that they didn't need slave masters to tell them about a deception. They just started believing one on their own, so that they could be slaves to their own psychosis and fantasy gurus on the internet. Anything to make sure that they are the smallest minority, the most specialist. Look how good we're so special. We actually used to be flat earthers, and they're really stupid. Actually, the Earth is actually a concave. Dumbest group I've ever met in my life. Every single thing about reality disproves anything else other than what we experience. That's the reality. We don't experience shapes and balls. We don't experience any of it. Just absolute mind-boggling. Just another desperate attempt to be special. Whereas the plane of existence humbles you, takes away your self-worship, shows you that you are special because of God, not because of you, your self-worship. Look at these. Where's Glatflow? Look at these people in chat. How come I can't get any of my questions answered? Yeah, I always go to the guitar teacher to ask about drums and piano. Please try to focus. Please. Please. Still got some trolls in this chat right now, but they don't want to speak for some reason.
Hey, who's still retarded out there? Let me at him. Let me at him.
If you need to mention their name. Their name is Legion, so they don't have individuality. They're just the same people possessed by the same demonic forces. But yeah, somebody mentioned one world religion earlier. So the one world religion has been the outer space religion for some time. And that's why atheists and Bible believers, so-called, and you name it, any group out there can all rally up and watch the magical phallic symbols go into outer space. So the one world religion's some time. But the one world currency coming soon. Yeah, it's already been patented. Yeah, Microsoft. Be careful with cryptocurrency. You'll be paying back for much longer than you think.
Oh, if you can pay back at all. It's all coming to a screeching halt, guys.
What is it?
Real soon.
Gain a man to have the whole world and lose his soul. So you lose yourself, you lose your soul. That's what this is about. I mean, this should have been obvious from the beginning. Hidden currency. So it's just unbelievable. So you guys are in big trouble, yeah, and people are going to be begging for this chip on their forehead and their hand. Patent number W020200600606. Just look at Revelation 13:18. Thanks.
You know, I don't think you could have hit that on the head any cleaner.
We're in big trouble. Not
Do you
even
know what
and
the true-
Christians won't believe it. They won't for the it'll be 2 or 3 years before they start admitting what this is. They're not going to admit it.
Yeah, it's sad, right? It's real sad. They can't catch up to reality just yet. But another thing I was going to say, you know what the most potent one world currency there is right now, the most transacted one? Fear.
Souls. Oh, I was going to say souls. Yeah, fear and souls.
Yep, that's basically what we're dealing with.
Yeah, the fear is what makes you give your soul away. Instead of fearing God, they fear their government, they fear man, they fear science, and it's all good. And think of how scary this must be. All these so-called conservatives admitting that we're being poisoned and murdered, but will believe their space program. That's got to be a battle inside of the soul. That has got to be the most. Could you imagine being that stupid? By the way, yes, you voted for Trump last year. That's fine. We can forgive that. But after this plan has, of course, been initiated for the last year and a half, and then you still believe other parts of the government named the Antichrist and Apollyon and, all these insane satanic names, you'll still, and you'll probably claim you're a Bible believer, and they're poisoning you. You won't let your children go near them, but you're going to let your children watch them and worship them. That's the great deception.
Certainly the biggest one. Because, if you get rid of that one, you unravel most of the others.
The reason why the reason why it is what it is because they are literally doing what they don't think they're doing. They think, oh, I'm a good person. Which is insanity.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm going to literally think of it this. Here's what you got. Let's back it up. Watch this. If everything NASA said was true, let's pretend it's all true. They're still the largest criminal organization on Earth. If everything they said was true, it would be literally a self-worshiping, perverted criminal entity that's just based on making itself look
honestly,
good.
dude.
See, I'm just saying that's the reality. Even if it's true, it's pure evil. That's why people are without excuse. I'm sorry.
I almost think it's worse for them if it's true. Check this out. If all the Challenger people didn't survive and they just blew up a bunch of people for no reason, holy shit. Right? And I know they're willing to do that in certain other instances, but you know what I mean? That's just, you got to be kidding me. And for what? Millions of dollars a day just to do that? The only thing you've accomplished so far is perhaps killing people. It's fucking retarded. I'm sorry.
Right. It's so amazing because it's one of those damned to the lake of fire either way. There's no way out of this. There's no excuse. That's why God says, that's why Jesus tells you, you are either for me or against me. If you're standing on the fence, you're not on the fence, you're on their side. If you're on the fence, allowing these things to happen and allowing these tactics and these is just insane assimilation causing Stockholm syndrome to further ingrain this control into a population. Remember, the stick in the arm is just to maim, torture, kill, and sterilize you. It's not the mark. The mark is worse. They're just killing you right now. That's the easy part, guys. But the point is, the so-called, there's a rebellious group of people that believe this, Glatt and guys and flat earthers. This rebellious group, though, however, believes in all the rituals given to them on television. The rituals. They believe in the rituals. We go to space. We go to these magical places. Those are all rituals. So again, they think they're anti-government and they're 100% pro-Satan. That's the great deception.
I agree. And you got, so Luciferianism is one thing, Satanism is another, but they're both working together against God. Is that right?
It's all the same. The titles are almost pointless because it's because here's the thing,
Yeah.
just like the Most High has different names. He is the guardian of the gates of Israel. He is the I am. He is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He is the one that always is, always was, always will be. The adversary also has many names anyway, right? So Apollyon, Satan, Lucifer, these are all the same person.
Hope you guessed my name, right?
So yeah, that's why, again, if you're a fence sitter, you're not on the fence. You're on the side of evil. Sorry.
Can't afford to be neutral on a moving train. I don't think a lot of people realize what afford means. Like, you might say like, oh, I can't afford that this week. Wait till next week. I'll get you a toy. Right. But sometimes it's, I can't afford to, accept your benefits and privileges. Right. I can no longer afford at this time. I cannot afford to take this contract with you or your lovely titles. I can't afford to take these things. And it's like, if you think about what afford really means, like I can't afford to be neutral on a moving train because it's moving and you're going somewhere and your inaction is action.
It's like watching people being taken out of your prison camp and they don't come back and you hear blood-curdling screams and you keep raising the people around you to go along with this system. These statistics I don't believe in, but the point is, they, just like every liar, whether it's NASA or the government or whoever it is, they always end up admitting their lie. Well, this is no exception. They've been admitting it doesn't work. Their solutions don't work. And the protected people now have to be protected against the unprotected. If that's not the most satanic evil claim I've ever heard, I don't know what is, because literally that just shows how stupid people are. They're admitting to you it doesn't work. They're admitting to you that all these people are having all these issues, but you have to do it because if you don't, you're selfish. This is the beginning of the tribulation. What this? And the people, it's not the powers that be that did this to the people. You people did this to yourselves.
Apathy.
You allowed this. You went along with turning up the heat. Okay, 5 degrees, no big deal. You allowed that. You allowed it, went up 15 degrees hot. Okay, 50, 75. And now you're getting close to boiling. And you keep telling people it's okay. Well, actually, no, it's your fault. It's not okay. It's your fault.
Yep. And the people in the YouTube chat are a prime example of what kind of psychosis they have to keep up with every day to keep up with the Joneses. It can't not be deteriorating their sense of self and their soul at this point. But they don't care. They're just going to say, well, it can't be that I was wrong, or it can't be that I bought a lie. Not me. I'm too smart. Get rid of the pride. Quick, guys. You're running out of time. And yeah, Flat Earth's easy to understand. We got to take care of some other stuff too. Hurry up. Catch up to reality, please.
It's mind-boggling, and it's not going to get any better. You're not going back to normal. That's never going to happen. I'm sorry, it's over. The dream is over. It was a hoax from day one. Your Constitution can't save you either. That's another hoax. It's all a joke. It's a stage, and you're continuing to go along with it, you psychopaths in the chat, because it's your God, and you are your own God to you, and there's no way you will admit that your God was wrong, which is you. And that's what this is about. You're going to literally, to the very end, take your pride as your prized possession, which is it's actually your most worthless possession, and you're going to die for that. You're going to say, nope, it's too important.
Yep. If they had to defend their lives about this topic, they'd die for it. They'd die for it to be a globe.
Right.
Isn't that crazy?
Right. Exactly. Now,
that's fucking nuts, bro.
Right. Now, here's where it comes into some interesting things about people talking about the Most High's judgment, how, oh, God wouldn't, punish people like that after death. Well, if God just shuts your lights off, like all these evil people want, he's giving them what they want. Do you think the most important being that's ever existed, that the creator of all things, that is pure justice, is going to give evil people what they want? You got to rethink these things, guys.
I agree.
And you can't, there's not one channel that knows what they're, you can go on the internet right now. You're not going to find it on Flat Earth channels. You're not going to find it on the Bible. I've gone to the Bible preaching channels. Obviously, that's what I do. And I only can get so far. Well, all of a sudden, now the Bible can't be taken literal anymore, Glatt. No, it's all literal until we start talking about the fact that maybe we shouldn't trust cartoons on TV. Now it's just allegorical. And that is the great deception.
It's, cherry picking what feels best in the moment.
It's insane, bro. I go to these Bible teachers that hold messianic classes and witness to all these very important biblical events, which are great. But then when you bring up, well, what about Joshua stopping the sun and moon? Oh no, that didn't happen. Oh, okay. So you guys are just here to pretend that you're following the word. That's what it is. All of these people are fake, bro. All of them. As soon as you show them,
it's the Catholic Church.
Yep.
Catholic
it's worse.
Church.
It's worse. It's all of them. It's not. It has spread through that lie has spread from the Catholic Church to even the J churches, the ones that of course you would be able to say, okay, these people at least got to believe what the word says. Nope. Send one Christian Bible literalist there, such as myself, and it's over. Every single one of them will run from their lives. Literally, I've been kicked out of groups that were Bible studies because I believe the Bible is literal. Yeah, it's fun.
That's a mess out there, huh?
But it's not even the F word. It's not flat earth. Here's what I'm telling you is that just with simple words that people use that they don't know what mean, like when they say the word species, right? Like you can't tell a preacher, hey, do you know what the word species means? It actually means to speciate, which means evolve. And there's no such thing. It's a fake word made by obviously Satanists to confuse us away from the Bible. And they go, oh, no, that's not really true. Actually, the word really, and they'll come up with excuses why the biblical word kind doesn't matter. We need to use this new age term. So they're so prideful, and that's because they love to sound smart. Haven't you ever noticed you hear people have these evolution debates. Every time somebody says the word species, it's like they're exalting themselves. Look how smart I am. And that's
brand new species.
Right. It's this magical word. It's one of the top 6 magical words: gravity, refraction, universe, species, and there's a couple more. And that's one of these words that literally you're casting a spell on yourself.
And to that point.
Yeah, go ahead.
To that point, they're the kind of people that wear reading glasses, but they don't need to reading glasses. They just for style. Like, what? What are you doing? Like, come on. That's not important. Why are you doing that?
Like there's this thing at Sukkot where we get together and we witness these, traditions, of course, that are in the Old Testament, and you have to get different branches of trees, right? Of different kinds of trees. So we go there, I witnessed to this, and that's fine. I love to be a part of these things that witness the things that Jesus experienced. Great, let's do it. And then we go there, and the guy starts talking about, these are the 5 different species of trees that we're going to use. I'm like, really? What's that word mean? And then after that, actually, and I was really polite about it, not like I am now. I was very, very quiet and calm. And I said, well, actually, my wife and I don't use species because of its etymology. And, I just explained it gently, and the guy flipped his lid. Sure. I don't even get it. My point is, I don't get a chance to go anywhere near flat earth. I don't have to. I don't have to bring it up. I can tell somebody you shouldn't say the word species, and all of a sudden, I don't know how to read the Bible. That's literally the kind of people I'm talking about, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think it's because they're so used to the people who's teaching them their proofs to the Bible. Whenever you say you can't say species and evolution is wrong, what you're doing is you're taking away the foundation they have for their belief. They're going to have to relearn it all, and they don't want to relearn it all.
Well, I'm telling you that it's worse than that, which everything you said is true, but here's my point. These are people that don't believe in evolution. These are people that say they're Bible literalists. They even believe in a 6,000-year-old creation. But as soon as I start showing them, hey, these words are harmful, or, I'll try to be very polite about it. Like, here's why I don't use these words. I use what the Bible describes. Why would I need a new word? And they get offended just by that. These are young earth creationists that are messianic, that witness and practice the Old Testament traditions. So I assume these people gotta be open-minded to the taking the Bible literal. That's what I'm telling you, is that the supposed on the outside looking in, these are the most Bible literalist groups, and you go there and they fold like a $2 lawn chair in 5 minutes every time.
Wow.
That's
Yeah, the
the deception. Even
Freemasonry,
yep, go ahead.
the Freemasonry indoctrination of the church is pretty deep, man.
I'm just trying to give an example. Like when I say something like that, I'm not even telling them, "Hey, don't do that." I'm just trying to show them, "Oh, okay, but let me just, show you where I come from." I don't tell them, "Hey, you shouldn't do that," or "That's evil," or "That's demonic," or whatever. I just show them, "Hey, do you know where the words come from?" And that's it. You got to realize men are so egotistical. So when you meet these preacher men that are the ones that have this, I'm going to teach you what, things are, and I'm the Bible expert. As soon as they meet someone such as any of you that know that you're being lied to about something and it conflicts what they're doing, they can't help it. You're literally attacking their pride, and their pride is just too important. It's not just the atheists, it's it's the Bible literalists too. They think they're Bible literalists, is what I'm saying. And that's
Yep.
why the Bible says that God, you're going to see signs and wonders and deceptions, and even the elect, if possible, will be deceived. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure there will be. Sure there will be. Why not, right? The whole thing's a big, smart deception. You and I are deceived somehow in some way. We're trying to, keep the tracks on the tracks there, the wheels on the tracks. But, everyone's deceived to some degree, and we don't have the capacity to know all the shit. And you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So we know what we know. We know what we can prove. That's why we're still here in this server. We can prove stuff. I can't prove what the Rothschilds think, right? Who gives a shit? Earth is flat. Show me otherwise.
Right, and because you found out the Earth is flat, okay, Glatflub, and now you found out that all these people are liars. You now have to become a psychologist and explain to me why they all lied. And if you can't, therefore you don't have a claim.
It's just pride. That's it. It's easy to see. Just pride. That's it. Like, you don't have to be a psychologist. You have to have the thing that they talk about all the time: common sense. Oh, common sense. We're spinning. But anyway, yeah, it's common sense. Pride is the number one killer of dreams, of families. What do you got? You name it. Pride's the killer.
Yep, that's right.
In fact, when you start talking to preachers about entomology and it's not supposed to be King James.
So yeah, but I don't want to be a psychologist. I just want people to go, "Oh yeah, it is flat. Damn it. Okay, moving on." That's all I want.
Well, yeah, that's I want you to elaborate on that, Joshua. I use the King James often, but I also still have to go to the Greek or Hebrew. I have to go to the Greek or Hebrew to make sure. Yeah, there's problems in it. Yeah.
If you look up who James is in the Bible, it's not James, it's Jacob. It's Jacob. So why was it translated to James?
There's many name issues. That's why I have to go to Hebrew. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jehovah, that's an issue.
Yeah, well, it's almost like the name for God is salvation, is it Elijah or is it is it Isaiah or is it Joshua?
Guys, I got a whole cheesecake today. I just did it. I went and did it. Just for myself. All right, I'm done talking about that, but
now, did you order a flat cheesecake, or did you
kinda
just to make it normal? Okay.
Honestly, it looks concave. So, I don't know what that.
This is
was it a New York?
Yeah. It's the Oreo one. That's all I know.
Or Chicago.
It's the best.
New York or Chicago style?
I need to watch it because I'll go nuts, right? I'll eat like 2 or 3 pieces and just want to build a house or something. Oh yeah, no, I can't hear Josh. Hang on, let me.
I
That
was
was
wondering if it was a New York style cheesecake or a different style.
what is New York style?
Josh.
They just put a bunch of trash on top of it. How does that work?
Well, no, a New York style is it's just straight cheese on the side and it's only got a graham cracker crust on the bottom.
He said trash.
I'm sorry, I should have said dumpster fire. Sorry about that.
You're like old needles and band-aids.
Yeah, I
with
thought
the
I
New
should have
York
said old
style
needles.
with the New York style cheesecake, it's a lot thicker and richer.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. I don't know if I got that or not. And then the Chicago style cheesecake, just gunshot wounds.
I don't know if it's Chicago style, but they have a different style of cheesecake where it's more decadent, more creamy instead of
New Jersey smells like Guidos. It's whatever cheesecake it is, it smells like Italian. Sweaty, greasy. Okay, I'm done. Sorry.
Yeah, you guys, I mean, I got to talk to Chocolate Saiyan and Elijah about this, about them being in New York. How are they? I mean, I heard it's bad in New York right now. It's like China, in LA too.
Oh yeah, California. There's some places in California where you're not allowed to shop unless you have the green passport.
Yeah, you guys probably need to move to Texas or Arizona. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how you guys could still be in those places. There's plenty of land.
I keep telling these guys, come move out here where I am. We could use the strong men and all that because this is a rather weak area of elderly people and meth heads that don't care about nothing but getting high. Come on out to Arizona, guys. The water's fine. You want oceanfront property, don't you?
Learn to swim.
Yeah, so I guess Arizona Bay is an actual area.
So is Black Mesa.
Yep. I mean, if it's the California lifestyle you want, no problem. Just move to Lake Havasu City, Arizona. In fact, you could just get on a boat and go to California whenever the fuck you would want. I don't know why. Well, I guess I can understand why. To go to the dispensaries and needles. But marijuana is bad for you, okay? It makes you eat 3 times a day. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't have to eat.
If I lined the bottom of an airboat with dry ice, could I get across the desert faster than on water? Because you wouldn't have much resistance from the water. Because the dry ice would keep the boat, off the ground as it evaporates.
What? I don't follow.
It's not a lot better. Be more efficient.
Once upon a time, the Globers said that they could watch dry ice slide down the mountains of Mars. And so they created videos of ice down the desert dunes. And the reason they're saying the dry ice is sliding down the desert dune is because the dry ice is evaporating on the bottom and it's keeping the dry ice elevated off of the sand.
Somebody get a medic for the guy in the YouTube chat who is convulsing and having a seizure, who's claiming the sun doesn't move when clearly the entire military industrial complex and NASA, they claim it moves. So you might want to look up your own religion. Cupcake thing.
Yeah, not only do we travel 666,000 miles per hour around the sun in an orbit, according to their heliocentric cult, the sun is also traveling around, so i.e. moving around the galactic center, which is in return moving around the great attractor, aka Satan, the hidden one.
See, you lost. You would already have lost them. Okay, they're not even paying attention past that point. So, can they just answer this simple question? I mean, Josh, you're brilliant. That's the problem. It goes unnoticed by these troglodyte pigs. But anyway, so all you got to do is say, "Hey, when'd you go to the sun?" and figure that out.
No, you could just observe it move from east to west. Just go outside.
So what? So what?
If the sun is moving,
sun goes from east to west. Yes, it goes from east to west. You know what that tells us? The sun moves above from east to west. That's what it tells us.
Exactly. That it moves.
That's all it does, man. It moves. We don't. What the fuck are these people thinking?
Well, they're psychopaths, clearly possessed. But that's the point, is that every time we tell them, hey, the earth is flat, they have to say, how does the sun work? Which means, again, they are stuck hiding from what we can prove. They're not interested in reality. I'm sorry, 7 years ago when somebody said the F word to me, I never cared for 1 second what the sun, moon, and stars did. I knew that would absolutely have to be proved by the construct of the shape measured below my feet. Anything else is a coward.
If you're hung up on whether the sun is moving or not, I mean, at this point, don't you worry about that pudding. You know, just keep taking your medicine, right? The doctor loves you.
Excuse me, but by this model, you know, because gravity's so weak that it can't even allow air to be stuck to the ground because it's so weak. If a rocket were to leave the Earth and go into space, it would be doomed and never return and instantly be flinged off like a flea on the back of a donkey while it's escaping a freaking herd of coyotes, you know? Or a pack of coyotes. It's just gone, never to be like coming back. Just bye-bye. But they don't think like that. They think, oh no, gravity will keep that flea's ass from flying off the donkey.
Yeah.
Wait, which gravity is that?
The down kind.
Their gravity that makes it a ball, their gravity that bends light, their gravity that bends water, even though it's not bending or perceived to be bending at all.
Are you talking about the ink on paper? That's what you're talking about, the ink on paper?
Huh?
Hello?
Concept, the ink on paper. That's all it is. Conceptual.
Could I just ask a question?
Go for it.
Well, when I was in the verification channel, or that stuff, one of them said they didn't believe the Earth was flat, in the universe that's thought normally, from the Big Bang. They thought of the universe as the Earth at the floor of it, and everything being above it, right? And my question would just be, if we were at the floor of the universe, what would cause gravity and things to fall, you know?
The density relationship in the medium.
That's the thing, you don't know what gravity is. You don't even know what type of gravity you're talking about.
I'm mainly just saying, why does something fall when I drop it if we're at the floor of the universe?
So what is gravity to you? What is gravity to you? That's what we're trying to understand. See, there's two types of gravity, or actually 3 or 4 or 5, whatever the mode or the Goldberg wants to talk about. We want to know what you have about gravity. What's your thoughts?
I don't really understand what you're asking me, so could you just like...
What? Gravity. What is gravity? Tell me all
Gravity
about
to
gravity.
me, what I'm
What
talking
is your
about
definition?
is the force that keeps me on the ground. That force.
How did you determine that? How did you determine that?
Well, I'm on the ground right
What
now.
is the theory? What is the testing? What is the scientific thing that you can tell me?
Hey, Justin, is he claiming that no one ever went down to the ground until the word gravity was
I'm not
surmised?
sure what he's claiming. I'm just trying to
No,
ask
no,
him what
Does
gravity
he know
is.
that? Do you know that people went down and fell down and things fell before the word gravity existed? Do you understand that?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm
I am
asking a
asking you, do you
question based
understand that? I'm
off
asking you,
what...
I'm asking you, do you understand that things fell before the word gravity existed? Do you understand that?
No,
This is a
I'm
really
not
simple
asking anything about
question.
that.
I know that's the
What I'm
problem is that
asking
I
about...
know this is called a test to see if you can just be literally just honest and understand a very simple premise here that things fell in society in all of human history before the word gravity was invented. Do you understand this fact, or is this something that you can't understand?
I understand that, yes.
Good. Now, here's the point: is that many ancient cultures built structures much more difficult than we can build our structures today. Much more advanced technology without gravity. So nobody depends on gravity anyway. These people are just trying to show you that the Earth is not a ball, and if they can prove that, they don't have to prove anything else. And if you're asking them to prove something else, then you're hiding from what they can prove. Go ahead, Justin.
Just out of curiosity, could I get an example of one of those structures that we could not recreate today?
Well, first of all, we need to know where
Go ahead,
your understanding of gravity is. You still haven't told us your understanding of gravity.
They're called the Great Pyramids.
If you're
but yeah,
asking...
you can't build the Great Pyramids. So if you claim that you can build the Great Pyramids, it would just prove that Globers lie. You can't do
Hang
that.
on,
Sorry,
from what I gather from what he has explained already, this individual has gravity type D. So it's not the atypical Newtonian, it's not the B typical Einsteinian, and it's not the C typical
good.
relative
Okay.
density, but it's
That's
the
fine.
D
Well, that's
typical
good.
because
Does he have?
my feet are on the ground. So
Yeah, if he has a claim for when that's ever mattered, and if anybody ever used it for anything in reality, then that would be helpful. Yep.
so basically, which model of gravity would you say best describes your feet being on the ground? Would you say mass attracting mass, the bending of space-time because you are heavier than the air around you, or because you observe your feet on the ground?
I guess from what I've learned, my one would be mass attracting mass.
Newtonian. Okay, so
Yeah, it's
why
Newtonian.
did you learn that? That was superseded 106 years ago by Einstein's relative or special theory of relativity. Were you aware of this?
I wasn't aware of that, but I was taught it by just looking it up. I know that's
School,
not
right?
tested by
School, right?
myself,
Yeah, I know.
but
I know,
I
but
don't have the
school
means to
teaches
test
you
that,
about
you know?
but school teaches you about Newton, right? It's always about Newton, mass attracting mass, but mass attracting mass has never been proven in any experiment. Now, Einstein, 106 years ago, came out with his special theory of relativity, which says that gravity is the effect of something's weight warping the space-time around it, causing a warp or a path of least resistance, right? So, in other words, he says it's not a force. So he's contradicting Newton. And by the way, do you know what day Newton was born on?
No.
I'm willing to celebrate, or I'm willing to bet that a lot of people in your area celebrate his birthday every year without even realizing.
What day would that be?
December 25th.
All right. I mean, like, Just because his
I don't know who's
birthday is-
roboting, but someone's roboting. Socel or Socel, you're really lagging. Sorry, buddy. I can't hear anything you're saying.
Damn.
Hey, Coastal, can you hear me? You're lagging bad. Yeah, try to restart as many things as you can. Come back.
Yeah, connection's real bad, man. But yeah, so you see the conundrum here. If academia no longer accepts Newtonian gravity and only accepts Einsteinian gravity, and then you have the theoretical physicists that will sit there and say, we cannot explain gravity, we don't know what gravity is. What does that tell you about gravity itself?
Right. It's a non-claim. There's no such thing.
Personally, I think it tells me that it's just something we don't know yet. Maybe we will know it in the future.
Oh, you're right, bro. You win. He wins. No, he just said it's something we don't know. That's correct. Yeah. You are the winner of the month and the year of 20. I can't wait to tell Glat Flo. He's going to be shocked that you just admit it's something we don't know. That's the correct answer, Dare.
I heard it.
That's as far as we can go. That's the smartest thing I've ever heard a Glober say in my life. It's something we don't know. You're 1000% correct. Don't take that away from you. Listen, you just won the conversation. You are winning now. That's the point. You admitted that we don't understand that. So all we're trying to do is show you that we can disprove what they're telling us. I don't have to give you a new cartoon, Dare. How do I pronounce your name, by the way? I don't have to give you a new religious belief because I just proved Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny, right? That's what this globe Earth is. And what I can prove is that the Earth is a plane of existence. It's flat, especially over the ocean, for thousands of miles. And if I do prove that, I'm asking that you concede that I don't have to prove anything else. Thanks.
Yep, I heard that. That was great. Admitting that I don't know something has been a really freeing experience.
Yep.
In fact, a lot of people celebrate my birthday every year, and I'm quite upset about it.
Oh, April 1st?
April 20th, yeah.
On that tax day?
That's the second April 1st.
No, April 20th, the 420.
I know, that's the second April 1st. Yeah.
Got it.
That is my 420!
See what I mean? It's like, yeah.
Yeah, nicht Strauschen, nach die Lieber, Schweinhund. Yeah, absolutely.
Should not.
Yeah, you can't help but have a good time.
Should not partake in the pagan festivals, my friend.
Is a birthday a pagan festival?
I'm not sure. It depends.
Do animals have birthdays?
If you're the king that's worshipped on that day, then yeah.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Well, they're born on a day, but they don't celebrate.
Yeah.
I don't celebrate mine.
I give my cat a treat, though.
Yeah, they deserve sardines every day, though.
Every day.
Hey guys, I have a question.
Good, because we have all the psychologists here to help you. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm here with Dara in the same room. We're here to mainly because we're questioning our beliefs about the flat Earth, thing, and round Earth, and which is what's the truth basically. And I basically want to ask some of you guys, what's your belief? Why do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Okay, let me stop you right there.
One at a time. Okay, one at a time. Okay, one at a time. Yep. Okay, relax. Nice and slow. Go ahead, Joshua.
Belief denotes a faith, right? We don't have a faith in something that we can test, right? Can a belief be tested? No, because that indicates faith. That's believing in something without evidence. We don't believe in the flat Earth. We know the Earth is not a globe because the water measures flat. Do you understand that?
I didn't mean to offend you. I just
no.
We're not offended. No, it's okay.
We're trying to educate you. Okay, I didn't try to come across as being offended or anything.
Yeah, real
but
quick.
It's just one of these things.
Yeah, we want to
go
just
for it,
gently. Yeah, we want to gently ease you into this because, of course, this challenges the mainstream. It challenges what you've been taught. We already know what you've been taught because every one of us has also been taught that. And we found out that not only did they lie, and we found more lies on top of lies, but the basic premise is just to understand that they told you can't trust your senses, and they're teaching you that you have to believe in something other than what you experience, as opposed to the people here that will just tell you reality is real and that you're not on a magical spinning cartoon ball just because the television tells you that. That's not what reality is. And that's why even the government and all the military organizations, including NASA, end up slipping and admitting it's a stationary plane of existence. 1988, NASA admitted it by saying flat non-rotating Earth, and their Trident Flight Research Center files, which were the productivity of designing thrust vectoring aircraft for the military, where lives depend on these facts. So anytime they make a vehicle for reality, it's made based on a flat non-rotating Earth. So nobody claims in reality that there's a globe. That's how easy it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I could go.
I was just going to say real quick, pilots have lives at stake. I know a lot of pilots, and I've been on hundreds of flights. Never once have we even had to account for any curve. In fact, they have to have an instrument inside the plane that lines up with the actual horizon, and it can't bend at all. So anyway.
Yeah, those gimbals are a motherfucker. Huh?
Yep.
But I mean, I can go a lot deeper too. The heliocentric model, heliocentrism, right, was a pagan belief through secret societies 500 years ago. So it's almost like everybody today is believing in the occult while not looking for the truth, because the truth is hidden. So the truth has become a cult, while the mainstream, which used to be a cult, has become the exoteric as opposed to the esoteric. It's the flipping of things. Has a lot to do with the perversion of language as well. Like there, a lot of times, people that speak English will call children goats because it's slang for, a child is a kid, but it's not actually a human. It's a lesser cattle known as a goat. So, I mean, the deception is very, very deep if the language itself is corrupted. I mean, do you understand where this is coming from, where I'm coming from on this, you guys?
Yep.
Because I don't want to just make it seem like I'm just babbling. I'm trying to dispel the babble.
Well, it's a hard pill to swallow. And I'm just going to have to tell him this as well, though. The reason this is a hard pill to swallow is because every time you turn on this programming box, since you were a child, shown you this magical globe before every movie, almost every television show, and on every single fictitious news broadcast, they brainwash you with this false idol, this graven image of something that is completely of the opposite of what we experience, and it's brainwashed millions of people, and it destroys their mind. As an example, when I try to explain this to people, the first thing they do is they want to talk about the sun, moon, and stars as if that's going to tell them the shape of the floor they're standing on. That shows that they've been mentally destroyed. They can't even think anymore. And they're stuck in outer space when I'm trying to show them reality here. There's no outer space. That's what this deception's about. There's no space travel. They admit they can't go back to the moon now. We don't use satellites for anything in reality. We have to use AWACS and JSTARS in the military. If we had satellites, we wouldn't need billion-dollar reconnaissance planes. So the whole thing is just a cartoon hoax. And unfortunately, it's the fairy tale for adults. And most children are falling victim to it as well. It's part of the Great Deception. It's not something you can learn in one day unless you already were into the topic for weeks, regarding technology or things that the government does, because if you do, it's very clear that they are also dependent on the fact that we're not rotating 1 billion miles an hour on a magical bar. This is just literally a construct that's been programmed into the minds of the minions.
So another example of how it's been programmed into you and how they manipulate the words is, they use the word atmosphere in so many different things. Atmosphere here, atmosphere there. And in my own opinion, I think I'll explain why this is a nonsensical term in a second. But I think one of the reasons why they use this word so much in school and on television and movies is because if you keep using it over and over again, which implies that we're on a sphere and that there's a gas around the sphere that would form a sphere, so they call it an atmosphere, that it just sort of reinforces the idea that you're on a planet to begin with, which you're really not. So atmosphere, atmo means air, sphere is a shape, atmo, like air is gas, gases have no inherent shape, so atmosphere is a misnomer. It's a paradox. It's just a nonsensical term. There is no atmosphere. It's just the air, and that's it.
And something else too, like earth, right? Earth means dirt, soil, dry land, right? Planet means wandering star. That's what we know the planets to be. And what has man done? They've named these planets after pagan gods, thus creating idols that no one can destroy except for the Creator. Do you see the deception in the heavens, the wickedness, the spiritual wickedness above us that everybody is thinking about when they think we're on a ball? Spiritual wickedness literally in the high place of the cosmos, in the heavens. Now, a lot of these diseases of the spirit, of the psyche, has been misdiagnosed as mental illness. All mental illness is a form of spiritual illness. The biggest one that's sweeping the world right now is called narcissism.
And it's only a step or two below.
Well, before you guys keep
full-blown
talking, it's been like
schizophrenia.
15 minutes. I heard anything. You guys mind before you? Is he still there even?
There's a couple of them here. We've got Dare, Same Slade, Zalplox. These guys just checked in. Guys, welcome.
Yeah, we were talking a lot. Hey, Dare, do you have anything to say to all of that? What brought you to the server? What are you curious about?
What brought me to the server, I'd say, was like just a general curiosity. Like, why would someone believe something that supposedly is just is the opposite of common knowledge?
Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from.
That would be the main reason I joined, I'd say.
Hank, you're roboting, buddy.
Am I coming in clearly?
Okay. So I'm going to ask you 3 questions if that's okay. Dare? Is that how I said Dare?
Yeah, it's whatever.
Okay, super. I'll call you Big D. How's that sound? So I've got just 3 really quick questions so that you can kind of familiarize yourself with some of our main points. Is that cool?
All right.
Okay. And they're easy. They're very easy. Easy as pie. Do you know of any time now or in history when a person or group of persons directly physically measured the curvature of the globe Earth? When and how did they do it?
No, that would be incredibly hard.
Would be. Totally. I agree. I'm right there with you. No's my answer too. Okay. Second question. Do you know of any time recently or in past history when a person or group of persons directly detected the rotation of Earth on its axis? So when did they get the revolutions per minute of, directly that movement?
Personally, no, I don't know of that, but I'm sure there would be a way to do it.
Well, there should be, So, yeah, okay, again, I don't know either. Well, I've been looking into this for a while, and my answer is the same as these first 2 that you did, so awesome. Then thank you for being honest. The third question, and then I'm done with you, is can there exist gas pressure without the walls of a container to press upon?
Round 3.
Personally, I would say since gas doesn't really have a shape, it's kind of in a state that it's like not under pressure, I guess. Like I'm not an expert on this. I'm just
Hey man,
thinking
the
of what I
first part of that
know,
was
kind of.
yeah, the first part of that was brilliant. You're right. Gas has no inherent shape. I want you to remember that. That's key. Awesome. Okay. But the second part is we are pressurized here on Earth, and that's why we asked the question. So if I can go through it really quickly, we breathe gas pressure, we experience gas pressure. Weather is different pressure systems, occurring, happening. And that wouldn't be possible if we weren't contained somehow. Because remember, pressure, the word pressure, the base word is to press. And if there aren't any walls of a container to press upon, then you don't have pressure. None. Right? That makes sense?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So then the question becomes, how did they get past that barrier to get to space?
I'd say the only answer I could think of was that it's not like a conventional barrier. If we can get past it, it's obviously not solid. Or they went through the effort of getting. How many people were involved with getting into space? Hundreds of thousands of people throughout history have been involved with getting things into orbit. And getting that many people to just straight up lie, I think would be impossible.
Well, hold
So
on.
to
Now
your
that's
first
two things.
question, my answer
Okay.
would be it's not a barrier like a wall. It must be something else. And personally, I don't know what it is.
Still, that's a pretty intelligent answer, I gotta say. So, yeah, we don't know what it is either. And that's kind of the point. It basically, space is a violation of the natural law of entropy and the second law of thermodynamics. First one is you can't create or destroy energy or matter. The second one is that energy in its medium will seek equilibrium. And so what is claimed is that there's a magic spot where gravity turns off, there's no more fluid dynamics happening, and it's all of a sudden space. And that can't happen unless there's at the very least a barrier between the fictional outer space idea and us here on Earth. Right, because we have the gas pressure. So, you know what I mean? It kind of just throws it all into something crazy, because how do we have the gas pressure, right? And it can't just be open to an open system, because then the gas would fill that space and disappear and we wouldn't be able to breathe, right?
Something that'll really fry your noodle as well, right, is how is heat delivered, right? It's delivered through the medium, so therefore there must be a gas for the heat to radiate through. So how is heat transmitted through space if it's a vacuum?
I want to address a misconception that he had that all these people would have to be in on it. The government relies heavily on compartmentalization. Someone can finish that.
Yeah, basically, think of it like a Ford assembly line, a car assembly line. The guy putting the screw into the bottom of the car for some whatever reason isn't worried about how the stereo is going to be installed when the car's almost done. Does that make sense? They don't need to know what they're doing. And so they don't really need to be seeing the final product. Not really. They just need to do their job and get their paycheck, right, and go about their business. In fact, so many people want to appeal to apathy because they don't want to get their hands dirty with anything close to what would be like the truth or some drama at work or whatever. So they're literally just going to show up to work, put the screw in, and that's that. You know what I mean? Compartmentalization. You put each individual job down to the smallest little job. You spread those little boxes out to as many places as you can. And there's only a handful of people that know what's going to totally be built at the end of it. And what are you going to do? Go say, hey, I put the screw in that and I'd like to see the finished product do its thing. They're like, well, the launch is here and this time. And there's just no way to tell. So anyway, yeah, that's my take.
Yeah, we have multiple flat earthers that have come out and have worked for NASA, so it's not like everyone would know.
Right, I just want to point out that they don't have to be lying, right? Because they believed what they were taught, just like you believed what you were taught. And if you're showing people, like, since the point of birth, they're in a cradle, right? And they got that little thing over their head that shows them the sun, moon, and stars, right? And they're going to believe it, right? Because it's on TV, it's on the magazines, it's in the books, it's on your computer, it's on your iPhone, and that little blue marble is everywhere. That globe is everywhere. And once I say that, you'll start looking for it, but you won't have to look for it. You're going to see it. It pops up everywhere. But here's the thing. So how could so many people be in the lie? First of all, it doesn't have to be a lie. Most people believe the world that they are presented with. And second of all, how could we get everybody to participate in Santa Claus? Right? There's no way that many people could get together and lie to their children, right? But yet people do it all over the world. So yeah, people do lie. It's tradition, right? And they don't really see it as, causing any harm or anything, but how do you know all the full effects of tricking someone into Santa Claus, right? So I just want to go back to the shape of the Earth. So can you Google the radius of the Earth for me? Just tell me what the radius of Earth is.
My friend's gonna do that right now, but I just want to say something about what you said beforehand about the Santa Claus. That I don't know what would you call it, example, I guess. I think those are two vastly different things. Like getting a bunch of people who are mentally, what's the word? Like who are very young. Children are very easy to lie to. I think there's a big difference between their parents, the primary caregivers in their lives, the people they trust 100%, telling them Santa's real, and these people coming together to lie to 7 billion people in the whole world about the shape of the planet. I think those are two very different things, and they shouldn't be compared.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to clear up some of your misconceptions. If you want to say that's a false equivalency, that's fine. I'm just trying to show you that not everybody has to believe, right, that it's flat and they're lying to you. A lot of people believe that it's a globe and they're telling you what they believe. So another misconception that I think you had earlier is that it would be really hard to measure the Earth, and I'm hoping your friend came up with a radius. Did you get a radius value?
6.3 thousand kilometers.
Right, excellent. So now go to any Earth curve calculator, and if you type in 1 foot observer height, you're going to see that the horizon distance is going to be 1.225 miles. So any Earth curve calculator, you can search for it, choose one, type in 1 foot observer height. That's all you got to type in. And then it'll tell you where the horizon is at 1.2 miles away, right? The problem with this is that the Earth is very measurable, right? And we're not flat earthers because we believe or anything like that. We're flat earthers because we quit believing in the ball narrative, the spherical narrative, right? Because we've measured it all over the world for the past 6 years or so, maybe a little longer. People have been measuring the Earth over water. Now, if the Earth is 70% water, then it's going to be curving, right? The water would have to curve.
Can you prove this?
That's the question. Can you prove this?
Yeah, can you?
And yeah, that's the thing.
For 6,
We
7 years.
failed.
Yep.
We
Yeah.
failed for
Agreed.
6 years to prove curvature.
Yep.
You failed to prove it's flat, dude. What
No,
do
we
you mean?
proved it's flat.
guess I wouldn't have a response to that because you have your 6 years of research compared to me joining 15 minutes ago, just seeing what's the crack here,
Well, here's the thing though, bro. I'm not asking you to believe me like NASA, right? You can't go to space, you can't verify any of this, but you can go to the beach, any beach you like, as long as it's about 10 miles or more. You can make these observations yourself and test it yourself with nothing more than a mirror in the water. Get you a big stand-up mirror, put it in the water, and you on the other side of the lake with the sun to your back facing the mirror that's facing the sun, you'll be able to see the sun's reflection. Now, if it's at 10 miles, it's going to be 66 feet of curvature. So if the water's in the mirror and you see that sunlight, guess what? You failed to detect curvature.
So gets lower and lower in the sky.
when you travel away from equator. So
What does that have to do with being able to see a mirror that's in the water that should be hidden by 66 feet?
You can't though. Do you have
What?
It's already been done. You're not. Well, now you're panicking already. Go ahead, Grace.
You can't.
This is Larry. I mean, this is
Do
Hank.
you have an experiment?
Yeah, I knew that you were talking.
Where,
Sorry, I thought Dre spoke.
where
He's
you
not
can
even here.
prove it.
Yeah, go ahead, Drace.
Yeah, perspective is what causes things to perceivably descend towards the horizon, because as things go away from you, things appear to shrink. I don't know if this is news to you.
Sorry, I wasn't there last second. Could you repeat what you said? Just the last sentence.
So perspective is what we all see in. We all see in perspective. So that means that as the objects travel away from you, they appear to get smaller. So that makes the apparent height of the object appear to descend towards the horizon. So did you guys not know that things get smaller with distance?
Yeah, I did know that.
Okay, great. That's good.
So if things get smaller as they go further into the distance, then that means there can be more than one cause of things disappearing. So in your model, things would disappear over the horizon because there's a geometric horizon, meaning Earth curve. So think about it like this. A pregnant woman, 9 months pregnant with triplets, she's laying on her back on the table and the doctor says, "What color's your toenails?" She's going to say, "I don't know, ask my husband," right? Because there's a big curve in front of her feet. She can't look down and see her feet anymore, right? Well, it's the same thing at 8 inches per mile square, the mile, right? That quickly adds up, right? It's an exponential curve, right? So at 10 miles is going to be 66 feet. So if you're looking across the ocean in a bay or some sort of large lake, right? Large body of water at rest, and you see any buildings, right? Or anything over there, you shouldn't be able to see that unless they're taller than 6 stories, right? So if there's 6 stories, there's going to be roughly 66 feet of building, right? So it should be just right under your availability. If there's a 7-story building, you should be able to see it. So you have to take all these variables into consideration. But the thing is that I might be some egghead on the internet, but the thing is that you can go test this yourself. And you can prove to yourself that the Earth is a sphere, if it's a sphere. And here's the thing. What is truth? Right? Truth is that which is verifiable.
You're taking
Right?
the piss, dude.
What?
You're taking the piss, dude.
No, I'm not taking the piss, dude. I'm trying to teach you what truth is. Truth is that which is verifiable. If you can't verify something, then how do you know it's the truth?
Okay, can you verify it then?
He's having some issues. He already told you several times this has been verified by thousands of people for the last 7 years.
Yeah, by
I don't
thousands,
understand why you
but we
can't
are
listen to
millions.
anything
I mean,
he said. Everything he just said, you didn't listen to.
Yeah, look how many people's on the server, bro. Why is there so many people on the server? Right? Go look at the Bigfoot servers. Go look at the Tooth Fairy servers. Why do you think so many people are here on the server?
But do you believe in Bigfoot as well?
Hell no,
No,
bro.
we don't. We dropped the globe Bigfoot religion. That's the point. We're trying to show you reality, and you're hiding already. It took you 5 minutes.
Yeah. No, so
What I'm trying.
if it's flat though, yeah, what happens at the edge? It just go down then.
No one said there's an edge. You're already adding to the fact that we're just telling you to accept reality. Do you experience an edge? No. So why would you believe in an edge? The point.
Because you say it's flat.
No, we're not trying. That's the point, is that you believe in this cartoon ball in space. So if I tell you the Earth is flat, you immediately replace the ball object with a disc object because you believe in outer space. Well, the problem is there's no outer space. And that's the point. You won't even if you were interested, you would let me finish, but you're so scared because you don't have evidence for your globe. You're not even letting me finish. I'm just trying to tell you that reality.
Hey, hold on, dude. Come on.
Reality
Here,
is real.
let's just go over
Ryan, you really got to get some life lessons and stop interrupting people that are trying to pull others out of the fire, Orion.
That's my point, though. You needed to be interrupted, dude. All right, so let's just go over gas pressure again. You cannot have gas pressure without a container. That means that by default and by definition, we are inside a container right now. So there is no edge out there because an edge would be like a cliff. There is no ice wall because an ice wall implies that there's a cliff on the other end. So this thing that people call an ice wall, Antarctica, it's an ice shelf. You go up on the ice shelf, you go southward, outward. Whatever you run into is unverified. We don't know if there's more land out there, more water, and then the walls of a container, or just the walls of the container that come in contact with the ground somewhere out there. But it's unverified. You're not allowed to go there and find out. And if you're mad about that, get politically active about it.
Right, but what I'm trying to steer it back to is the shape of the Earth. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And what that means is that there's a horizon out there that should be blocking stuff that we can't see past it. Unfortunately, we can see past it. And with the ball earthers, right, this minority group, right, I'm not talking about normal people like yourselves. I'm talking about the people that are on the internet every day for like 18 hours a day arguing against flat earthers, right? This small group of people, this ultra minority, smaller than our group, right? They say the reason that we can see too far, acknowledging that we can see too far for their model, in fact, disproving their radius, is because lasers also bend at 8 inches per mile squared around the curvature rate of the Earth as the same curvature rate of the Earth. Now, this is preposterous because anybody who knows anything about light, it usually travels in a straight line. The only time that it really deviates from that straight line is when it passes in between two mediums, for example, water and atmosphere or gas, right? So liquid and gas, liquid and glass, right? Like glass, like a fish tank, that will also make a great deal of refraction. But if you're just talking about atmosphere to atmosphere, there's nothing that I know of, no evidence that I've ever seen that could cause a laser beam to curve down at 8 inches per mile squared. Now, think about what I said. If it's 10 miles, that's 66 feet. So what is the mechanism that would cause these lasers to bend down 66 feet around a curve? Because we have done experiments, field engineer, right? And it was 25 kilometers. And that laser beam should have been like way up in the air, but it hit the targets across a frozen lake.
Can you link this research or no?
Yeah, I'm sure I can do that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you don't have to take our word for it. It's not about us showing you.
Have to though.
It's about the fact that you can go out and do this yourself. Right, but I'm about to post it. Give me a second. Core.
Hello?
Hello?
I'd just like to ask, so you mentioned how pressure, we'd have to be in something for pressure to be a thing, right? Or air pressure or gas pressure, whatever it was, right?
So pressure is defined as the force the gas particles exert against the edge of the container.
All right. So my question would be, what container is causing the pressure? Is it a box around us? Is it like a half sphere around us, like a dome?
We don't know.
What's causing
We
it?
don't know.
No idea.
Honestly, I can respect that answer.
See, here's the thing. With the globe earthers, they'll tell you they know the mass of the sun, the mass of Venus, the mass of Mars, and we'll tell you we don't know what that is or what it's made out of because we never had a biopsy of it. So we're going to say that I don't know when we don't know, and we'll tell you whatever information we can verify. So in here, all we talk about is stuff that can be verifiable. Now, sometimes we speculate and sometimes we like to, it's fun to speculate, but we say we're speculating, right? If anybody makes a claim, you're expected to back it up, which I'm having trouble doing because I can't figure out how to make my phone post a PDF. So if someone could type or post that
I got it.
field
What do you need?
engineer, thanks. The field engineer.
The FE core test?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, they already did, but I'll do it again. Past is the future posted it.
Oh, I see it. Thanks.
And there's two other ones, a 21-mile test and a 19-mile test as well.
Yeah.
And the reason the 19 and the 21 are important, Dare, is that the globe math says we shouldn't be able to see anything past about 2 miles, a little less than 2 miles. And if we can see for 19 miles or 21 miles, there's at the very least something wrong with the official globe math. Yeah. They tell us we can't see very far. The horizon's only just kind of right over there. But then we measure lots of huge distances. 27 miles, there we go. Dr. John D video there in the voice text.
Yeah, I posted the Dr. John D video because he does many tests, and he is a PhD in spectral photometry and understands refraction. So he tried his best to debunk us, only to become one of us.
And it's cool to learn about this stuff too, because then you can kind of see how other people did it and, you know, go out and do it yourself.
Hi, is there any like experiments that personally I could do in my own backyard, like to prove
No, not your backyard, but you'd have to measure a long distance.
Here's the thing. When it comes to experiments, you would have to have, some phenomena that you're trying to figure out. So it's like an action or something taking place, and you're trying to figure out what that is. That's what scientists do. When it comes to measuring things, that's another form of gathering knowledge. We don't necessarily call that science. We don't actually call that an experimental. But
Yeah, it's
there
just
are observations that you can make. Like, so I guess one would be because, most globe earthers think that there are experiments, but they really just mean observations. So observations of eclipses that prove that it can't be a flat earth. As a matter of fact, that's one of the earliest ways of deciding that it was a sphere, from Aristotle, who said, well, when you look at an eclipse, you see the Earth's shadow on the moon during the lunar eclipse. Therefore, it has to be a round shape. That's how that rhetoric began, basically. But the truth is, when you view an eclipse for yourself, it actually goes against what you would think it would be in your paradigm, or what you would think would take place during an eclipse. Meaning, they tell you that the three bodies, the sun, the moon, and the earth, with the earth being in between, is in alignment. So much so that the earth casts a shadow on the moon. That's what causes it, the earth itself. But the problem with that is, when you actually observe a lunar eclipse, one, the sun is above the horizon. Two, the moon is above the horizon. And three, the shadow isn't even where you think it would be. So if you want someone to have a more detailed conversation about that, please ask if it sounds at all interesting, because lunar eclipses actually happen a few times a year, maybe 2 to 4 times a year, 4 times last year, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I was asking because I'd like to do maybe some experiments that wouldn't really, maybe like if I went to like the sea or something, you know, maybe
It would be
test
an
some.
observation or a measurement. It wouldn't be an experiment.
Yeah, but I'm just asking you guys if there's I
Yeah,
don't know,
sure.
if
The Earth
anything.
curve calculator, right? You can get that and go make some observations, right? And what you're looking for is something that you can see from a really long ways away. So, for example, I've been told that in Hawaii you can see certain other islands that you shouldn't be able to see, and in the UK you can see France from a certain location, right? And this sort of thing is what you're looking for, right? You're looking for an object that's way too far, but you can see it anyway. So the Earth curve calculator is going to be your friend. Google Maps, that sort of thing, and you're just looking for a large body of water, right? It's like a bay. Like a bay would be great because let's say you had a bay that's like 20 miles, right? And you sit down on the beach and you got a guy on the other side of the bay on the cell phone, right? And you turn on a spotlight and then he can see it. Yeah, if you can see it and his toes are in the water and your toes are in the water, or maybe you have to climb up a few extra feet, right? Because at 20 miles away, that's going to be a lot of curvature. So,
Or you could go about this way. Instead of trying to prove flat Earth, try proving the ball.
well, that's what the measurement over the large body of water would be. He's trying to find the curvature.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just about everything. I just got in here. Yeah, just try to prove your heliocentric model. Try to prove the ball. Prove the spin. Prove gas pressure without a container. And then, obviously, what you guys were talking about, prove curvature.
Well, yeah. So, like, basically, Hank is telling you what he's telling you because most people think, well, 20 miles, the Earth is huge. You're not going to see any curve, well, that much curvature, if any, in 20 miles. That's what people think, right? That's why he's telling you to use Google Maps and a Google a curve Earth calculator, because it actually tells you how much curvature there would be in between you and the thing that you're trying to identify. People think it's, some minuscule number, but it's actually a lot, because according to the size that they claim it is, the Earth is actually very small.
So we got pictures of Chicago, right, from the other side of the lake in the state of Michigan. Now, some of these pictures are like 60 miles away, right? And if you do the math, the entire skyline should be hidden behind the curve. And it's not only that. Also, the longest photograph ever taken, what was it? 273 miles? The mountain? What mountain was that?
Is that with the sun setting behind it?
Mount, what is it? The Mount Conahu or something?
Yeah, Canigou.
Canigou, thank you. Yeah, so this is a Guinness Book of World Records, right? They're not even flat earthers. They weren't trying to prove the Earth was flat. They were trying to break the Guinness Book of World Records. And if you know anything about Guinness World Records, they come out and verify everything, and the person making the claim has to pay for it. So if they made this shot at 273 miles, and then you do the math, we shouldn't be able to see that mountain at all. I mean, think about it. How much curvature is there at 273 miles? That's 273 times 273 times 8 divided by 12. That's a lot. What is it, like a mile of curvature, I think? I can't remember exactly. This isn't one that I normally use, but see, we've been doing this stuff, and other people accidentally do it too. So it's not just flat earthers that you're getting information from, because we could be a bunch of liars, right? We could be a bunch of eggheads and not know what we're doing. But like I said, you can think for yourself, question authority, and go measure it yourself. You don't need NASA or any other middleman to tell you what the shape of the Earth is. Sorry, go ahead.
So I can add just a little bit of perspective. And this is really important, because right now I would assume that there's a high level of skepticism, like, no, it can't be that simple to say, well, there's curvature and you should be seeing this or you shouldn't be seeing that. Well, check this out. When it comes to the Chicago skyline from, where is it, Milwaukee, which is 50 plus miles away, they know that according to the calculations on how big the sphere they claim it is, according to that, they know that you shouldn't be able to see the Chicago skyline, which is why they came out on national news and had a news pundit say, hey, here's this image floating around. Everyone's talking about it. Well, here's what's going on. What you're seeing is a mirage, because they know that mathematically you're not supposed to actually be looking directly at it. So they said it was a mirage. That's another story, because obviously it wasn't a mirage. And there are certain conditions for mirage to be a mirage. One, you would need the original copy and the thing and the mirage, right? But it was just the city. So
quick correction, it was Michigan, not Milwaukee. Chicago from the state of Michigan on the other side of the lake.
Thank you.
And to add to that, mirages also turn upside down or invert, so we don't see any evidence of mirages there.
I just wanted to say that when you were talking about trying to do some experiments or observations on your own, if you're doing any like long distance flights anytime soon, you can plot it out on a globe model or a flat Earth model. And I do it all the time because I fly a lot, and it's pretty cool to see.
It works much better on a flat
Yeah,
Earth,
thanks, man.
though.
Thank you.
Like some of the paths that they take, they deviate on the globe model, which they shouldn't need to.
Yeah, once you see that they fly over the North Pole all the time, all day long, North to South Pole circumnavigation has never been done. So what I'm telling you is if they need to fly from like Iceland to Alberta, Canada, they'll just go right over the North Pole. And that was a bad, let's say Siberia to Alberta, Canada. Okay. They'll just go right over the pole, right? Well, if you had like a flight from Argentina to New Zealand, you would think they would do the same thing, but they don't. They never fly over the South Pole. Now, there might be, now don't straw man me here, because what I'm saying is that commercial flights that regularly route over the North Pole happens all the time. They never route an Argentina flight to go over the South Pole, but I'm not saying no plane has ever flown over the South Pole. So don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But it's never been circumnavigated from north to south to north. We've gone east and west, west to east, never north to south to north.
Yeah, it's weird how all the flight paths go up north and then back down. If you believe in a globe.
Yeah, but the thing is, we don't want you to believe anything we're saying. Like the whole goal of us having the server is because we know that 95% of the people live next to the ocean or a large body of water at rest, and they can make these measurements themselves for like whatever gas cost, right? You get a friend, a cell phone, right? Next thing you know, you're at a cove, right? Maybe enjoying a little time off at the beach, and your friend's on the other side of the cove with a spotlight, and he shines it right after dark, right? You know, just a few feet above the water, and then you calculate, right? You calculate, say, dude, give me your exact position, right? He'll send you like a GPS ping with his coordinates. You'll see where he's at. He sees where you're at. Like, you can do this stuff for like next to nothing. And it doesn't require a whole lot. You just need an Earth curve calculator, some sort of GPS device, a long range camera, binoculars, or a telescope, and anybody can do this. But if you ask the globe earthers, they'll tell you to look at the sun, moon, and the stars, right? Anything but actually measure the Earth, and there's a reason for that. Like, go look up right now how to prove the Earth is a sphere. They'll talk about measuring shadows of the sun. They'll talk about lunar eclipses. They'll talk about southern star trails. What they won't tell you to do is how to directly measure the Earth itself. And there's a reason for that. Am I still on?
Yes, you are.
Yes, Hank. Even Einstein himself said there's no optical way to measure the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, he literally said when all the experiments showed it didn't move.
We experience a flat, stationary plane, but they claim it's basically the opposite. They claim it's moving in many different ways. They claim it's a ball, and they claim it's flying through a vacuum. Now, if we don't experience any of that, shouldn't people have to try to prove the ball instead of what we actually experience?
All right, what should we see at 30 feet observer height over the water? How far should I be able to see? Who wants to come up with the equation? What's the distance to horizon? 30 feet above the water. What's the distance?
I think it was only like 7 miles. I think QE did that with the.
Yep.
30
yeah.
times
He said-
1.225.
He said even at 30 feet, he said the black swan photo would have been impossible.
Right, and I want to talk about this. Yeah, weird because this is blatantly wrong. I mean, this is embarrassingly stupid. This is like they're telling people you live in Gumby world. I've seen Seattle at 30 feet on the ferry that I was on. I was about 25 feet. I'll just say 30. I'm 30 feet in the air looking at Seattle. That's almost 20 miles away. And behind Seattle is Mount Rainier. That's 70 miles away. 30 feet in the air looking 70 miles flat out. Thanks.
Reflection.
My gosh, it's just unbelievable. You just have to add a zero. And then at 40,000 feet, they say that I can see about 250 miles. I've seen a stretch of land in the distance that's longer than 250 miles. Just that, this is embarrassing. You can see probably almost 1,000 miles at 35,000. You could go anywhere in the world and destroy these so-called measurements, these calculations. It's pure insanity.
Yeah, I think there's an island off of Spain. In fact, you could look at what's the film 200 Proofs the Earth is Not a Globe by Eric Dubay. He gives you some of these observations, like lighthouses and towers and this sort of thing.
And so, did you guys know that they did a geological survey of the United States, and apparently it's flatter than a pancake?
I live in Denver and I see really high mountains. They're not flat.
We're not saying there's no topography.
Yeah. It's the relative scale. The height of that mountain is
I'm
nowhere
sorry.
high enough compared to the scale of the United States.
But that's how they do it to you. They want you to think of something that's not even relevant to the Earth, like a mountain. I mean, are we really speaking about a mountain, though? No. That's a mound on top of what we're speaking about.
Was it the United States? I know they did that with Kansas. I know that Kansas was basically measured as flat as a pancake. I never heard about the United States being done like, them doing it about the whole state.
Yeah, they first did the Kansas one, and they went on to try the rest of the United States. And then, when they considered all of the United States in its whole scale, then yeah, it's still needs a mountain higher than the highest mountain in the world to be not flatter than a pancake.
And then there are the plains of the Earth, the ones above water, take up 1/3 of the land above water. Sure, that's a bigger area than the United States. But also, on top of that, the area underneath in the ocean, that's called, well, some of that's called the abyssal plains, which take up over 50% of the surface underneath the water. So plains are typically these large areas of land that don't have much depression, what I say depression, or like it's not too much of a slope. There's not that much runoff from the water. So it's relatively level and flat.
With zero vertical relief, like the Bolivian salt flats, the largest salt flats in the world, 9,000 square kilometers with less than 1 meter of vertical relief. So that's where you get those really awesome photographs where when it floods, right, it's a perfect mirror image of the sky. So you get the water that's like perfectly still, right, and you can see it. And another evidence, right, that the water is flat is when you see the reflection of the moon as it's setting, or the sun as it's setting or rising, and it goes all the way to your feet. Like if there was curvature, that would be broken in half, right? There's no way that the moon could have a shadow all the way to your feet. That only works on flat water, level water.
Yeah, you can demonstrate this yourself with just a little flashlight and a curved surface and a flat surface.
But Hank, the Earth is so big.
Hey, can you explain that? What do you say about the moon and the shadow? Can you explain that one more time, please?
So the moon, the reflection on the water.
Oh, okay. You said shadow, and so the reflection of the moon on the water. That's what you're talking about.
I didn't hear him say shadow.
Where did he say
I
shadow?
could have swore I heard him say shadow, but okay, that's why I didn't understand it. So never mind.
No worries. The thing is, what he's saying is that the light right there. Do you see that picture that Drace posted? If the Earth was round, it would be only shining on where it was round. It wouldn't be shining all the way to you. Do you get what I'm saying? It wouldn't have that line all the way to you. The line,
Right? Yeah,
line of
I
light.
understood that.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure.
I thought I heard him say shadow, and that's what threw me off.
It's the principle of reflection, essentially, what Hank's talking about. When a curved surface gets hit by a light, the light gets bounced off of it based on the curve. You can't get a straight line from the light source along the ground as a reflection to your eye unless it's flat.
I love that picture because that just totally proves a lot. And they want to use the light against us. It's like, dude, you're not even looking at the light in reality. I mean, personally, I never actually thought of that. I never put that in my head, what I'm actually seeing. But to have that flat like that, there's only one explanation. The surface is flat.
Or unless you believe enough atmospheric conditions can cause you to see and shoot with a camera or a rifle a deer that's behind a 6-story building. So if you're on the level, right, same altitude as the deer, but the deer is around a curve 10 miles away, and you think the reason that we can see that deer on the other side of that 6-story hump is because light bends and you can see the deer that's on the other side of that 6-story hump. So imagine a deer in the parking lot on the other side of a building 6 stories high. So that's what you have to believe. That's alternative. If you just really want to keep your globe, we don't care what you believe. You can believe whatever you want to believe. But if you really want to keep your globe, that's your alternative. You have to say, I believe I can see a deer behind a 6-story building because light bends around the curve. At the same curvature rate as the Earth, by the way, which is 8 inches per mile squared. Not 8 inches per mile, because that would be a slope. We're talking about an exponential curve.
Yeah. For instance, when they use the railgun to shoot something at over 100 miles, that target should be hidden by 6,161 feet of Earth curve. So when that target explodes because the round hit it, that they can't be shooting at an illusion being refracted. They must be shooting at the actual target because the projectile goes straight.
And to be specific, the railgun is an electromagnetic gun that doesn't use any sort of gunpowder, right? It uses some sort of electromagnetic power to create kinetic energy. And when the kinetic energy causes this thing to land on its target, line of sight, which means that they had to see it, that it's an explosion from the high velocity, not any sort of gunpowder.
Correct. Tungsten generally is used as the firing pin in the mechanism. It's essentially just the firing pin shot at super high velocity so that it creates an explosion on impact. It's a similar principle to the, if you've ever looked into so-called space weaponry, Thor's hammer was supposedly on the same principles. Just accelerate a tungsten rod to a high enough speeds and things that it hits will basically just be vaporized.
Weapon.
So a good website would be to QE, Quantum Racer. He's got some stuff on his website. One of them is the Sea Sparrow Block 2, which uses line of sight. Let's see, I guess it was ground to ground. And this thing can sight its target from, I think it was 30 miles away. So if you're shooting something that's on the ground or in the water at 30 miles away, I can't remember the exact feet, but that's going to be a really tall ship.
Funny thing about that one is the targeting module is really low on the ship, so like there's no way for them to make that work on a globe.
Hi, can I ask a question?
Go for it.
So do you know the way like solar eclipses there? I saw in that picture there in the chat. The way the sun like shines down on the moon and it casts a shadow. Is there like for a flat Earth? Is there like a diagram or something I could see of that happening, or how that happens, like in a flat Earth diagram?
Well, the thing is that we're claiming two different things are happening, okay? So let's go over the globe Earth first, right? So the globe Earth says that the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, right? But the shadow has a diameter of 70 to 100 miles. So if the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, why doesn't it have a shadow 1/4 the size of the Earth? And they talk about the umbra and penumbra. So I'm about to post what they're saying is happening. They're saying that the light is bending around the moon, causing this effect where it's like it's magnifying the shadow. If you ever seen a magnifying lens magnify the light, they're saying the opposite is happening. So I'm about to post some videos in the live stream voice text. Can you see that? Now we're going to get to your question. So
didn't they have to make that whole turn up? Didn't they have to make that whole turn up just to explain what was happening during the eclipse a few years back?
I don't know what you're talking about. Right, did you see the video that I posted? And the images to where they say that the light is traveling and bending around the moon, like today at 27 minutes past the hour. Can someone please explain to me why this is considered to be true and not this? You see that? The guy who asked the question about the solar eclipse? The guy that just asked me the question about the solar eclipse.
Why it's true?
No, can you see what I posted?
The video? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you see how they say that the light is bending around the moon, causing it to have like a magnifying of shadow effect. And I'm just describing what I'm looking at. I can't really put it, but you see that last video that I posted, right?
Yeah.
Because the totality of eclipse is actually very small compared to the size of the moon that they tell us, right? They tell us it's 1/4 the size of the Earth, yet we get stuff like this, which I'm posting now. You should see it loading right up. That's the size of the shadow of the moon. Now, if you're in your house or with a spotlight or with a big light, if you want to emulate the sun, try to make a shadow smaller than the object casting the shadow, if you can. right? Try to do that magnifying the shadow effect, right? So what you're trying to do is make an object cast a shadow smaller than the object itself. You'll notice that you put your hand next to the wall, the shadow is the same size as your hand. You move it further away, the shadow gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So the problem is they tell us that the moon. Hold on.
Sorry.
They tell us that the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth. Why is the shadow only 100 miles in diameter? Right now, let's go to the flat Earth, right? We don't know the size of the moon or the size of the Earth, but we speculate that it's not 93 million miles away and hundreds of times the size of the Earth. We speculate that it's actually a lot smaller and closer. So if it were smaller and closer, wouldn't the shadow cast from the sun of the moon be smaller? If it were true that the sun and moon were closer and smaller, like the flat earthers are saying, isn't it true that the shadow itself of the moon on the Earth's surface would actually be smaller?
Hi, yeah. So I have my Amazon Alexa.
Regain your composure. Having a
What
bit of
was
good time.
funny?
So funny talking about flat Earth.
I didn't understand the joke.
I
Did the
know.
clown make it funny?
He made it funny, but only the people in his house are actually laughing.
I didn't hear anything that was funny.
There wasn't anything funny. He just said it in his house, and everyone else laughed in his house.
I pity the fool.
Or his shed that he's in, his deep hole.
Something
Or his
about
basement.
His basement.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, he's trying to make a shadow, an object cast a shadow smaller than the object casting it. Which, if you know anything about casting metals, right, if you cast something, it's going to be the same size or bigger, can't be smaller.
Yeah, I would also
Okay,
like to
shrink it.
hammer. I would like to hammer home your point, because it can't be a ball floating in space around another ball with a shiny light ball. That whole idea doesn't work when you look at the Selenilian, because both the moon and the sun are both above the horizon, and what he believes is the shadow of the Earth in this case comes from above onto the moon and down.
Just don't make no sense.
Like Chewbacca. Why the fuck is Chewbacca living on indoors with a bunch of damn Ewoks? That make no goddamn sense. You must have quit.
Makes no sense.
Oh shit, they use the Wookiee defense.
I like it though. Oh, nice. Very nice. Hey there, Chewie.
I can't speak Wookiee. The mic won't let me.
Now that's
It
funny.
keeps cutting out, so I can't speak Wookiee. Maybe I can speak sheep. Bah, bah. Okay, I can speak sheep.
Yes, you can speak sheep. Earth is ball. I saw it on TV. Wake up, don't be a sheep. I mean asleep.
Babysitting a dog and it heard Chewie and it's barking. Maybe the dog speaks Chewy.
Sorry, my question is, why does blood come out sometimes when I pee?
Oh, that's a good question for a flat Earth channel. Why don't you go to the medical
Burned
channel
when
for
I
that?
urinated. I asked my doctor.
Wait a
and
minute.
he
I
said,
just
You
have to
shouldn't
point out,
stick it in
Botox is
places
right
you
for
shouldn't
you.
have it.
Yeah, only flat earthers have the intelligence to answer all questions, but not the.
Well, I have
Yeah,
an
just
answer
try
for
to.
that.
Yeah,
I'm
just try
pretty
to
sure
stay.
that
Yeah,
happens when you watch too much national news.
yeah. Don't
All I can tell you
ask your
is,
doctor.
all I
Start
can tell you
drinking
is you
better
better
water.
double wrap it
Start
and quit
drinking better
putting it
water.
places.
You may be dehydrated.
Or that's evolution. Congratulations.
He's winded.
You know, I heard about this. I would suggest Mr. Johnson.
Nice. Mr. Richard, make sure you put that thing
Sorry,
away
guys.
properly.
Sorry about the interruption, but my question is, does anyone else twirl their ass hair?
Right, you're going to have to say that again and try to make sure that we understand it.
Yeah, turn the
Try not to
Sorry.
sound
The
like.
question
Yeah,
is,
try
does
not to
anyone
sound like
else
one of
twirl
Santa's
their ass
elves.
hair?
Stop
turn the
being a
trolling.
trolly.
Sorry, no, please stop talking, guys. Okay, Dari, say it one more time because no one heard you.
All right, I apologize for that, like, deeply. But my question is, does anyone else twirl their ass hair?
What?
No. You might,
another
but we
part of
don't. Because
He asked if we twirl our ass
Sorry.
hair.
Yeah,
That's not wisdom on his part, so please do not feign this with any more responses. It's just absurd.
I just wanted to make it clearly stated that he was trolling. That's why I wanted him to say it 3 times.
He has no answer for the eclipse thing.
It's amazing.
Yeah, Justin, you're gonna have to start handing out these weirdos a credit app. Seriously, thanks.
You
Bye-bye.
can't do that to us, Dyer. We've heard it all before, so you're not the first one that's come in and said that. Thanks.
Yeah, you're one
That's
of
why I
many.
had
That's
you
all
say
you
it 3
really-
times. That's why I had to say it 3 times because you're just an idiot. You're just an idiot
shut
that
up,
just
Dyer.
kept saying it 3 times.
I
Hey,
just thought
Justin,
it was
you
funny that he
see
kept admitting that he does it to himself. I mean, that's just a weirdo.
Exactly. Yes.
Are
Well,
there any Globers that
I heard
aren't
him the
weirdos?
first time.
Can
I
we
just wanted to see if he would say it 3 times.
Is Glatflobe slacking? Can we get a credit application for these people?
Nice.
Yeah, I would just like to point out it would be nice if we had an actual rebuttal as to why the moon is casting a shadow several times smaller than it's said to be according to the heliocentric model. It's supposed to be 1/4 the size of the Earth, but yet the shadow is only 100 miles in diameter.
Isn't it
So-
70?
I know it evolution. Yeah.
Sometimes people say 70, yeah. So yeah, if we could see like why that's happening, because according to Eratosthenes, the light comes in at a perfect 90 degrees. So if we can get any kind of intelligible response other than, you turning your ass hair into dreadlocks, that'd be great.
You know, there should also be a bright spot in the middle, in the exact center spot of that eclipse, but you don't observe that, do you? I mean, you can take a ball, a solid metal object, and block it by a laser beam, right? To where the laser beam is completely obstructed by the ball, and you will still see a bright spot on the other side of the object projected, albeit very faint, but you'll still see a bright spot. It's a strange phenomenon. But you don't see that with an eclipse.
So do you want to do the lunar eclipse next? Because I know you thoroughly enjoy the solar eclipse, right? I think they're suffering from some serious mental conditions. I don't think they're capable of responding right now. Guys, I hope you're okay. I know that your health care is free. Please consult your doctor if the cognitive dissonance gets too bad. right?
It is a mental disorder.
And what you were talking about earlier with the steel ball and the laser beam, it's called diffraction.
I mean, you can do the same thing with the camera and replace the lens with a solid piece of metal, and you'll still have resolution.
And if you're bored, we're not here for your entertainment. We're just not for entertainment. But we'll answer serious questions anytime.
It's amazing they
Now you're-
think that this is entertaining to us as a true flat earther. This is not entertaining to us. We are not entertained being here. We are not entertained being lied to our whole lives. Okay? It's fine
So
if you
if it's
like being
entertaining
lied
to
to your
you,
whole
you
life.
can leave.
We are not here to lie to you. Okay? We are here to find the fucking truth.
I know the children of the corn.
You
are
haven't been
listening.
here long, Desert. This is how I speak. So you better, stay a little while. You might
Yeah,
want to
Justin.
hear others.
Justin, next time you see a group of the children of the corn show up, maybe just tell them not to come into the server.
It's amazing. If you just came in, stayed a little while, and not thought any thoughts at all, then you would see someone else reply with your own statement.
Robots. Yep, Legion.
You all are robots. That's literally what you are. You come in as a robot. You only know one thing is to troll. That's it.
Yeah, an intellectual response would be great because I just destroyed the globe model as far as the eclipse goes. So if you got any kind of rebuttal or any kind of way that you can show me how to magnify a shadow, I'd love to see it. Other than that, maybe we should take a moment of silence for the globe model.
That's all.
Next one.
I'm wishing.
If only we had some actual intelligent globe earthers. I don't think we. I mean, we do have
Intelligent globe
some.
earthers.
We do have some. But
what's that?
That's a true flat earther.
Yeah, an intelligent glober is a flat earther to be.
That's
Yeah,
right.
doesn't that sound good? Does that sound good? I mean, what else can I say? The only true globers is a true flat earther. Boom.
Intelligent glober, is that like a married bachelor?
Same thing.
Shit. Oh,
So they
Lucy
still
got
don't have
put
a
in
response?
Helio cult? What did she do? Was it a she? I wasn't here for that.
Still no response. I was kind of hoping that they would, fire back with something like, "Oh, we found a way to magnify shadow."
They got nothing. That's why they had to do the silly hair twirling thing. That's what they went back to apparently. Went back to
Dude, they put a
twirling
magnifier,
their hair.
a magnifying glass in the sky. That's
Have a
what
good time,
they did.
guys.
Oh shit! A reverse magnifier. There you go.
And you notice they
sounds
forgot to ask,
Bring your
about
butt.
the lunar eclipse. I'm sure they were curious, right? They're here to learn, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm sure they are.
Don't you
They're
have a
so
question
bored. They know.
about the eclipse? I mean, we all did, but now that we understand, we don't have any more questions.
Yeah, we decided to get rid of our ignorance. It's kind of nice.
I could just go into the spill. Okay, here we go. So they say that the sun is casting a shadow from the Earth onto the moon. right? That's what they say what's going on, right? So if you're facing east and the moon is rising, like I saw a few years back, I think it was 2016, then the sun is setting behind you, and if the sun is going down, then the shadow would have to come up, and it would have to be on the bottom of the moon, and then move up to the top, and then move on. But in actuality, what I saw was that the shadow came from the top and went down. Now explain that. If the sun is going down, it would be geometrically impossible for the shadow of the earth to come from the top down. The shadow would have to be moving in opposite direction of the sun casting it, because the sun is going down. It would have to come from the bottom, but it didn't. And another thing, how many shadows do you know that glow blood red? Like, not the movies ketchup. Like, you ever spilt a large amount of blood, you know that it has like a certain color to it. Like, it's almost dark enough to look kind of blue almost. That's how dark it gets. So how does a shadow glow red? Do shadows glow red? So is it a shadow? No, because it glows red. That's light, right? Isn't that light? So how do shadows glow red? Well, they say, well,
It's
you know,
shadow.
it's all the sunsets.
It's glowing through. It's glowing through the shadow. It's not the shadow itself. It's glowing through the shadow.
They say it's because all the sunsets simultaneously at Earth, all the red sunsets, is causing this to happen. Okay, well then it's not a shadow, so stop lying to children and say that it's a shadow, right? It's because the sunsets this is happening. So how do we prove that? It sounds like a really cool story, but what if, and go with me here, what if we can't prove that? What if there's no way to prove that? Right? You can't just label something and say, well, this is happening because of this. You don't actually know why it's happening. You're just going to say that it does. That's a false cause, right? Like, I could say the reason your mom goes to church is because she was a terrible whore in her 20s, right? But I don't know that's why she goes to church. Maybe she
She's
likes
sinning.
the Bible.
Damn.
You know, that's a false cause, right? Without any evidence to say that your mom was a whore in her 20s.
And none of your business.
Right? Yeah, none of my business, right? Without any evidence, well, that could be false, right? And so this is how it works. If you make a claim, you have to back it up with some sort of evidence. So they say that it's the shadow of the earth, or in this case, the sunsets, that's causing this phenomenon. How do you prove that?
Can you touch the sun, Hank?
Not possible. Not that I know of.
But China did it.
I thought it was North Korea that landed on the sun.
One of those guys.
Yes, it's North Korea. Yeah.
Hank,
North
just blew my
Korea.
mind. Look at that picture I just posted of the eclipse on the moon.
Oh yeah.
And then look at, why isn't that shadow getting magnified in like the other one? What's happening here? Why is this? There's a massive contradiction here. Why is the Earth's shadow not shrinking down into a tiny dot on the moon?
You got me, because what we see on Jupiter, it doesn't work like that when Jupiter has a solar eclipse.
Well, if they say the moon's shadow turns tiny on the Earth, then the inverse would be true. The Earth's shadow should turn tiny on the moon. Like, am I wrong?
How does that work? Yeah, that's a great point. I never thought of that.
I like that perspective. That's a good one.
Yeah, Hank just made me think about it, talking about how small it is on the Earth. And then I was just looking at this GIF of it actually coming in, being much larger than the whole moon. So what's happening?
Just rub a little gravity on it, right? That's how that shit works. Just say gravity.
Got our dark matter.
Yeah, just say gravity or dark matter, and all those questions, they go away, right? You could just use one word, hand wave, whistle by the graveyard dismissals.
Gravity.
Hey guys, I have a question.
Yes.
Right, so
Whoa, you went
believe
really
that
soft.
you believe that the
I'm not
governments
sure
of
what
the
happened, but
world.
you're going. I seriously can't hear you now.
Sorry, but
There you
like
are.
governments of the world, like lying about like the curvature of the earth and all that.
Uh-huh.
I presume you all believe that. What about private companies
So
who would
everyone actually has to go through one entity, and that's NASA. There's no real private entities.
like SpaceX?
SpaceX has to go through NASA.
All government contracts. All government contracts.
Every
They
single
sign
one of them is a
non-disclosure.
government contract, so it's all going through NASA. Everything that goes into space or has to deal with space or aeronautics or whatever, it has to go through NASA. Has to.
Yeah. Didn't you
Even
know
other
America
countries?
and China are best buddies when it comes to space?
They have to be buddies in space, dude. They have to.
But isn't NASA like an American company? What about other countries? Would they have
No.
to go to
What?
NASA too?
No.
Yeah,
What?
NASA has been working with the Russians all throughout, this
And
so-called
the
Cold
UN.
War.
It's part of the UN nation, man. It's like their own freaking entity above
Right,
the UN.
ever since World War II, right, when some German people were trying to do a so-called experiment to prove Einstein, right? Ever since then, right, Russia has been open with their scientists, and we've been sharing information, right? You can go back and look at the treaties that we have where we can spy over Russia and they can spy over us, right? And you might think that the whole world is like all these separate countries, but I don't know if you've been around for the past couple of years, but every website, every business, every country, everybody wearing these face nappies all over the world, they all got the same words written on every website, every business, all over the world. These same words. Now, if these countries were all separate, what authority made them all write the same words on their websites and on their businesses?
And all the
Also,
countries
NASA.
also will not allow you to talk about it. Interesting.
Non-disclosure. Thank you very much.
Also,
China,
NASA
America,
means
right? Go ahead.
National Aeronautical Science Administration. Right. Says
Has
nothing about
any
space. Says nothing about agency. So it is not a space agency. Just remember that.
has any like government like forces ever like come into the server and like
Pretty sure they have. They just haven't.
Yes, and I've scared. Yes, many times, and I scare them away every time. Yep.
Yeah. They either just say, "Oh, you're lying," and then leave, or they just spiral out of control, and we have to ban them.
Well, yeah, I say that because
Or say stupid stuff like you're twirling butt hair. You know, they always have something stupid to say.
Just stay a little while, and you'll actually get a hear.
yeah, tanks only work on a flat plane of existence. When they give you simulators when you join the army, if you go to Fort Knox, they give you this $1 million simulator to ride around and play video games for a couple hours, and it's on a giant flat plane, just like the flight sim.
And here's the problem. Flight programs, say simulators, autopilots, they all work on a flat XYZ axis plane, right? That includes these drones, these predator drones, these UASs that all these countries are using now. And if you don't think you live in a country where the UAS system has been deployed, you're sadly mistaken. But
I guess I don't know if anyone's ever heard of this, but I did a little bit of research on it, and I found some clips where they actually took a bunch of gamers and they had them playing games for like 5 hours. Okay, like Portal, on a computer or whatnot, and then they had them take a test that these other people were taking as well, but these other people weren't playing games; they were studying the whole time. And they said that the people that actually played the games got better scores than the people that studied.
Is that part of the Gamergate?
It was just a test. The other thing is when they tested like military people, and the fact that they learned the drone system and stuff like that, they put a gamer on the same drone and he flew it better than the actual military guy.
I believe that because I went to this dude's house one time and he was playing like Call of Duty Modern Warfare. And it was a really good game. It was like the best one. Modern Warfare like 2 or something. I can't remember.
Gotcha.
But this dude was getting like 83 kills and died once. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Because we don't have like exuberant internet. He was playing on an Xbox, right? So how is he getting like 83 kills and dying once? And I'm like, Jed, bro, what the fuck is your name, demon? Like, how are you getting 83 kills? Because I'm excited when I get like 15.
Bro, that's nothing. I've gotten 116 without dying.
It's pretty sweet.
What?
Sometimes.
What? 116?
Yeah, the controller becomes the controller or keyboard and mouse becomes an extension of your body, i.e. the computer becomes an extension of your body, and you're able to just with reflex do things without even thinking about it. Once you get to that stage, then you're competition ready.
You go completely into the zone and you just don't think about anything. It's almost you predict sometimes where they're gonna be as well, so you can just
personally, I feel like the keyboard and mouse has become part of me. It's like something like that. It's like just your muscles get used to the movements.
Yeah, it's muscle memory.
It works both ways.
No, they even recommend surgeons. They even recommend surgeons play video games to increase their dexterity in surgeries and their competence. So a lot of
response time.
surgeons play a lot of video games on purpose.
More
They get
reaction time. Yeah.
more skilled.
Absolutely. Orthodontists do it.
Not to be spiritual about it, I feel like I've become one with my computer, when it comes to video games.
Right? And as soon as you start playing something, it's like this is nothing to me. Even though it's just the very first time you played it, it's like, whoa, it's nothing.
Yeah, then when you're playing hardcore search and destroy and you're clutching it and you don't even get the heartbeat when everybody's watching you because you're left alive. So all the teams are either watching you or the other players, right? But they'd rather be watching you because they're like, yeah, let's watch this guy fuck up. Holy shit, how the fuck did he know you were there? What the hell? And it's just about knowing the mechanics of the game and what you can get away with, bending the rules.
Yeah. Personally, I'm a Radiant player in Valorant, and I get a lot of questions from the people I play with. Like, how are you doing that? And how are you so good? And I tell them all the same, like, the muscles, the muscle memory of how I just move around and dink these kids,
I've been playing video games since I was 5 years old. Started with Atari and went to Nintendo 64 or Nintendo NES. And then from there went to Sega Genesis and the 32X and the CD, then went to Super Nintendo and GameCube, past the 64 altogether. And I didn't like the PlayStation.
All right, sorry I brought up games, a little bit off track, but yeah, the thing is that this argument, this debate, it's not as cut and dry as you might think, right? You might think that, if a flat earther debates a really good globe earther, the debate's going to be over in like a few minutes. No, this debate's been going for a few years, and it really didn't stop until the Black Swan came out, right? At that point, they had to acknowledge that there was no geometric horizon. And they say that the reason we see the horizon is due to refraction. And that's because throughout a few hours, the horizon moves from point A to point B depending on atmospheric conditions. And this atmospheric conditions has completely debunked the globe Earth model in the sense that you guys don't have a geometric horizon. It's completely gone. So I'm going to post the time lapse of Skunk Bay. And in this time lapse, you're going to see that the horizon is moving around quite a bit. And it has nothing to do with Earth curve. It's actually due to the sun perturbing the atmosphere, causing the horizon to move around. Right? So if you do take measurements, you want to make them early in the day or late at night before the sun has a chance to cause all these crazy atmospheric conditions. And when I post this time lapse, you're going to see that this isn't causing us to see further around the curve. What it's actually causing is us to see an artificial horizon on the other side of the bay where it looks like the bottom of the bay is getting cut off, kind of like you would expect to see a boat. Now, I posted two things. The first thing that I posted is the atmosphere acts like a lens, right? Causing refraction. And this is how the sunset works due to perspective and the atmospheric lensing. The second one is the Skunk Bay. And if you notice at the beginning, it's very clear. You can see on the other side. But as the Skunk Bay time lapse progresses throughout the day, the sun causes the atmosphere to do all this wonky thing where it looks like the other side of the bay is actually underwater at one point. But this is an atmospheric condition that's causing this. It's the Earth isn't getting bigger or getting smaller. It's not cutting off from the bottom up because it's going over a curve. This is a stationary bay that's experiencing refraction, or should I say light bending. And look, man, here's the deal. We don't care if you troll a little bit. Like, who really cares, right? We've seen it all and heard it all before. But if you're going to be a troll, like, be creative. Do something a little different. Don't ask us where the edge is, right? Because in reality, we're asking where your edge is. Where's your geometric horizon? And apparently, geometric horizon moves around, and there isn't one.
Fraction.
Refraction. Oh, you got us there, Globetard. You got us there, Glober. Refraction. We didn't see that coming. That's actually what we've been stating for years. So glad you're catching up.
Dude, reflection destroys what you're saying to us. So I don't understand why you even say that. Do you even know what refraction is? What's the definition?
There's some good facts in this video.
Is like flat Earth like is it a religious thing?
No.
Or can you be atheist and still believe in it?
It's not a religious thing, and it's not a belief.
Oh yeah, I know that, but can you be
See,
atheist?
that's what I'm talking about. If you watch this video, you know, it says Bible truth in an unstable world, right? So just don't even pay attention to that. But it's called The World's Last Chance. And basically what these guys do is they put facts out there and let you decide, right? So they're not trying to tell you anything. They're just putting forward the facts of the matter. Heliocentrism, right? This was an esoteric belief system, right? Which means hidden. It was the occult, hidden in the puppetry of the schools. And there was a campaign that the church put out against the heliocentrists because it was blasphemy, because they all worship the sun, Helio, right? So they burned a lot of them and went against a lot of them. But what ended up happening was they adopted their school of thought. You know, if you can't beat them, join them. So they made the esoteric exoteric. So they made the hidden what is practiced and made what was truth hidden. It's the inversion, right? So they've taken something that was known and changed it overnight, pretty much. Well, not pretty much overnight, but it took a few, like 50 years or so. But it was one of these things to where the Inquisition was started because of it. The Reformation of the Church was started because of it. A lot of things, because the fact of the matter is they had taken what was the occult and what was known to be the occult and made it true, and then took what was true and made that the occult. So they inverted reality.
What's your question? Do you need to be religious to understand the flat Earth?
Well, I think he
No,
asked if
what
he's a religious.
what the reality is that you need to understand that the globe Earth is a religion. And if you think I'm wrong, please prove me wrong. Show me the evidence of Earth curve, axial rotation, and gas pressure without a container. Right? Because what you believe is that if you go high enough, you can see Earth curve. Right? And if you keep going higher and higher, then you can see axial rotation. But if you keep going higher and higher, eventually you'll reach a vacuum. Right? Now, those are three claims that are extraordinary because none of us experience Earth curve here on Earth, right? Earth being the dirt between your feet, not the picture of the spinning water ball you see on TV, right? That's actually not Earth. Earth is actually dirt, right? Like earthworms, right? Think about it like that. Dirt and earth are actually the things that are between your toes when you're at the beach or when you're outside, right? And think about it honestly. Think about it. You've never experienced curvature. You've never felt the spin of the earth. You've never seen gas pressure without a container. But they tell you those things are happening, right? But I'm going to go ahead and make a similar claim. I believe, that's just a joke, of course, that if you go high enough, you can see unicorn nipples. And if you keep going higher, then you can see Pegasus tits. You can see Pegasus tits. But if you keep going higher, you might pass out because there's no atmosphere up there.
But are they perky?
I can't neither confirm nor deny nor back up my claims. I can't back up my claims. I'm sorry, there's just no evidence for the unicorns or curvature. Sorry. I mean, if I could back up my claim, I would. I would show you evidence of the Earth curve without showing you some sort of cartoon on TV.
So unicorn tits aren't purple?
I can't confirm nor deny that. I have no evidence. to back up my claim. And I know it's sad that I don't have any evidence, but really the globe Earth is in the same position. They could show us cartoons on TV, stuff that could have been photoshopped, but when it comes to actual evidence, like measuring it directly, there's just no evidence. Sorry.
Can I ask a potentially ignorant question?
Sure, go ahead.
Is there a mainstream response to why we haven't had a live stream video of a rocket going up? You know what I mean? Live streamed, with a camera on it, showing us the whole process of, say, a satellite getting launched into orbit. Why haven't we seen that, a full video going up? Is there a response to that? Do they say something about the atmosphere, interrupting it or something like that?
Well, they say that they have shown us, right? But when you actually go to prove it and try to verify it, okay, what are you talking about? And you look at it, it's not quite what they're claiming. It never is actually quite what they're claiming. And they never show us that. So I'm sure they got reasons, but hold on. I'm in the middle of one. I'm sure they got reasons, but the thing is that if you claim something is true, you should just be able to verify it, show us that it's true, right? But they never show us the fourth wall, right? They never show us exactly how this is working in space, right? We just have to take their words for it. So often what you watch is a space launch will happen, right? They show us a rocket going up, and then they switch to CGI, right? With the Martian thing. And those are cartoons. So the thing is that any village idiot can explain what they see and give you an explanation, but it requires someone using the scientific method to eliminate all the variables and manipulate the cause, and you can see the effect. For example, when I add heat to water, right, the water boils. I take the heat away, it stops boiling. I just proved that heat causes water to boil. That's how the scientific method works. So what they tell you is that the moon's gravity is causing the tides. Okay, manipulate the moon's gravity so we can see the effect of the tides. They can't never do that. It's always a false cause.
I mean, it sort of sounds like a silly way to wake some people up, but sometimes I just ask people, or I even pretend, have you seen the new, live stream of, they put 5 cameras on this satellite launch, and they've launched the satellite. Then you just look up how high the furthest away satellite is, and they've launched a satellite that far away, so you can actually see, not only do we get the images, the CGI images of the Earth, like Himawari, for example, but we actually get to see the video of it getting to that position. And they'll be like, really? That's amazing. And you'll be like, no, they haven't done that, but they should, right? Technically, that should be something that's been happening for decades now. And go, yeah, where is that? Maybe you can find it online. Well, no, it's nothing. There's nowhere. Oh, well, not that I can find anyway. I've seen a few rocket launches with the camera on it or whatever, but obviously they don't go that high up.
See, the thing is that if I claim that I'm 6'3", right, I should be able to back up that truth by challenging anyone. Come to Texas, right? I'll meet you at the DFW airport. You can whip out your tape measure and then go on vacation, right? I should be able to back up my claim. So if I make an extraordinary claim, like I'm over 8 feet tall, right, I should be willing to say, hey, I'll tell you what, I'll go to a doctor, right, we'll do it all live and get the doctor to measure me, right? I should be able to provide extraordinary evidence. Like a doctor isn't going to want to lie on camera and put his name, on record as to lying and saying that I'm over 8 feet tall when I'm actually under 4 feet tall, right? So if they're making this extraordinary claims that the Earth is actually a sphere, right? None of us experience that. And it's actually rotating. None of us experience that. We see motion in the heavens, but how do we know that that motion is actually the Earth and not the heavens or the sky? So the thing about it is that there should be this extraordinary evidence, and not just cartoons on TV where this guy named Robert Simmons says that he photoshopped the blue marble because it has to be. And my question would be, why does it have to be photoshopped if there's 3,000 satellites floating above the Earth's surface in space?
I tend to feel at this point that flat Earth is some sort of, I might be using the wrong expression here, totem, so that you can sort of tell if someone really is trying to critically think or they're just social credit point demons. There's this pastor in Melbourne who went against all the lockdown measures and kept his church going and he got put into prison for 20 days and now he's gained this huge following and I private messaged him because on his Facebook page he's got a huge globe in the background and so I private messaged him and I wrote like a massive thing to him, like from the heart, not trying to attack him, just trying to come from this place of I just want him to understand this knowledge too now that he's got like this new important position of like people are holding up as a truther. So I've written him this message and I feel like he has I've just seen that he's seen it. And now, like I don't know about you guys, maybe I'm taking this too far, but I feel like it's you can smell out the rats if they just write it off straight away. Then it's like, wow, rat, or he's legitimate and he really is trying to.
If he's a man of science, he would know not to dismiss something without asking for the evidence first. And if he's a man of the Bible literally says that a man who speaketh on
Test
a thing
everything.
that he has no knowledge of, right, it is a folly unto him to even speak about a thing that he has no knowledge of. So if he's never heard of the flat earth, and then you send him this email, and he does anything but investigate, it is a folly unto him. Yeah, test everything. The Bible literally says, test all things and keep that which is good, which really makes, the Bible not a religion. It's more of a book of, dare I say science? It doesn't have the scientific method in it directly, but a book of knowledge, right?
Yep.
Because how do you gain knowledge other than testing things? Like, is this real gold? I don't know. Let's test it. Right? Is this pure Colombian cocaine? I don't know. Let's test it.
Yep.
Yeah, I would say that it shouldn't fear investigation either. Right? If something's true, by all means, test it.
I have a question from Big Man Justin.
So the first thing you say, Big Man Justin, that's great. Go ahead.
Hey man, do you ever think there'd be like a big politician or someone in power someday maybe to come out and prove that the Earth truly is
You
flat?
know that is but what we have talked about before, and I actually said that. I said your question. You've got to understand. We have talked about that, and I personally think that there is someone already in the top of the agencies that is playing their part so that they don't get caught in any way, but they are trickling stuff out.
Who? Who?
I don't know. I have no idea. No idea.
Way to get my hopes up,
How
bro.
do you think that any of us know anything like this?
Yeah. Well, personally, I think if we do find out who it is, we should support them completely.
Of course, but the thing is, we won't ever know. He's not going to give himself away. Ever.
Because if flat earthers support him, then we blow his cover in a way.
Exactly. There it is. So he will never support the flat Earth openly. Never. Unless, of course, it becomes education. Then, of course, he's probably going to be teaching it. And that's his way out. So he doesn't have to say anything. He'll just go with the motion and just continue.
So the answer to the question is technically no. If you're saying he'll never, then the answer to the question is no.
There you go.
If there is someone out there, I really hope they, find their way and really help this community.
We don't need any help. The truth is a roaring lion. You just have to set it free.
What's on our back, dude? The truth is helping.
Personally, guys, I think there's a lot of hate and negativity going towards that Earth community.
Of course.
And there is a lot of it, like a good amount. Like all my friends.
You're just speaking to the choir here, man. I'm telling you, we are preaching it every day.
And man, you guys personally, I think, are doing your part. And I think it's amazing what you guys do.
We just want to tell the truth. That's it.
We love the truth. It's called the love of the truth, and it does set you free. We love being free. We're freer than most people could ever be.
I have been more happy these last 8 years than I have ever been my entire life.
Me too.
All right, guys. I've just got a private message from the professor. Are we allowed to read private messages on this?
Yeah, what professor? Who?
His name is just the professor. Are you fair dinkum? Have you lost your mind? I will happily show you a launch and then the satellite being deployed. Before I do, please explain what those objects are in the sky.
Please have him come in here.
He did. So he's got an ultimatum. Give me a freaking break. He's got an ultimatum.
No. Let's just have him speak, but I just want him to come in here, please.
Let me just keep on reading, just for a minute. Before I do, please explain what those objects are in the sky flying from the UK to Australia in 40 minutes and back to the UK via South America, North America in 100 minutes. What do you know shaped like flies 8 times faster than any fighter jet? How come I can predict exactly where they will be and when? Anyway, if you care what you believe is true, why don't you ring Garmin, Navman, and TomTom and ask them where GPS signals come from? Ring up Foxtel and ask them where does satellite TV come from? Anyway, we've been through this argument a million times. Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully, Professor, he's still typing to me. Professor, if you're still listening, come in and chat with everyone. Don't just write me a private message.
Yeah, you worthless wank.
He wanted to just write
What are you
to
scared
you.
of?
He's just scared of everyone here.
Yeah, he's lost the debate.
He
with
won't
just
write to
about
any
everything.
of us because he knows the answers from us. That's the thing. He wanted an answer from you, Anthony, and he thought that you didn't have much of the answers. That's what they do. So don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. He just looked at your tags and that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Scaredy cat. And
He's just completely scared to
making
talk to
ultimatums.
any of
Explain
us.
to me things in the sky. By the way, we don't say there's nothing there in the sky. There's things all over the sky, but to explain them, give me
Ask the professor.
a break.
Yeah, ask
You're-
Professor.
you're,
Phil.
It doesn't tell you the
Professor,
shape of the Earth. Thank you, Professor.
Don't hide behind your DMs, please.
Yeah,
ask
I
the good
must have.
professor. Hold on, just ask the good professor if he could tell you why he didn't tell you to directly measure the Earth's surface. Why is he telling you to look at things in the sky? Because if you go to get special boots made for you, right? They measure your feet. You know why they don't measure your head, Professor?
For a hat.
Wait. Why don't they measure my head, Hank?
Because that's where you get a hat fitted for, right? We're talking about boots, right? So if we're
But
talking
I thought
about
my
the shape
toe
of the
was
Earth,
supposed to be fitted.
but if we're talking about the shape of the Earth, wouldn't you measure the Earth to find out the shape of it or the surface? Wouldn't you measure the surface, Professor?
What professor is this?
Oh, who knows? He just call himself Professor.
Probably a fake anyway.
Faker.
That's what blows
Yeah,
my
I really
mind.
want the answer to that question.
Like Hank
Yeah.
was saying, I mean, there's dozens of methods to just measure the Earth, and that would just put the nail in the coffin. And they always go to space or they always go to satellites when you could just use a simple experiment and enlighten all of us and show the curve if it's real, you know. But
What
they
I'm
don't do that.
what I'm excited about is I've had a rough couple of days. I need a really good laugh, so I'm just excited for when he actually shows us the satellite launch and then the deployment from start to finish without any cuts. Isn't that going to be great, guys?
Yeah, I'd like to see that, but I already put a qualification. Explain to me the lights in the sky first. Yeah, well, you know what? Then you got nothing to show us if that's what you're going to say.
I agree.
Well, I've talked to him about this. He claims to play a computer game, and that's how he knows. And he wants us all to just believe his words. So I don't put much stock in Professor Phil.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't bow to authority or believe authorities. Sorry.
Guys, can I tell you like a really powerful story I had the other day?
Sure.
Right, so I'm a Radiant player in Valorant, and I was playing some Valorant today, and I dinged some guy, and he got really angry at me, and he was asking me, what, how are you so good? And it progressed into a conversation of how the Earth was flat, and he was very angry at me and my opinions on it, and I really shedded the light on him, and I really changed his opinion, and it was very powerful for me. I felt really good after.
You know, you can't troll here because that's a bunch of shit. Thanks. And you're muted because of that. Fucking moron.
Can I ask a legitimate question now?
Hold on. Just hold on. Just one more thing.
Again?
He left. He left after he said that, guys. He left.
Yeah, I'll be super quick. Then you can ask your question. The thing is, we're only offering you the knowledge how to test, right? We're not trying to convince anybody of anything except for go out and test it yourself. Go ahead and ask your question, bro.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to believe me. I'm not an authority anyway. Go test it for yourself. Try to debunk it. Do a sincere work at it, and you'll figure it out.
Yeah, the last thing I want is someone to just believe me. I don't want thousands of people to just be chanting my name, saying he knows it, he knows it. Go talk to him. I don't want that attention. Just know it for yourself, and then we can all be on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
You can be satisfied with your own knowledge.
Okay, so what's their explanation for air bubbles in space? Or like, has that ever even been addressed? Just curious.
They have claimed that it's flakes or dust and other stuff from the capsule and outside of it. They don't have any coherent logical excuses for it. Neither do they have any logical excuses for why there's algae on the outside of their supposed spacecraft, but
Or the fact that 2 astronauts almost drowned while working on the outside of the ISS. You know, drowned.
It's one of the best ones.
Drowned implies that they were choking on a liquid, right? So when they were asked about this, I guess they were drowning because they take water with them, right? But how would you drown?
Why would you design a suit that had that kind of a problem? I'm just having a problem with that. Why would you put your astronauts at such risk, medically speaking? A potential drowning? Are you kidding me? How bad of a design is the suit then? That's insane.
So they added snorkels so that you can't drown. Now this is on an ISS walk.
Even better. I want to know who's going up and repainting those paint flecks that are going off all over, because if that's been happening constantly for over 20 years now, or whatever it's been, how come there's not like big patches missing all over that thing? So I don't think it's paint flakes.
Snorkels, nice. That is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, but people believe it. Yeah.
Ridiculous is right. Yeah. Yep. We can engineer deep diving suits and all kinds of stuff, but we can't figure out how to make a space suit that doesn't need
Pretty crazy.
a snorkel to
Yeah,
save your
look at this
life.
GIF.
They could say anything. Like the snorkel thing is so ridiculous to me. They could say anything and somebody will believe it just because of authority.
How's there a scuba diver in space?
Yeah, he looks real sweet here. They're holding a camera floating around in a what looks to be some kind of wetsuit. It's black. Kind of odd, isn't it?
Extra
See, they
funny.
passed laws. Go ahead, bro.
I was just going to add extra funny when you look at the pictures that are above, because in their neutral buoyancy lab, they do have people in the exact same outfit with the same yellow tanks on the back. So it's real bad.
Yep, same black dry suit, all that. Yep. No different. Pretty
See, they pass
funny.
laws in the United States. Under national security, the government can lie to the people. And they've also passed other laws where they can propagandize the people. Right? And this is a military tactic, right, that you use on the enemy. So why is the government treating its civilians, right, the people who elected them, who gave consent to be governed by the governed, excuse me, who gave consent to them that they could lie to us?
Well, somebody got rid of the Smith-Mundt Act about 2008, if I remember right. Slaves can be told anything now.
But why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
So I just took some more pictures of a bright star in the sky.
So do you guys think they're hiding more land somewhere?
That's a huge possibility.
Speculation.
It's speculation.
It's
But it's
possible.
possible.
Speculation.
So think
Right,
about
because nobody could know for sure.
right. So think about this: when the Norwegians or the Norse, when they found Iceland, they reported back to Europe that they had found Iceland. Now Iceland translates to tundra, right? So they told you they found the ice shelf, right? But in actuality, people live in Iceland right now because parts of it's very green. So how do we know what they're telling us about Antarctica, that it's a polar cap? Right, we used to have 2 polar caps, and now we only have 1 if you look at the globe Earth, right? It's changed over the years.
Yeah.
So there used to be a North Pole,
Yes.
and now there's not like a ice sheet on the north, right? But they're telling us that Antarctica is a bunch of ice. How do we know there's not geothermal vents like there is all over the world, and these geothermal vents couldn't be irrigated to terraform Antarctica? But no, they want you to think that they're terraforming Mars, right?
So you think that it's a possibility that they're basically making Antarctica more livable terrain or something along those lines? Or
I
you're
think it's
saying it's
possible.
possible that it already is like there
It
already
already
is
is.
like green. Oh,
Both.
okay.
So think about it. There's only one Hawaii, right? Oh, she's lagging. Think about it like this. There's only one Hawaii, right? In the Pacific Rim, right? All that volcano activity, and it's been like that for all of recorded history. And the Earth has been here for what, 4.54 billion years? There's only one Hawaii. There should be like tens, maybe hundreds of Hawaiis, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that does make sense because there's way more ocean than there is land. Like,
And that's why people that tell you flat Earth is a disc is just speculation.
You're breaking up, Medic.
I'll reset.
Yeah, it's just speculation that they could be hiding land. Right, but think about it. Think about how much land is probably out there that we don't know about. And if the Earth was a sphere spinning for 4.54 billion years, and all the plates were tectonic in nature, floating on magma, wouldn't all the land be centered around the equator due to centrifugal force?
I always wondered why it was so imbalanced on the globe if it was spinning.
yeah, that makes a
And if
lot
it
of
is,
sense. It would be kind of like there'd be like a band of land.
right. But that would be the most unhospitable land because right there at the equator is really hard to live there. Only certain types of people can live there. For example,
Right.
if me being Northern European descent, if I move there, I have to take malaria medicine all the time, or I'll die. I would absolutely die.
Unless you had sickle cell or partial sickle cell.
Yeah, I'm like same Northern European, mostly Norwegian. I went to Africa. I didn't really take any medication or anything. I was there for like a month and I got the sickest I've ever been in my life.
It's hard. Those are hard environments for certain types of people.
I don't know if you're familiar with Admiral Byrd. You could check that out, Conrad. They have an interview with him. Just getting back from Antarctica. If you want to look more into it too.
Oh, I know. I've looked into him before. I know about his interview and stuff. I was just kind of wondering like your guys' thoughts on it, you know.
And it's an amazing subject. I like it, but it's just speculation.
Maybe. Yeah. It's a maybe. Then we can't confirm anything. But it's a maybe.
And he's like a lot of the reason like people believe in the Hollow Earth, right? Because didn't he say that he went on some sort of expedition to the North Pole and went like through a hole or something like?
There's a story written that he said that, but I don't think he was the actual one who wrote or told the story. But yeah, there is a story behind all that. So, but yes, the Hollow Earth. There's a Norwegian guy that made a story about it, and there's a story about him. So yeah, there's a couple of them out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of fascinating things that we're still trying to figure out. The moon, the sun, but at this moment, it's just speculation. We're trying just to figure this out.
Yeah, I definitely think there's something like huge at the North Pole. Like for me, there's no way that there's like a magnetic field surrounding us that everything points to just for nothing to be there. You know, there has to be some sort of like giant magnet or like landmass or something. Like I've looked at old maps of the North Pole and there's like 4 islands and there's like a black mountain in the middle. You know, they're really old maps and I don't know how accurate they are, but it's very, very interesting to look at.
Yeah, if you want to blow your
Mountain
mind.
Roo.
Have you watched the Iwaranons series, Conrad? Conrad, my bad.
The what?
The Lost History of
Number
Flat Earth.
one.
Could you post it maybe? I didn't really hear what you said.
Yeah, I'll drop it for you. Well, actually, someone else can maybe. Got a link on hand. I don't know where to
I
find
might be
it
able
right
to
now.
find it. I might be able to find it. I have a couple people I know that posted it up, and I have subscriptions to them, so let me go look for it. But yeah, he was just announced on, I think it was Globebusters today. Just said that he has been in contact with them and is about to drop some more videos.
Oh, nice.
So to
Nice.
continue
Looking
the
forward to that.
series. So I'm kind of excited to see the
What
next.
series?
Yeah, it'll be really good.
The Lost History
Me
of Flat
too.
Earth,
I am
Hank.
looking
You know,
forward to see
the
what he
one where
thinks.
you had
It's just
some
interesting.
Oh yeah.
speculation
Star
regarding the
one?
age on the moon, you know, whether we might be a part of a larger realm, you know, and we're just our known world is just a section, you know, potentially.
Yeah, there could be a whole set of different countries out there. There are different technologies, different things. It's just the implications they're just grand.
Well, here's the thing: if they lied about the entire nature of where we inhabit, why would they not also just lie within the true paradigm of where we inhabit? You know, they would never
Yeah.
tell you. They would never give you a real map.
If there is other countries and other like people out there, do they know about us, or are they just as clueless as we are?
Those are answers I
There's-
would like to.
Who knows?
There's people in our own map, let's say, that we haven't contacted yet and don't know that we exist. There's still people today living in the Aboriginal lifestyle. Look, there's a lot of stuff that we don't know, right? And we can speculate on till the cows come home. But the thing is that I believe Max Egan said it best when he said, we're not free enough yet to find out what the truth is. And it's like, well, we want to know the truth, all of it. We want all of it, but we don't have all of it. But it's not because we don't want it. It's because we're not allowed to obtain it, because knowledge is power, and applied knowledge will set you free.
Yeah, the
So,
consciousness
like-
of humanity really needs to raise up quite significantly before we can get there, Hank.
Yeah, I mean, the Antarctic Treaty has to come down. We need to stop this endless war stuff, the Federal Reserve banking system. But, you know, people are so divided and so conquered mentally that we really have to re-brainwash people just to understand how powerful one man or one woman can be. Like Joan of Arc. She changed history forever. The history of Europe is never going to be the same after that one girl, 17-year-old girl, said this line and no further. And because she gave her life willingly, she inspired all the men to say, well, if a 17-year-old maiden can do it, why can't we? Or what about Gandhi? Changed India forever, right? Just one dude. What about Martin Luther King Jr. or Malcolm X or Elijah Muhammad, right? These dudes single-handedly changed America, right? What about the carpenter 2,000 years ago, right? Jesus of Nazareth. Just one person. That's all it takes. Or what about when people actually get together, right? Like the 300. Or remember the Alamo. Like, we are magnificently power beings. And the reason that I say that we have to be brainwashed to realize how powerful we are is because who thinks about this every day? You have the ability to manifest thought into reality. You can carve a new path, build a new bridge, conquer more lands, right? But most importantly, you got to figure out how to conquer yourself Because every fight you're fighting against someone else, you're also fighting against your own desires. And that's what kind of holds us back, like our own nihilism, our own apathy, our own fear. If we could conquer that, like we're really like magnificent creatures, capable of much, much more than we're capable of at this moment. So what I'm trying to say is mankind has so much untapped potential that it's like ridiculous how far we've fallen.
Oh yeah, what we see in modern day is but a sliver of humanity's true potential. We're actually, we're pretty caveman-like, to be honest.
How
we
long
could
do you
really be.
think? How long do you think it'll be before it gets to the point where people start like realizing that we have like this potential and that we could do a lot more? Because like obviously there's way too much division right now, and probably in the next 10 years, but like I don't know.
It's not
It
something
seems
that
to
can
me
be
like
answered simply. How
yeah.
long? 10, 20, 50, 100 years. It's much
I
more
I
dynamic
feel
than that.
like it's a long time. Like just, we seem so
Depends.
far separated from like the most people seem so far separated from like their conscience and like what the difference between what right and wrong is. I don't know.
Well, just trying to show people their potential is hard enough, right? Showing them, their reality is hard enough because I think it was the head of the CIA said in like the early 80s that you'll know the disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is a lie, right? And if you ask your everyday American, what is out there that's a lie, right? That might be to name like one or two things, but they're not going to say everything that's clown world, everything's upside down. They're not going to tell you that.
The average person in America would just say, if it's Democrat, would just be like, oh, Fox News is lying and it's Republican. Oh, CNN's lying, That's what they would tell you, probably. I don't think they could mention one lie that's actually significant to anything in the bigger picture.
I don't think most people are like that, right? They've taken away our analytics, right? Back in the day when the flat earth started kicking off in like 2016. They've taken it away, and we don't know how many people are actually woke. All we know is that the narrative that they push constantly is that we're the minority, right? But we're right now being the spoken minority, but we don't actually know what the majority says, right? Because the majority might be afraid to speak out on things like this because they might lose their pension, their job, their career, their children, etc.
And to add on,
we got.
Yeah, Conrad. Conrad, I mean, to answer your question, just an add-on. It's just been throughout history, that they've been censoring things. Just like Hank was saying about being free here first, I think it's really important. Just having an open source and being able to get information, I think it's the most important thing. To go and expand, I think we have to work on getting the people here being open and woke. I think that's the first step.
Because Julian Assange should be a hero and should be like on the front cover of the magazines with his news WikiLeaks, right? He should be like the head guy because news. He's never been proven wrong, right? He's batting 1,000, right? Or I don't know how that actually works. He hasn't missed one yet, right? But instead he's like some sort of criminal, right? He's being held hostage and put in a cage like some sort of criminal when you're supposed to report on the news, right? I mean, like I keep saying it today, like the London Times has said that the government needs to shut their mouth basically because they're putting out too much information. Now imagine that a news organization telling the government like, psst, 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 you probably don't want to. No. Shh. Right? It's usually the government telling the news to shut up. Right?
It's ridiculous. The thing is, it's to have Julian Assange as a hero in our Western world. It's contradictory, you know. To validate him as a hero, and that yes, I totally agree with you. Would mean you go out the next day and you tear down your governments. But people are not going to do that, so they'll take the alternative, which is to brand him a criminal. It's the easy way out, you know. You can't just acknowledge everything all the information he's released to you, and then just you know, sit back idly as all the crazy levels of corruption go on that's been revealed to you. You know, you need to do something about that. But deny that corruption exists and acknowledge it, because that, of course, implies responsibility. Significant.
Yeah, there's a lot of whistleblowers out there that never get heard. Like the Vaxxed, I shouldn't have said that. You know, there's all sorts of whistleblowers, you know, that everything kind of gets swept under the rug. Like there was an oral.
That's why you go
jab.
on BitChute.
Right, and World Truth videos. Even BitChute's been kind of crazy lately, but
yeah, BitChute's a bit compromised slightly. Still good, but.
And so is DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo's been compromised.
Yeah, I never trusted DuckDuckGo. I saw how it just suddenly
What's that one? What's that one?
truthy-
That Russian vids hosts.
Don't know.
I'll find it. It's like 153news.net.
Does anybody here do much on the dark web? Just curious.
No, not me. I've checked it out a few times, but for me, it was like, you know, what's the point of doing this? Like, I know that they're hurting you into, you know, Google and Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and all that stuff, but it's like, what am I going to find on here, right? There were some weird stories and probably some illegal stuff and the end of the Silk Road, but like,
yeah, you know, all that fucking
it's weird, right?
bullshit, people going on the dark web and, you know, fucking going to ending up in the most horrific situations, like the shit they see. That's just the same old fear porn, basically. My thoughts is, if there's a real whistleblower in a significant position of any institution in the world, they're going to release their information through the dark web. You know, I mean, that would be the most the safest way to go, the most untraceable way.
You know what we need? We need to know the right questions to ask. So if there are whistleblowers, they need to give us the correct information that we can FOIA, right? Because if we can't FOIA it because we don't know what to ask, right, then we can't get the right information. Yeah. So if anybody were to have, say, some news about 9/11, right, maybe we could FOIA it, right? Or how about Tartaria? Have we tried FOIAing information about how Tartaria was covered up? Because as an American, like, how did I not know about this empire that existed like a little over 100 years ago? And it was from like, you know, it appears to be from like the Middle East all the way to like China and Russia. And is that not like the Ottoman Empire? Is that not the thing that we went to war against in World War I? So did we kill Tartarians in World War I? And did they get finished off in World War II? And maybe now it's time for the rest of the Aryans to get wiped out in World War III, because what we've been doing to Europe is just flooding them with immigrants ever since the Arab Spring, like nonstop, flooding them with immigrants. And I don't really care in Texas, right? Because Texas is one size for everybody. It's huge. Everybody can fit here. But I believe in the old world, there should be ethno-states, because imagine if like the Japanese got wiped off the face of the map because they got outbred. Let's say that they were, really intelligent, and they were like, well, when the economy gets better, we might have babies. And let's say that their country had like a new immigration program to where anybody could go live off the welfare for free. Right before you know it, Japanese people wouldn't be Japanese anymore, and that would be like really sad. But like if Texas became more Mexican and white people had to move to Oregon, we'd still have, Oregon or whatever. So it doesn't really matter over here, but over there it kind of matters.
History is such a massive clusterfuck, though. It's hard to really know what is true and what's not with it. As far as whistleblowers coming out with information like that, how do you really verify any of it? Could just be endless kind of red herrings. As far as flat Earth goes, you don't need whistleblowers to understand it. That's the beauty of it. It's just the people that are in denial and don't really want to accept what they know to be true. So they're always throwing out, how many pilots have you got speaking out? How many astronauts have said anything, It's a criteria for them, not for us. I couldn't give a shit about what whistleblowers come out about what's going on right now in all of the world, and as far as flat Earth as well. Don't need it. There's already plenty enough information to make an informed conclusion that, you're close enough to the mark. Never going to be exact, but you can get pretty close with what's already available. And as far as flat Earth, it's based on, tangible measurements that anybody can do. So, don't need a whistleblower for that.
Yeah, man. We don't need no stinking whistleblower.
And they always they'll bolster the argument, but we don't need them. I already know that everything's been told to us is bullshit. So.
Anybody in here ever watch Westworld before?
Haven't watched it, but I've seen that scene where it pans out and you see it's a flat domed world, you know.
It's crazy. I mean, like there's a lot of things about it that made me like super uncomfortable. I was just watching it and I'm just like, it just seemed so like plausible, like what was going on in Westworld in a sense. Like it was just, yeah. Season 3, the past is the future. No, I didn't even get to season 3. I think I was like halfway through season 2, and it was just like, I was like, whoa, this just reminds me too much of like the type of stuff that I already think about, you know.
And just being surrounded by NPCs.
Yeah, it's a pretty graphic show. I mean, I'm a super big The Walking Dead fan, so the blood and dying and stuff didn't really bother me that much. But yeah.
What's the actor again that plays the older black hat guy or whatever he's called? Ed Harris? Yeah, so you got Ed Harris playing like, what was it, Christopher or whatever he was called in Truman Show. And that was all about a domed world. And then you got Ed Harris in Westworld as well. Again about a domed world, so
can't believe my ex kicked me off the HBO Max. First it was the Netflix, and now this. You know what she told me too? She's like, why don't you go ask your baby mama for the Netflix? I'm sure she'll give it to you. She was always super jealous because me and my baby mama get along with each other. And guess what? I asked my baby mama, and she gave me her Netflix without any hesitation. She did not care at all.
You do realize that this is live streamed.
Oh shit. Well, I hope I made somebody laugh. Oh, is this on the Globebusters 24/7? Is that why I see their name in here all the time?
No, this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 live stream.